about like we're live now, right? So like I just love watching you guys deal with Keen. Like to be honest, I do.
Oh, thank you. I'm a passionate hater of Keen.
Oh,
It's my
come on.
professional pride. Well, hey, I'm telling the truth.
Nadia still hates it. You've got to realize Nadia still has a friendship, so we have to be respectful. So
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
a
just saying
theist.
that I hate him. I'm not
I,
saying
whatever. That's not how everybody feels. So we have to
I
be.
don't. I don't invest the energy to hate anyone on the internet.
I don't
You,
invest much energy either. I just, whenever he, does some stupid shit, I'll just put it out.
Now, real life is a different issue. Actually, the
But
internet
wait,
is
wait,
real life.
real life? What's that?
Well, believe me, I certainly have my faults, but like I don't need like oh my God, like I know Brett has had things too. If I was to be honest, like really, my honest, but
let's
I
go.
don't mean any harm to Brett Keane at all. He's been through a lot, so like people should realize like he's been through a
Yeah,
lot.
not.
We're on
Let's
the
not
internet.
make you
Yeah,
have that sponsor.
he's not personally trying to hurt me. I know that, like not at all. He's just being himself. He's not trying to hurt me. He's not trying to hurt anyone, I don't think. Brett's pretty
Yes.
harmless. That's just the way he is, and that's how it'll always be.
No, it's
Nothing
just
to do about
it's
that.
Thor's just upset because Brett didn't called him. He said he wasn't a proper Christian.
Sometimes theists, sometimes us theists, we sometimes will take aggressive stances because we think somehow it'll be, better for other people. And the other thing is, I think everybody's human. We all have like these human reactions sometimes, and we're not always on our best behavior. So,
I'm not a human, excuse
Oh
me.
God,
Excuse me, speak
Again,
for
I'm so
yourself.
sorry that I was such an asshole to you last night. Like, I'm so sorry, Deidre. That
I,
will
I
not
figured there was
happen.
something going on, so I didn't take it personally. I have had a lot worse said to me, so
Yeah, sorry about that.
apology accepted, completely forgotten.
Sorry, Thor.
Oh no, nothing. Yeah, Faith, don't feel bad about it. I mean, people get drunk and they do stupid shit. Whether it be guys or gals. We just do stupid shit when we're drunk.
I've done it
Yeah.
hundreds and hundreds of times.
Yeah, one night I got drunk,
Thousands.
stole a nuclear missile submarine, and
Oh,
this
I,
was
I remember
launching all
that.
the
Yeah,
warheads.
yeah, I remember that. That
That
was
was a
so fun.
fucking laugh, wasn't it? Hey,
It was, yeah.
on a
That was a
Tuesday
good
night as
weekend of
well.
fun.
On
That
a
was an
Tuesday
awesome
night as
weekend.
well.
You know, those ballistic missile submarines, though, they steer for shit. I tell you. It's like,
Yeah.
how the hell do they, park those things when they just
Yeah.
drive like a cow?
Okay.
Yeah.
They're usually not on a couple bottles of JD though. Usually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to drive a submarine when you're fucking drunk. Piss
It
shit.
is.
Drive a submarine? What?
And also, it's a very bad idea to take it through a barrel roll underwater.
Mhm.
Ross
But
Potter.
the real fun began when someone pressed the launch button. That was awesome.
No. The problems really began when somebody opened the window to be sick.
Yeah, the floor got soaked.
Yes.
Simon, they're not even funny. If you're the one driving the car, the window should have been rolled down. What are you putting me in the car for?
Hey man, just open the window and pew.
Watch out that there's no motorcycle behind you.
Yeah, maybe if you're driving, Simon, I think we got someone crazy at the wheel, made me car sick.
You don't want Simon driving. He'll be on the left side of the road and causing all sorts of mayhem.
Yeah, we gotta get Simon drunk in America, see what happens.
Yeah, no, I love Simon's voice. That's another voice, like not to bring up like whatever, like in Amendum's hangout, like on Saturday night debate chat, a lot of people are getting tired of the fighting, right? So some people stay in tiny chat, and then Gary's trying to be like Nadia and do the Google Hangouts. But some of us still like sit in tiny chat with each other, and there was only 5 of us. And what was funny is it's like a Simon's voice is like a certain, like, is it English or British or whatever, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a voice just like Simon read stories from a book in Tiny Chat, and it was lovely. All of us fell asleep to this English voice or someone just like Simon that came in, but I don't think it was Simon, was it? Like you weren't in.
Hello.
You don't
I'm
know
not
what I'm.
sure.
Yeah,
I'm
but it
not
was
sure.
your voice. You have a beautiful voice. It's like, oh my God, you could talk us all
Thank you
to
very
sleep,
much.
read us stories.
Well, for me,
Thank you
it's like
very
the
much,
Transgender
Nadia.
Day of Visibility almost every day. Granted, today's the actual holiday for it, but still.
Yeah, isn't
And
it
May,
beautiful? I
April
should more
Fool's
than.
Day for your West Coast people. It's just just under 90 minutes away.
Oh yeah, April Fool's. Good job warning me because somebody's gonna like do something to me tomorrow. I know it.
Yeah, it's Wednesday where I am, so April 1st, no longer March.
Oh yeah.
One
Hi,
third of
Katie.
a quarter of the year has gone by, and I have accomplished not a fucking thing.
Hi, Katie. Hi,
Quarter.
Desert.
Quarter. Hi, Katie.
Hello, Katie. And hey,
Hey
Desert.
Nadia, Faith, and everybody, how's it going?
What's up, Desert?
Hi, Desert.
Oh, wow, Desert, you have a new
Desert, did
picture.
I
Oh,
yell at
Desert.
you last night?
Nope,
You've
Desert,
been
did I
speaking.
yell at you?
nope, you were good.
Oh, you gotta be
Desert.
joking. You're the first person I'd kill because you're the one I'm closest to. How could I possibly have not hurt your feelings last night?
I, you didn't do anything. What's up, Simon? Did you say hey?
Yeah, I did, man. What's up with
Everyone
your
said,
avatar, man? You got some cognitive dissonance going on in your avatar.
yeah, exactly. He's a lovely person. He actually is quite open-minded. No, Desert's awesome.
No, he's talking about a tree there in the desert. I mean, what the fuck is up with that?
You've been talking to Ocean too much.
Oh man,
Oh,
Ocean.
we're on
tree hugging
on
fucking
Skype.
retarded.
Desert fucking wicked. I know Desert outside the room because he's fucking super cool.
He is.
Thank you, appreciate that.
No problem. No
You are,
problem, my man.
you are. So you keep a good eye on me and stuff. Like, if you like, you're a genuine person, or you wouldn't know my situations. I know you know. Like, and I appreciate that. That's the only reason I apologize. Like, how could I have not have ripped you apart last night? Like, how did I not just attack you because I was losing it? But like, I'm grateful that you didn't stop being my friend today. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. You didn't do anything, and even if you did, I can understand, so it's no big deal.
I'm scared to ask what happened last night.
Yeah, I'm actually curious myself. I'm kind of not exactly sure. So, what happened, Faith?
I
Say,
got really drunk and I fucking took a hockey stick to Brett Keane.
Then to me and to McKay.
Oh, I know. Well, then tell the story, DT.
Well, you weren't on live to us, so you didn't do it like
Well,
publicly.
no, I was. It's recorded, and then I even went to make a worse mess of myself. I went and fucking killed Stizer.
yeah, but chaos can be fun.
Yeah, well, no, I think Stizer probably made a fool out of me today. I hate to look at the videos to see what he did to me after.
So
What he
Star
hated
was in
most,
Nadia's hangout?
but no, what Stizer hated most, because like we know each other pretty well. Like, I didn't mean to piss him off, but like his name's Daniel, right? Like I love Daniel. Like I love Stizer. So like we're friends. Like to the point of like naked friends. Like I love Stizer. And what the problem was I came in, I was hurt. I thought Nadia hated me all of a sudden, right? Because I was making things up. I thought Nadia kicked me out of the room and didn't want me around him because I was being aggressive. So, I deserved that. But I went running anywhere else, and I, of course, run to Bantu, which I don't fucking know at all. And that person said things against Kismui or whatever, the purple beard guy. I don't fucking know these people. But then Annabelle comes in screaming at me right after I left Nadia's room and says, like Buntu's an asshole. And I don't fucking care who's an asshole. I was here, and as soon as I seen Stizer, I just went after Stizer because that's the only person I recognize. Stizer went after, we just hung out and we talked. Everything was good. for about, I don't know. It got to a point where I started calling Stizer Daniel, and Stizer couldn't handle that I was saying his real name. He got so mad at me, and he kept asking me to stop saying his name, but instead, because I was drunk, I kept saying, "Oh, go fuck yourself, Danny." And he just lost it on me. Like, he was like, "I will kill you if you say it one more time." And I was just like, I told Annabelle's like, "Oh, blah, 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 blah." And I was like, "Oh, fuck off, man." Stizer, like, because she thinks I don't know Stizer, or Stizer doesn't know me. And no, Annabelle didn't have a clue. Stizer and I have known each other for over 5 years, man. We are like brother and sister. We are a lot alike. We do not ever get in the same room since last summer when we were with Nadia. I don't deal with Stizer anymore because we're like electricity. We will kill each other. So we don't do it because we have respect for one another. But last night I didn't have respect for him, and I kept saying his first name. I kept saying Daniel. I shouldn't have done that.
Maybe you should stop saying it in here too.
Well, I don't care. That's why I hope he's like. That's what. No, it doesn't matter. Everyone on the planet knows his name is Daniel.
I didn't know his
I'm
name
not
was
telling you
Daniel, and now I
secret.
know.
I didn't
Oh,
know
I
as
don't
well.
give a shit. His name's obviously Daniel. He's from fucking Liverpool.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he's a beautiful boy. Everybody on the planet should know I love Stizer. Like, who gives a crap?
And okay, so I also heard you mention that you flashed the Hangout at one point.
Oh my God! Please don't even bring that up. It's somewhere.
Okay.
Ask Nadia, because I went and flashed my boobs. Like, I was just teasing. I wasn't being like whatever.
That's a whole channel ban, doesn't it?
Shut
You get in
up.
trouble?
No, I didn't. Like, okay, if I was naked, you could ban it. I've got boobs that are bigger than the camera. Not funny, you
Those are some
guys.
awesome boobs.
That was funny. Bigger
No,
than the
it's
camera.
not funny.
I don't
Like,
have
it's not funny.
So was this
I'm
on
more
Nadia's
than
Hangout?
happy. Like, boobs are not fun.
Oh, trust me, they're fun.
approximately 2 things for my breasts over the course of 3 years.
Yeah, Nadia's been showing boobs on Hangouts like for ages.
Really fun when you don't.
I did it because I was drinking. I was being an asshole, and I was just showing, like, I was just trying to show to Nadia. She does have a chest, and I was like, it's just about working it. I don't know what I was doing. I was being an idiot.
So was this in Nadia's Hangout? Like,
I don't have a
Yeah,
chest.
I was
They
being.
just
I don't
wanna
go
look
to
it
any
up.
other hangouts.
They're like, when was this? What was the timestamp?
Like, shut up, Dietrich, I'll send you a private picture. They are real. I
Oh,
just
please no. Everybody tries to send me private pictures. I don't want any. Trust me. I'm okay.
well, I actually like some.
want a link to my porn site then.
If you could send it to Thor.
Yeah, I'd like to see some pictures as well. I mean, come on, if you're giving
Now
us
you
pictures.
have the ability.
Yeah, hang on a second. Thor.
Get around more channel
Hang on.
hangouts.
No, I was trying to get Nadia to show her chest because I was like, I don't know what I was just trying to reflect. And then, like, if nobody noticed, in the next 24 hours, everyone got a little bit of cleavage of Nadia.
Oh,
Because
I
of the,
noticed that too, actually.
like, no, the camera angle does matter. It matters how you're laying. And, like, no, was it not Michael saying? Michael one day was like, oh, putting on some heavy cleavage. Like, no, that Michael Ann called it out, and I was like, see, that's what I meant about working it. Like, no, Nadia's a beautiful woman.
You realize I was
Woman.
probably asleep at the time on my side.
Oh, Nadia, if I could give you half my chest, that would be an easy liposuction crap. I mean,
I
that's
see
so
Faith's
much
point.
fat.
In the gaming world, like, there's a lot of streamers, that stream to Twitch TV. And the girls that get the most streams are the ones that have the low cut.
Oh,
the low
who
cut
is this
tank.
girl? Katie May. Katie May, we don't know you, but you were in earlier. This is Nadia's room. She's awesome. I haven't seen you in Hangouts before. I'm F417. I don't recognize you as a regular YouTuber, Katie May. Do you come around often? Because you're beautiful.
We know each other.
Okay, cool. Katie May, love to have you around. Sorry that I just met you just now. So whatever. We're talking about boobs, and all of a sudden, like, I mean, whatever. Don't mean to be offensive. It's not about boobs.
Everybody loves boobs.
Exactly. Boobs are never offensive.
No, I don't love boobs.
Aw,
I wish I had boobs.
I know. That's why I'm trying to give them to you.
To me? Okay.
Boob transfer.
You don't want fat boobs. Like, what are you talking about, you silly man?
It's because he's a
You cannot
theist, and
love boobs that much that
he's
you
really
would want
outraged.
Simon.
He's really, hang on a minute, he's really outraged by the fact that people show boobs. That's really what it is.
Do you
And he
guys
wants
show
to,
your boobs?
he just
See,
wants
that's
to
what
check.
but I
Hang on a
love
minute,
that.
hang on a minute, hang on a minute. He just wants to check that when you showed your boobs, you didn't show too much. So that's why he wants to link.
Exactly. Yes, I'm a boob inspector. That's
Well,
right.
what about that Kizumi? He has nice boobs.
He's got boobs.
He does have
I'll
nice
give him
boobs
that.
indeed. Yeah.
I know, but what if I could I do YouTube videos without my shirt on? Would I get away with that?
Actually,
Not
you
a
can.
chance.
Yeah, there are videos on YouTube
Not a
of
chance.
women having.
Like, why
what is it?
can't I do that? Like,
You
why
can.
can't I be shirtless? Like, what's against human rights? That, like, I'm just like
I don't
everybody
know. I
else.
mean, it's not really
Where is the
pornographic, right?
individuality? Like,
You
I'm
actually
not trying
can.
to say, I'm
You
not
actually
trying to
can.
shove my boobs in your face, but it is really who I am. Like,
I
it's
think you'd get a
really.
mature thing, though. I think you'd have to have a
You actually can show boobs on YouTube. That's a regular thing almost now. There's
But why
tons of
can't
videos.
women do it? Why can't Nadia and I?
Oh, you can. That's what I'm saying. There are
The honest answer.
videos of women on YouTube. It's just that the channel has to be, I think, 18 plus or something.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, why? Because children don't know what breasts are. Of course they.
No. The reason is because I would never get my head out of the gutter.
Simon,
I would never
Simon,
look up.
is it offensive to children? Like, is it, or is it just part of our bodies that fed the children? Like, why would it be offensive to children that I show my breasts?
It's not
Let's
offensive to
let's
children.
It's really sexualized. Really
Children get more
sexualized.
boobs than I do most
What
of the time.
about bottle-fed children?
Okay, guys, let's do an experiment here. So we have a baby in here, Palm Jam. So,
Well, Palm Jam's not going to show his boobs. He doesn't even show his damn head.
No. I'm saying some gals here, if you be so kind, show us your God-indulged awesomeness that you have, and let's let Palm Jam judge and tell us.
No, I would only do it if Palm Jam shows himself. He'd have to show it first, and I have no problem with opening my shirt.
Palm
Does
Jam,
Palm
you heard
Jam
the
have
lady.
a boob hat?
Do
I
it.
feel
No,
like
that would
you're
be a
goading
thing.
her into something
If
here. I
Palm
feel like
Jam
this is
shows his real
exhibitionism.
self. Sorry, Dietrich. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I said don't fall to exhibitionism. I'm just saying.
I'm not an exhibitionist. I'm just quite proud of myself, and I don't give a shit what other people think. I just really want to know if Palm Jam's a real person.
No, he's a robot, actually.
Well, like, really, has nobody ever seen him?
I haven't seen him, no.
Palm,
He's
are
one
you
of
a
the
real
most
person?
mysterious. He's actually a chatterbot.
I believe I have seen Palm Jam and heard his voice.
I thought he was a third-generation Python script.
Is that right, Paul? You came on when I first got on YouTube. You actually came on camera.
I just think he's probably really hot and doesn't want to tell everybody.
No, I think it is right. I think it was you.
No, he's probably really attractive and doesn't want to deal with us at all because he thinks we're losers.
No. I
It's
can't
always
believe
weird
that.
when someone's behind a
Mom's doing something.
mystery identity.
Oh, look,
Okay,
did he leave me? Did Palm Jam leave me? No, he didn't, but you changed your icon again to confuse me. You don't wish you had boobs. I'm not a YouTube bot. I never said you were a bot. I said you're too attractive to show yourself to me because we'll all get addicted to you and you don't want us to, we don't want anyone to stalk you because you're so pretty. You're probably such a hot guy that we're all like, you're gonna mess with our heads till you feel like not.
No, Palm's a girl.
About my body I can stand. It's like
Do you think Palm is a girl? That would
Yeah, I'm
be
pretty sure.
fucking awesome.
I doubt
No, he
Palm.
came on. He came on
No,
camera.
I don't think Palm is a girl. Palm is not a female. There's no way. No.
Okay. My hands, feet, shoulders, my hips, flat chest, downstairs, flat butt.
Downstairs.
I mean, it's like there's nothing about my body I can actually stand.
Nadia, I love your body. Stop it. Why are you talking like that?
Because she's a chick.
No, not that, like, really, you have to understand a lot of things about, I hate my scars. Like, I survived a real traumatic event. The scars that I have are fucking disgusting.
See?
And I can barely look at myself. Everybody that I say that to fucking laughs at me.
Oh, wow.
And,
Well,
Some
no,
fucking
it,
I'm
assholes.
yells
cockeyed
at me
because
that I should be grateful for being alive, without understanding that, no, like, I hate my body.
See?
I'm not cockeyed because I'm inbred. I'm cockeyed because they beat my face. And the reason everybody says I mumble or fail to enunciate.
Is because they smashed your lips into your teeth. Nadia, if I could ever get a hold of the fucking men that ever touched you, they'd be dead.
I'll go with you.
Yeah.
Like,
They
no, like, I mean, fucking rape is not funny.
they they themselves were children when they did it.
Well, then they'd be happy to learn the fucking lesson because I'll beat their teeth in.
They're grown-ups now.
Nadia, with all your pain that you've been through and the struggles you've been through, what has kept you from being, I guess, what do you think has been the driving source or the cause of you being kind to others? Because you seem very tolerant and very kind of other people. Do you think you've taken that tragedy and the experiences that you've had and you've been able to turn it upside down, or have you ever given it much thought?
Um, no, it's not turning it upside down. It's, if anything, despite it. Yeah. Those things don't, I guess, teach lessons or anything like that. They embitter you. They inflame hatred in your heart. Inspire wrath and vengeance. They, the whole amor fati bit about making you stronger or a better person. It's all a lie. I had to let go of some plot to go and do a vendetta against various my assailants from the early 80s. That was back in mid to late 90s, but still.
Do you think it was a process? Do you think they say that forgiveness is you saying you don't owe me anything anymore, and it's not this forgive and forget thing that we like to pretend like, but that it's actually for a lot of people a process to where you release the anger and the hate, and then you say basically that you no longer owe me. Do you think you went through a process like that or different?
I don't think that anything like that could possibly work. You are scarred, you are not going to heal. But at the same time, you can realize it's not going to help you. Go out and, well, try and get some revenge or get yourself charged with a brush of criminal. They originally committed the criminal acts against you.
So you said that in spite of it, so you feel like you've had empathy and a tolerance for other people before that. Because I think you seem very kind and very gracious to people.
Yeah, I had it before, and I'd say to some extent it was hollowed out by all that. They can take your dignity, they can take your character, and everything else like that from you. In some respects, by dint of effort, that I guess try to hold myself to what I was before.
Well, I think that takes a lot of courage. I think, and so far since the little that we've interacted, I've seen somebody that is very tolerant and gracious to people who are often intolerant and not gracious.
Well, in some respects, I do need to be something of an example or exemplar, or to actually put forward it demonstrates the good character of the various things I have that are deemed so terrible by that majority and whatnot. That's part of it. Maybe I'm not so much on my best behavior at all times. But,
None of us are. We all fail at our best behavior. Absolutely.
It's true.
but I see that duty and go further when trying to present things on Google Plus like that. And here I go for another round of homelessness.
Can I ask you if you rent a room or an apartment?
It's kind of an apartment. It's called a single room occupancy. Basically, shared bathroom per floor. So it's even less than a tiny little box apartment would be.
Have you tried things like GoFundMe?
Yeah, it sat at 0 for so long. Got deleted automatically.
Tomorrow, twice as much. Sorry.
Twice 0 is 0.
I know.
Twice as much each day. Twice as much as the last day each day. Well, I'm starting at 0. Here you go.
Well, at least you've still got hope.
That's my name. In Russian.
As long as you're laughing, there's still hope.
What?
So as long as you're laughing, there's still hope. So somebody tell a joke.
I'd say that doesn't have a whole lot to do with it.
Hey, Mo Howard from Three Stooges said that, so it's got to be true.
I mean, I had a sort of a, I don't know, I told you about the whole heart attack inspiring attempting to pay as I go instead of saving up big and shotgunning, right? So.
That doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, and I foresaw the risks. Thought the odds would have slightly improved. But risks are basically that I got shot down halfway through, or
Oh, for your surgery,
actually
yeah,
not even
yeah.
halfway through. Really, before I ever even got off the ground.
Yeah, with your accomplishments, what strikes me as absolutely bizarre is that any of your employers would have let you go.
2009, there's a lot of medical stuff going around from the big MRSA affairs. I've had MRSA since, but it's been caught early enough and so on. There was kind of a reason why there was like some inadequate treatment, and then that's why I got a big wound there. And of course, basically anything that knocked me out of the, in medical terms, after that got me into trouble with the 6-month waiting period after returning from medical leave from the Family Medical Leave Act, right?
Okay, yeah, I can see that. My mom had a good job, lost it when she had to be treated for cancer, and never able to get a decent job since then.
Yeah, that's really where I stand at worst. There is no recovery coming. I am uh, permanently hobbled and scarred. Every blow hobbles. Every cut scars.
Oh, that's awful for your mother. I'm really sorry to overhear that. Like, I can
Oh, it's not
restrict
new.
myself as well. I'm just saying, uh, to see my mother go from what she became in the cancer got my mom too. I'm really sorry about that. That sucks.
Oh.
Like, I don't know. Like, really, that's what's happening to me right now.
Yeah, they save your life and you don't have a life left when you come back from it.
Yeah, there's something unjust about that.
Oh, my mother didn't believe in God overnight. I've been raised Roman Catholic, and like overnight, my mom decided God is the reason. Like, it's awful to watch because I don't know. I guess like whatever. It's awful to watch my mother go from how she felt about God to like now, like she fucking hates God. So it's no point in being agnostic about it. I have to just like no, cancer sucks.
Yeah, it does. My mom got lucky to survive it, and she
No,
still
well,
goes to the support meetings. What is it now? 15 years later, or no, more than that.
no, you guys are the only support group I'm allowed to attend. I'm not invited to anything else. It seems like my mom wants to keep the cancer to herself too, so I can't. I can't. Like, I mean, I'm the oldest, so I guess when she's dead, then I have, then like, what the fuck am I gonna do then? And I don't fucking care. but she doesn't even want me. Like I'm not even allowed to go with her to chemotherapy. She doesn't want me to see anything. And yesterday she was so mean to me. And I know it's not her, it's the drugs, it's the chemotherapy. She told me how, no, she just told me how fat I was. Like, I've never heard my mom ever speak to me like that.
Chemo is pretty nasty. I saw what it did. I mean, even with, was it Neupogen? Yeah, it's not. It's not nice from what I've seen.
I should have gone home a long time ago, guys. Thanks so much for putting up with me, like, in the last 48 hours. Like, fuck, I'm such a mess. And I just appreciate, like, I'm really trying hard just to, like, whatever. I just trying to stay on the ball. Thanks. Thanks for playing.
Nice having you, Faith. See you
Sorry.
again.
Yep. You hang in.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good seeing you.
How did I get down? Pants leg.
There's really only one thing to say about cancer, and that is, fuck cancer.
Yeah, I'm two of my best friends lost their mother from cancer, and the toll is insane. And we're supposed to do a cancer walk on I want to say in and around the 11th. I don't know, somewhere around there. I have to double check my calendar, but we're supposed to do a cancer walk, and it's just, I don't know. These are people. I mean, I knew their moms growing up. You know, and they were nice, good people, and taken away really kind of soon. You know.
You didn't hear it.
It is rough to watch people go through it, even vicariously. It's rough.
So, I've got some cancer in my family, but didn't. I don't think it killed anyone. Let's see. Mother had uterine cancer. Father had prostate cancer. Maternal grandmother had breast cancer. And paternal grandfather had prostate cancer. I think I see a pattern here.
Yeah, it's not a good pattern.
Fortunately, I don't have to worry about any of this.
Well, as long as you don't get a uterus installed.
Well, even if I did, it wouldn't be at my uterus height.
Yeah, there's always skin cancer.
Oh, yeah, ever faithful.
What do we owe the growing rights to?
Surviving everything else.
Yeah.
That's really it.
Although heart disease is pretty up there, right around the same. We owe
Yeah,
that to McDonald's.
I think heart disease is around number 3. Trying to remember. I looked up the numbers before.
1 in 2 is cancer, right?
Is there was a discussion in a hangout some weeks back about gun fatalities, and how such an inordinate proportion of them are suicides.
2/3.
Yeah. And
Damn.
so it's like, well, I was basically interested in how do gun deaths in general rank with other sources, and even though they're in the United States, it's a large number, it's dwarfed by things like influenza, heart disease, cancer.
Bee stings? No.
Not by these things, no. Unfortunately, people are mean enough to each other to use guns for crime.
Ultimately, as the natural causes are winnowed and chaffed, human agency of some sort will be a greater proportion of our deaths. At least until the natural resources are dwindle enough to cut short our efforts to counteract those.
Yeah, I don't know if the influenza numbers can be brought down even with the CDC's best efforts. I mean, they do a good job of providing the vaccines, although a couple years recently they missed a couple of nasty strains. But, I mean, considering what they're trying to do, they're still doing an amazing job.
Do you have a number of deaths from influenza? Approximate?
I forget the number. Let's see, what was the search? It was like vital statistics or something like that. Give me a moment.
Why is 30,000 in my head? Or is that gun deaths? I don't know.
Yeah, the gun deaths are blown way out of proportion. They really are.
I think I heard on Alex Jones or something, the Piers Morgan interview. Maybe that's where the 30,000 is coming from.
I mean, the question with suicides is, what instrument is being used so much as what's making people so miserable?
Right. I mean,
Tormenting so badly.
shoot. This is
Yeah.
not the page I wanted. This is a bunch of data files. It's not what I want.
Well, asking that question,
Too much news.
contemplating the answer, is much of how transgender healthcare is justified, right? Bringing suicide rate down from 41% to 6%, right?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, so each psychiatric hospitalization is worth one of the, costs as much as one of the major transition surgeries, right?
Are there any places where it's insured? Yeah, I would assume so.
Yes, the United Kingdom, France, Germany.
Nowhere in the
Okay.
US?
Uh,
What?
Nowhere in the US?
I've got the numbers for, let's see, what year was this? Final data for year 2013 in the United States. The total number of deaths, 2,596,993, which is a death rate of 821.5 per capita. That is 100,000 population. Life expectancy, 78.8 years. Infant mortality rate, 5.96 deaths per 1,000 live births. Oh, that's pretty awful.
All right. To answer Flip's question, within the U.S., it's not really a matter of place so much as
Money.
well, which and how fancy of health insurance plan. If you have various of these LGBT-friendly Fortune 500 corporations, their group health insurance plans will cover quite a bit. Now, you get downgraded to almost anything else in the U.S., and you're largely shit out of luck.
What if you pay cash?
Good luck getting cash, especially when you're subject to discrimination.
The kind of cash you need is actually substantial anyway.
Yes, like it's like buying a house.
All right. Number of deaths for
Or
leading,
actually,
for
like
leading
100 grand.
causes. Oh, sorry.
100 grand for a reasonable array of surgeries.
Yeah. I'll just run through the numbers top to bottom. Number of deaths for leading causes of death. Heart disease, 611,105. Cancer, 584,881. Chronic lower respiratory diseases, 149,205. Accidents, unintentional injuries, in parentheses, 130,557. Stroke from cerebrovascular diseases, 128,978. Alzheimer's disease, 84,767. Diabetes, 75,578. Influenza and pneumonia, 56,979. Nephritic syndrome and nephrosis, not sure exactly what they are.
Nephritis is kidney inflammation.
Oh, okay. 47,112. And intentional self-harm, suicide, 41,149. So they don't break out this is just the fast stats page, so if you want the breakouts, you would have to hit the PDF files and such. But, you know.
So influenza was 50-something thousand.
Influenza was 56,979. Or, yeah, right around 57,000. And this is, remember, this is strictly the United States. If you want global statistics, you'll have to go to the World Health Organization. And hopefully they have some kind of reliable data, because not all countries keep statistics.
So, that background rate for the general population on what is it, suicide, self-harm.
Yeah.
That's what is it? Something like you said like 40,000 out of 330 million. So 40 out of 330,000. 4 out of 33,000.
Nicely.
Say 1 out of 9,000 or something.
This is for what now?
The background rate of the general population. That's a sort of level of misery or whatever you can quantifiable, right?
Yeah, the intentional deaths obviously.
Through that to a population that has 41% rate. You have pretty vast disparity between sort of like, oh well, everybody hates their bodies and
so we're talking
gender dysphoria.
So 41,000, and what was our population? 335 million.
I just hand waved rounded.
Yeah, so I'll do 41 and divide it by 335,000.
Main point is it's 1 out of several thousand where that's the level of the background general population.
Let me multiply this by 100 to get it into a percentage.
Quantifiable.
So
different. You have a quantifiable difference in the amount of misery inflicted by gender dysphoria, right? 41% versus, not even 1 per mil, right?
Yeah. The overall suicide rate is essentially just over 0.1%, or 1/100%. Sorry.
Yeah. So 0.1 per mil. Yeah. So
how do people feel?
Compare. 0.001% versus 41%, right? That's the difference in, everybody hates their bodies versus gender dysphoria, right?
Yeah, so the overwhelming suicides are dysphoria of some form. I mean,
after transition surgery, what is usually the response? I mean, emotionally.
By and large, it's a big relief.
Of a long term, I mean, it's a long term relief and benefit emotionally.
Yeah, pretty much. Cuts the torment and all that down.
Yeah,
50% kind of like the lifetime post-op rate.
It's kind of like finding a cure for depression.
I was watching. I don't know how she came up. What's that girl Autumn? With the YouTube channel?
Asphodel problem.
Yeah, she was describing the problems she was having with her sex reassignment surgery. It was her latest video. I don't know.
I don't even care if it has problems.
No, she's saying she doesn't regret it, but she was describing like the physical problems. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I know what they are in some detail. Yeah, her story's only one. There are a lot of different things that can go wrong, so to speak.
Sounds like she got a bum doctor.
I thought she went to McGinn. I've usually heard good things about McGinn. Then again, it's not entirely the doctor. It's a bit of the luck of the draw and so on. Yeah, you can have a perfectly good doctor, but something is a little amiss, and there you go. Your result sucks.
Yeah, you gotta have good insurance to correct it too.
To correct it? Well, it depends on what goes wrong.
She says she's got to go in for another one, just to kind of fix things up a bit.
Yeah, that'll hurt. And
Yeah, it's a little bit different though than getting a car fixed up.
A little bit.
well, we are just machines. But we are much more complicated machines.
Precisely.
Here, here. Amen, brother. Hallelujah.
So, anyway.
Yeah. And of course, humans don't have standardized data ports for diagnostic codes.
Would be
For the
nice
most
though.
part, it doesn't actually matter because none of it is ever going to happen for me.
You mean like
I got
ports
burned.
that we can plug in?
My career has been destroyed. None of it
Doesn't
will be
matter.
paid for, not by insurance, not by me.
Yeah. It
I
doesn't
don't. I
matter
don't.
for you, but
Yeah, I don't have the Fortune 500 employers with the super snazzy, LGBT friendly, trans friendly group insurance plans, and I don't have the salary. It will never be paid for, not by insurance, not by me. It will never happen. I'll be tortured by this till the day I die. That background rate, right? 4,100 times as bad. It's the general unhappiness of everybody.
yeah,
41% suicide rate versus 0.001%.
it's clearly a very telling number.
Yeah.
You consider, I mean, break out all the different suicides. If gender dysphoria is like such a huge percentage, then that's
What I will be tortured with until the day I die.
it's I mean they make a big deal out of such trivial things, and the stuff that really matters, the big numbers, like I mean, well, the suicides are difficult to predict, obviously, but there's the big thing. There's other big things, like the influenza number is a big thing.
I disagree that you cannot predict suicides, dude. I can
Yeah.
easily predict one. Just okay. Give me a person.
Oh, it's always a surprise.
No, it's not bullshit, dude.
No?
If I know for a fact that a person is gonna watch the Twilight movies, I know for a fact he will commit suicide.
Why did
Okay.
I know something like that
That
was
is
coming?
a really bad joke.
Sorry. Sorry to all the fans of Twilight movies. Yeah.
Well, there is another fun one. Another fun stat.
It's just that
We're getting into this.
Let's laugh at more and more.
Transgender.org/TDOV has a nice little stat on why it says trans people need more visibility. And but it's probably somewhere. You can stab at debunking it, but I'll screen share.
so high vis fashion wear for trans people.
No. Well, check this one. Down a bit further.
Well, there's no equations on there anyway.
Well, no one but me will understand.
I think I can understand probably this one.
Well, right next to the suicide number, check the homicide numbers.
Yeah, those numbers are way out of proportion from the general population.
Yeah.
Why is that? Because the more homelessness?
It's because people are assholes, I think.
Well, yeah. But you have to be somewhere to get murdered. I mean, is that because
Not
of
necessarily.
lack of income than a lack of...
No.
Well, yeah, there are hate crimes, that obviously, but...
There are people who live in perfectly good neighborhoods, have perfectly fine jobs in relatively safe areas of the city, high-end financial districts. They still get murdered. Granted, it's at a
Sure.
much lower rate than
Yeah.
people who live in high-crime ghetto areas, but
We're
still.
talking about the tied in with the job discrimination, which will tie into poverty, which will tie into homelessness. And...
Well, all those things put us in more danger. Right.
Yeah, it's like riding a motorcycle. That has
And
added risk, but you do
also,
management. Unfortunately, it's
well,
the two things are a bit different though, because yeah, go ahead.
well, also the social attitudes and such that are friendly or hostile towards us are rather strongly correlated with socioeconomic status of those we're mixing with, right? So cast us down amongst the downtrodden. Unfortunately, they are not so friendly to us. And, well, they kill us en masse. And, better yet, you can correlate that too with religiosity too. I mean, maybe it's the causative force and such is causal force, whatever, is a bit indirect or sort of bit of a tangled web and so on, but even so, it's part of it's there.
I can't understand. I just never been exposed to, so...
Well,
we get harassed walking down the
pretty
street. Just...
enlightened latte liberal, right? No. How are you drinking that latte at Starbucks or
latte liberal.
beauty highbrow gourmet coffee shop?
I've never walked into a Starbucks.
How are you paying for that? You should have the gourmet coffee shop for that latte, for your latte liberal.
How are you paying for it?
You should do commercials.
What?
You should do commercials.
Should open a coffee shop. Call it Latte Liberals.
Or liberal lattes, how about that?
Liberal lattes. Got a nicer ring to it. Then you can berate them when they come in.
Yeah.
The latte Nazi?
Sorry?
Yeah, the latte Nazi.
No latte for you.
But still, right? Where are those pro-LGBT attitudes coming from? The latte liberal. Yeah. Swinging on the, I don't know, Tesla and so on. The gourmet coffee shop parking lot. Yeah, 6-figure salary. No sweat for them to get a $10 latte, right?
I would think not, no. Are you saying you're getting
Um,
harassments from them?
you know that $10 latte thing applies to so many other situations.
The enlightened attitudes
Right.
are, in no small part, the product of the wealth and affluence. Right?
Right. Okay,
And
that's making sense.
the downtrodden, and so on.
Oh,
Bigotry. Or at least the overt bigotry. I bet you there's a former workplace or two where someone's grabbed a trans person off the streets out of guilt to make up for me. Granted, they won't do a damn thing about my being burned, but it only ever benefits the next generation. Me, I'm fucked, and I'm stay fucked until I'm dead. And no one gives a shit. They're waiting for me to die off. And maybe not even waiting all that much.
Wow.
Maybe a little bit of making sure of it.
You know, if you didn't have such a positive attitude, I think I'd just off myself right now.
I mean, they don't want to deal with, somebody who's all burned, scarred, got a work history with a few holes punched in it or blown in it by, all that historical discrimination. They want one of the perfectly passable prepubescent transitioners who, well, you never know to begin with, and if they, indulge in disclosing their medical history, which is a total secret because, of course, you can't tell they're passable. Well, they've never once been burned by any of it. They've never once been scarred by the slightest bit of discrimination. They never once have anything to redress. No grievance to resolve or ameliorate or compensate for. Me, well, with all that, no, they're not touching me. They are waiting for me to die off.
Nadia, if you don't mind me asking, how's that plan with Sarah looking? Is there an update to that?
Oh boy. Probably not best to describe on air, even though I've done it a dozen times.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this happened last time. All the help, all the rescue plans, everything fell through.
Yeah, it's down to the wire, too.
You know, Emergency for me? Well, what is it to them? Nothing. Oh, like Jeff Keller? Well, not obligated to lift a finger. No matter how dire. No matter how dire what's inflicted upon me. It's a libertarian dream. Right here, right now. My dying is a libertarian dream. The right-wing dream. The religious rights dream. Not just me, but all those like me. All those aggrieved, all those too different. Have a good night, Simon.
Bye, Simon.
Yeah, good night.
All those who ever heard. Oh. All those anyway scarred. Like the whole Byzantine tradition. Yeah, disfiguring the face of some imperial competitors' children so they don't inherit the throne. Well, like, in their case, a few got on the throne anyway, but still. The intention of that scarring, that disfiguring, that such people were, who had been scarred, not being worthy to, well, hold that aristocratic office or whatever it is. Yeah, one little scar cast out from society altogether, the workforce entirely. Every possible home. Shut out by every potential friend. And people scar us. They hate who what we are, and they do that damage to us, on us. You know, so all these, supposedly colorblind, LGBT affirming, you know, equal opportunity latte liberals, just say, well, it's not what you are, it's, well, your history. Oh, that scar. You're not worthy of this throne beside or among us or whatever. Like the Byzantine emperors when they were scarred. But never ask, or rather they dare not examine, or if not examine, then at least acknowledge why those were inflicted upon us in the first place. Oh well, that's not their problem, they say. and well, so and so.
That's
Peter
a
Lou,
part.
you're kind. It's a clean record. Go ahead.
Just to address Palm, he says people cannot empathize with you because they are not LGBT, and I said that's a poor excuse. And the reason being, I don't know what it's like to not have access to clean water. I've never had that problem. I've never had an issue ever in my life to ever get, clean water. But I still can manage to have compassion towards somebody that has a lack of clean water. Empathy is something that we have where we take on the feelings of someone else. So maybe instead of empathy, we're looking for sympathy. Is that what you're arguing, Palm? That you can't actually feel it because you've not been through it? Okay. So empathy allows you to take on sort of someone else's pain and you kind of feel it within yourself. And then sympathy is where you recognize the pain, but you don't necessarily feel it. So it is maybe a word game in that case, but people can still have sympathy and they still can show compassion. So um, it like I said, it's a poor excuse when people mistreat you just because they don't understand. They don't have to understand. I don't know what it's like to, you know, I don't struggle with bipolar, but I have friends that do. I can sympathize with them, but I don't understand it. You know, I don't need to understand it on a real way. No, there's nothing about you that would make me think that you'd think it was fine that someone dished out abuse.
Hmm.
I deduce that you're on your phone, Sherlock.
Well, yeah, we hear that sound even though they're not quite broadcasted yet. I suppose this person's sort of appropriate. Oh dear. Yeah, the trans tropes in movies are pretty bad. Was it Sleepaway Camp or whatever? Ace Ventura? Yeah, apparently we're so vomitous. Entire police forces. Wow,
There's there,
unison.
there's a movie called Wonder Boys with Michael Douglas and Robert Downey Jr. and
Next week.
Katie Holmes. And there is a trans or a cross-dresser, I'm not sure which, but was not this person was not held in a negative light. So Wonder Boys is an example of um, somebody not held in a negative light.
Next week only.
I'm not saying that's widespread, but I'm saying Wonder Boys would be an example where it wasn't negative.
Maybe.
Another example might be Midnight Between Good and Evil, or The Garden of Midnight Between Good and Evil with John Cusack. That might be another one. Though that character was a little bit sassy and a little fresh with him, and so it was a little awkward. It was meant to be kind of awkward, not villainous, not bad, but awkward.
Yeah, by and large, we're either laughing stocks or whatever.
I agree, which is interesting. One of the theists that we were talking with who's okay with trans but not okay with gays, it's usually, if you'll find a progressive theist or progressive Christian, usually it's the reverse. And I've actually met gays who are not okay with trans, and I've met gays who are not okay with bisexuals. And it's really hard for me to wrap my mind around it. I had a gay Catholic tell me who is an acting gay, tell me that transsexual was a sin because you're cheating God, but somehow he has like made it okay that he's gay because he was born that way. And they said, well, I think you could be born thinking that you are a woman, you know, like you are a woman. And he's like, no, nope, you can't. So again, that's that. But Palm's talking about the lack of empathy, the lack of understanding. I haven't been through it, so I don't understand it. Sorry.
That's a fucked up example.
It's rough.
People are just.
Well, there are some trickiness on various occasions where, say, the various clobber passages in Pauline epistles, whatever, are used while acknowledging the innateness of the entirety of the LGBT spectrum. So,
Sherlock, why are you blocking me?
All right.
hang on. Let me get the profile first. Okay, now pull the trigger.
He left.
We can't get back in, but
He had a ton of people in his circles, but I thought muting you would be like an automatic boot.
Yeah, I do too.
well, occasionally people can misfire, but still. Well, the way I've seen the logic of it go is that okay, the entirety of the LGBT spectrum is acknowledged as innate, right? Essentially, or at least inborn, right? Now, from there goes the clobber passages in Paul. I guess go against any kind of actual expression of homosexual behavior, so to speak. But trans gets let in the door by essentially the vagueness or such of the sort of definition of gender and such. And the innateness of various tendencies and such is not granted as a sort of moral excuse. Usual sort of analogies there. But on the other hand, others go along with, say, like Genesis 2:24, Matthew chapter 19, verse 4, with respect to the procreative capacity as defining gender.
Which Hillbilly did the other night. But the
Right.
thing with that is we allow, I mean, just speaking from the church kind of perspective, Protestant Christianity and Catholicism, we allow childless marriages to happen. People that maybe like the woman's barren or whatever, or the guy, maybe something happened to him, but childless marriage is totally cool. So it's not all about procreation. We understand that there's a relationship, and we understand that people are bonding together. The other thing that we allow is we allow people to get married past childbearing age. So for me, I think that's one of actually the weaker points. Be fruitful and multiply. Most of us aren't being fruitful and multiplying unless you're in India or China. And India and China are probably some of the least, the least amount of Christians in there. So at least for that population, it's a huge population. So again, it's just weird to me.
Well, there's another angle too, which is that quite a number of, say, congenital issues and such can, render one sterile. Right? I mean, for instance, under the assumption I would act in a male capacity, I was congenitally sterile. Now, from that context, right, one can regard the sort of gender mismatch between body and brain as one of those congenital things and renders one sterile. Why is that so distinct? Well, there aren't very many good arguments. It's largely special pleading with respect to essentially some kind of genital-based essentialism, where you can, of course, counter-argue that neurology has a greater spiritual basis. You know, brain has a greater connection to the mind, has a greater connection to the soul, and so on. So that's kind of one of the counter arguments I see against that.
Yeah, the other thing is too, I mean, there were some interesting laws in the Old Testament about eunuchs, and if you had a lack of testicles, they were like, yeah, you can come worship, but you can't go into the temple. You have to be outside in the temple gate. Sorry. And it was really interesting. There was such focus on the body parts back then.
Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 1.
Man, you can cite them. See, I have to look them up. But I know a lot of verses, but I usually don't remember all the books of law sites.
Is there any historic explanation?
Pertinent to was particularly pertinent to me, so.
Yeah,
Hey,
that makes sense.
Nadia, I didn't realize my mic's still open. Can I just interrupt? Because like if I don't get my lazy ass home, like I'm trying to walk and then Desert's gonna make sure I get through the park, okay? Like he'll make sure I get home. So like whether I'll just be watching the chat or I might try to dock when I get home. But like I just got a message right now saying Sherlock Holmes blocked Deidre Messy or whatever your name is, like Deidre. Do you want to block Deidre as well? No. What the fuck? Like, what the hell? Who's Sherlock Holmes? And did you know he blocks you, Deidre? Isn't that weird? Like, why do I get that message, though? Do you understand, Nadia?
We all got it.
Oh, okay. So I just say no, or what'd you guys say?
Yeah, say no.
No, right?
Yeah, say no.
Well, that's gay.
I voted no.
Well, when did that start happening?
Well, what happens if you... Oh, sorry.
Like, what, yesterday?
He blocked Nadia too, so.
I didn't block whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm going home. Doesn't matter. Thanks, guys. Like, I'm just making sure that Deidre doesn't think, like, I would never block. Like, my God, I got no one on my block list. I think blocking is the gayest thing on the planet. I fund for open source. If you can't be open source, you're not a fucking adult. You don't even know what game you're playing. If you're going to block people, like no, you can't just reject people. So that's one thing about, like, whatever, like when you're in Hangouts and stuff, you don't just mute somebody out because you can't handle them. So like,
no, and I wouldn't do that. I've already run into a couple people where they kind of get on my nerves, but I would never mute them or block them. The only people I block are people that are harassing and being awful. I mean,
well, was
that are
Sherlock
psycho.
Holmes someone? Does the name Sherlock Holmes mean anything to you? I've never, like,
no,
I remember that.
It could have been an accident. It looked like he was on his phone because of the way the camera was tilted and stuff. And he could have...
Okay, cool. Everything could be an error. But like Sherlock Holmes, like I'll recognize that name. It comes across again. I kind of like that show Elementary. It helps me. I like it. So yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you for getting me through today, because like that's just another, like, it's just a sober day for me, and I'm totally two different people. You know, no one can say that I know that. So thanks so much for you guys. Like if I didn't have your reflection, I'd be right fucked.
Be careful, Faith.
Yeah, I know. Like if I was just dealing with the public, I'd be hot. Like I would have been arrested. There's no question I would have been arrested. So. Yeah, that's not what needs to happen. So I appreciate that, because it's just, yeah, I've got to learn to handle myself. I get way out of hand. So yeah, I can't do anything but just thanks. Move on. Fucking let's move forward. I'll see you guys, and Desert's gonna make sure I get home okay. So thanks, Desert. I love you lots. I'll see you guys later. Naughty, I'll talk to you first thing in the morning if you're live. Like you'll see me, but like I'm never really gone. I'm always watching. You know that.
Later.
Okay,
all right.
see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Buenas noches.
Yeah, what was it? Shit. What?
We're talking about the laws of...
Yeah, the eunuch.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 23:1. Deuteronomy 22:5 is sometimes used. Usually not by the more sophisticated ones in terms of arguing for it. And it's like pretty easy counter, right? Trans women's really one, so therefore it's not actually cross-dressing.
So the hardest ones to counter are actually in the New Testament, because we follow the Old Testament, as far as like the Ten Commandments, but when it comes to ceremonial law and rabbinical law, it's not so much the case. So the stronger arguments are actually probably found in from Paul, and then from Paul there's the argument that it's prostitution, because the word can go either way in the Greek, as male prostitution and temple prostitutes. But it's, you know, it's a very confusing issue, and like I said,
That's for
if you feel that, you have to take Romans 1 literally and to the law, and like I believe, that people have the right to engage and be, masters of their own body however they want, then yeah, go ahead. And it's just, what I'm against is people throwing it on everybody else. Like, I'm following this law, so you must too. And Hillbilly's argument was that marriage is from a man and a woman God created, period. And then it doesn't matter if you're secular or theist. And I understand that to some degree, but then at the same time, there's a lot of things I think that were set forth by God, and we're failing miserably in general, and we're not, following those things too. So I don't know. It's hard. It still doesn't warrant treating somebody poorly.
Pauline. This is their only belief for homosexuality. In the trans case, clearly the actual sort of law sections, are going to be abrogated by the new covenant, right? Or dispensation, whichever way you go. But in the things like Genesis 2:24, Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 5, you have proclamations that are different. Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 5, you can counter that it's specifically directed toward Jeremiah. Which of course when I try to turn it around, I was made this way in the womb. In fact, we have empirical evidence of this. And suddenly the arguing where it's usually wielded against me is turned on its head, and they deny that it's directed toward all. Right?
There's also, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. There's also another womb one too. So that's been used for the God don't make junk argument. So the God don't make junk, if I could, do that right. That's another argument, and that usually comes from the Christian or Catholic. Usually Catholics don't do this, actually. It's actually the evangelical Christians, usually in the Midwest, who take an extremely conservative stance, and they'll say that even the inclination or desire is a choice, and that you wouldn't naturally ever veer that way, and that God would never make you that way. And that falls apart too. I mean, that falls apart with intersex really easy. People that have been born with, two different parts. You know, it just doesn't make sense. We are born in all different sort of ways, and we aren't screaming that God made them junk. So it's interesting.
Psalms 139, 13, 14. Yeah. That's, I don't know, I guess 13 is usually taken as citing Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 5. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess in the sources I've seen, but looking at it right now, it can stand on its own. There's 1 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 19, New Testament, but then at that point you have to argue it's a desecration. In the case of I mean, the mistake argument and so on is, You can All right, bear with me while I hide everyone. Okay. Here we go. I just started powering everybody up, and you can come back from there. Yeah, might as well. Okay, everybody can unhide themselves at this point. Well, I'll do it for you.
Crap, I didn't mean to.
Okay.
I thought I DC'd or something. I was like,
Yeah, well, you get control room, and you can unhide yourself, so.
What happened there?
That was weird.
do I
It's
DC
one.
that right now and hide myself? This is new to me. I'm so pro.
Control room, you can do it, yeah. The down chevron in the upper right-hand corner of the thumbnail video stream in the lower row of thumbnail video streams will give you the option to hide and unhide people when you have control room, including yourself, right?
Yeah, I didn't have that. For whatever. What was that? Was that one of those Google Drop events?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, I was dozing off, unfortunately, but I was like, whoa, that caught me.
Unfortunately, when those happen, only the host of the Hangout automatically gets control room restored to them. Everyone else has to be granted control room again by the moderator or someone else with control room. In principle, if it happens slowly enough, one person who's not the host could pass control room on to another, but it's usually fast enough it beats people to the punch.
So I'm guessing you unhid me because I don't have that option from what I see. So.
Yeah,
no, actually, it's not why. Everyone in here has control room, so if you're not seeing it, it's a glitch. Might be an incompatibility with your browser. So.
yeah, you'll have a bigger menu than you normally see. Like when you hit the chevron, you normally see just 3 items: mute, profile, and what is it? You normally see mute, profile, and present. But if you have, when you have the control room, you also get.
Presenting needs control room too.
Yeah, you also get the hide or show or whatever. It's a bigger menu when you have the controls.
Yeah, it's not working. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, but
There needs to be an update where if you have control room and your computer cites a blue screen or you get kicked out for some glitch reason, you should automatically have it back when you come back into the room.
well, it's not the way it works, unfortunately.
Hopefully there's an update for it soon.
Well, they already have some, flat out bugs, glitches, and so on to patch up. New features might be best to hold off on until they figure that one out.
Yeah.
Figures those bugs out. Yeah.
I have that same basic complaint with Apple, actually. Their operating systems, their last 2, have just gotten buggier and buggier. It's like, all right, fix the bugs. We don't need major new feature enhancements yet. Of course, they're rolling out the watch, so that's gonna. They've already put support for that in, but.
Any more word to the future of Google Plus, or are they still Going to be
Who knows?
redesigned?
That's a hard question. I can't really tell you.
Okay.
I can't really read Google's minds and so on.
No word
But
from the grapevine.
I would argue that, you know, feature enhancements that really matter are in themselves resolutions to bugs of a sort, like design flaws. So, for instance, say that there is a sort of workload encountered that needs to spawn a vast number of threads, right? Well, at that point, support for end-to-end threads would enable that workload. Otherwise, essentially, you cannot run crashes and so on. And, well, end-to-end threads are something of a feature in their own right. Even so, right, they act as a resolution of a design flaw that limits the number of threads to, strictly less than the amount of memory and such, right? So,
Yeah. I know you're far more familiar with the subject than I am, but one of the things that I've done generally with software that needed to be multi-threaded was I would pre-create a pool of threads so that I would have threads that are immediately available on demand rather than having to allocate them only when they're required, because then but that was because of resource constraints in terms of the overhead of creating a thread and the need to have the thread immediately available.
well,
And of
okay.
course, the other tuning thing was a maximum number of threads, because if you had too many going at once, weird things would go on. I know that's not technical.
Well, I'm sure Google is
Well,
listening.
part
So.
of the enablement of end-to-end is actually asynchronous cycling, which drags in yet another feature, a large feature, which in a way resolves the design flaw. So, what? Moving on, though.
Yeah.
We were
rudely interrupted.
no.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, though, that feature enhancements can include the bug fixes. As a
No, the way around, that the bug fixes demand things that are features, in a way.
that could happen also, I guess.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. The level, the causation, right? Causal force goes the other direction. In order to resolve the problem, feature of sorts introduced. Right? But in any event, you said the conservative evangelical Protestants and such, yes, have arguments in these forums. And in fact, that's these Catholic arguments and such are radically different. They they don't have this kind of like I don't know, verse cherry picking um, kind of basis to them. They have rather kind of like teleological instead of arguments surrounding essentially like reproductive teleology and so on. They're almost philosophical. There aren't that many Catholics on here, so and the ones there
I'm
are,
noticing that. I was
yeah.
noticing that. Like, I run into theists, Islam, no Catholics, and I
I
mean, I
grew up
might be
Catholic.
yeah. See, I have Catholic family, so I know a lot about them,
I
but
know a little bit about it, but
um, And I think Brett King, I was on his thing the first time ever, and a long time ago. Well, a few weeks ago, and I think Nephilim kept thinking I was Catholic because I said some things Catholics do better than Protestants, and then I was like suddenly the Catholic. But yeah, there seems to be not so much of a representative I can't even talk. Bleh. They're
I think there
underrepresented.
only two I remember is Vassal and wasn't Epicurus Catholic, or he's still around?
Yeah, he was for a while.
Oh, he's not Catholic anymore, or is he not still around?
He's gone Anglican.
What's that?
He's
Oh,
gone.
Anglican, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I think I've met him. I met an Anglican, which is probably, the sister of Catholicism right there.
Yeah, the Anglican Church, I think, based on history, is essentially virtually identical to the Catholic Church, except the monarch is the head of the church instead of the Pope, and it allows the monarchs to get divorces.
Yeah, right about the time of Henry VIII, suddenly they were like, "Oh, let's get away from the Catholic Church." So, but they're still kind of
do you have confessions and all that sort of thing still? The Anglican?
the Anglicans I don't know, but
They
then their
have
theology
Lent
is a little
and
different.
all that, yeah.
The fact that C.S. Lewis was an Anglican is kind of interesting, but atheist turned Anglican actually, and
Welcome, Meg. Welcome, Seth.
hey,
Hey, Seth.
Tolkien
They're
was Catholic, so
more commonly known as Church of England.
yep, Church of England.
Catholicism, like,
I don't know if you know Christian culture here in the States that much, but the lead singer for the band Jars of Clay became Anglican, and that kind of caused a little bit of a stir because I don't know, because it's a little less American. I don't know. People were like, "Whoa, wait, what do I think about this?" Like, I thought it was kind of funny.
you gotta worship Satan when you play music, obviously.
Well, all the best music is Satan worshipping.
Of course.
Paganini, of course.
That's like an objective fact.
What about fish hats? I mean, come on, fish hats.
Well, it's Paganini's Devil's Trill. There you go. You're too talented at the violin. You must be in league with the devil.
Well, make women faint. What else could there be? What other explanation?
Who is Meg?
I am Meg.
Oh, so in the little thumbnail, you look like a young child.
Oh, thank you.
It's like, wait, what's this little kid doing in here? Okay. All right.
Bringing you up, you don't look little. It's just you're maybe petite.
It was in. Well,
no,
I'm
not like that.
petite at all.
My age.
Took my glasses. Yeah, I took my glass. I'm not trying to be like insulting or anything. It's just that I took my glasses off. I see this thumbnail. It's like, there's a little girl in here.
Ooh, let's play a game. Let's ask Meg leading questions about morality and science, and try to guess on whether or not she's a Christian, Muslim, atheist, or Jew.
Well, see, you and Nadia have an unfair advantage then.
Okay,
You guys should be disqualified from answering.
Okay, I'm gonna ask. I'll ask questions.
Okay.
Moral questions, just moral questions, right? Not about theism directly or anything, but moral questions, right?
Nothing that directly answers the question, like, hey, are you Christian? Hey, did Jesus Christ die for your sins? No. Moral questions, questions about scientific credibility, that kind of stuff.
Do you believe that in order to make a law for a society, it has to affect the whole of society? meaning it has to go beyond affecting an individual.
Could you give me like I don't want to say an example, but like a hypothetical situation for that?
Let's go with suicide.
Okay.
If we make a law against suicide and implements and tools that might help someone commit suicide, is that helping the individual or is that helping society?
Okay, so my brain's kind of like ready to go to bed. I was actually in bed when I got up, but okay, so if I'm understanding it correctly, totally correct me if I'm wrong. You want to know if I feel that we should make laws that benefit all of society instead of just individuals, or?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like I'm stealing Seth's like famous line because he says it like twice a day, every day. I feel like, but I feel like any laws that we enact should benefit the greater good, but that shouldn't necessarily keep individuals from doing something that they like. It's hard to explain because like I feel like someone's gonna end up bringing up like pedophilia or something like that. I'm talking about like you saying laws should benefit or do the most good with the least amount of damage or something like that, Seth?
No, I'm talking about laws that prevent somebody from self-harming
Okay.
versus laws that would harm other people. So someone that was like committing suicide, they're self-harming themselves, but they're not necessarily shooting up a school.
Sure. I mean, like, to be that specific, I feel like someone should be able to kill themselves if they have decided that that was the only option, or their preferred option, I guess, given that they're not directly harming anyone else, so as long as they're not, like, killing someone in the process.
Okay, someone else go while I ponder this.
Were you just asking questions, or what was the topic?
Well, now you have an unfair advantage too. They're asking Meg questions, non-direct questions about theology, to figure out whether or not she's a theist and what kind of theist, or an atheist, or an agnostic, or an apatheist.
Oh, so I'm not supposed to know.
I might be the only person that doesn't know you.
I'll keep my mouth shut then. I won't say
I don't think Art does. Fudd doesn't. Flip doesn't. Desert doesn't.
And to be fair, B was I was only in the room with B for like 30 seconds or something like that.
I just happened to hear the answer, so.
Oh, okay. Well.
Ah.
I can just tell by the way you look. I know the answer.
If I was closer to my bookshelf, I'd give away the answer too.
Here's a hint. Look at her last name.
What?
Well, it's always the problem.
Bergman, like related to Ingmar Bergman? What are we going for?
No, I'm not related to them at all.
I'm kidding. It's a Jewish-sounding last name, Bergman.
It's spelled wrong to be Jewish.
Yeah.
How about the trolley problem?
The what?
Whether or not you'd push someone over, the utilitarian? Is that what we're going for?
Trolley. I thought you said Charlie. I'm like, what the hell?
Are you talking about the utilitarian question? Which
It's
kind of
not a
decides if someone's
utilitarian
sociopath.
question.
Trolley problem. Easy. No action.
So the trolley scenario isn't really tied to utilitarianism. It's just utilitarian is often applied to it.
Okay, so I'm not the most eloquent at that question.
Or better yet, make sure everyone gets run over by the trolley instead of the number of people. Just maximize the number of people that get run over.
If we're gonna fight about something like this, everybody gets to die.
So if you want me to ask her the trolley question, I can.
Go for it.
Okay, so there's a train coming down the track. Let's say it's a trolley because of the trolley question. And there's a split in the tracks, and you're standing by the controls to split the rail. If you do nothing, it hits 3 people. If you change the tracks, the trolley will be diverted and hit 1 fat person.
That's not how I heard it.
I'm just making him fat because I want it to be fat.
Yeah,
You
I
want
did for a
that to
second
factor
there. I
into your
was
thinking.
what does that have to do with it?
We're just trying to establish this person can't run out of the way.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You could say somebody with no legs or something. Anyway.
Are they in one of those little electric scooters so they can scoot out of the way?
Do you flip the switch?
I run to the fat person, and I put him with the other 3 as quickly as possible, leaving the switch alone.
Yeah, it's like how fat are we talking? Because I can push my brother out of the way.
Yeah, we're supposed to overanalyze these questions.
Okay, so one person or 3 people, right?
That's not the only scenario. By you doing nothing, it kills the 3 people. By you acting and flipping the switch, it kills 1 person.
Okay.
So do you act or do you not?
Can I have backstories on these 3 people, or are these just 3?
Nope.
I just happened upon the train tracks.
You're walking along.
One of them is fat, though. So,
walking around downtown LA in the 1930s. The red car's coming down. You're by the pulley. Which one?
I guess I'd. Sounds horrible saying I'd kill a fat person, but I guess I'd. What is it? Pull the lever.
All right, we got that on tape, right? We can get this so I can show everyone. Okay.
Hidden option C. I pull out a rocket launcher, blow up the trolley. No one on the tracks dies except for all the people in the trolley.
there you go. I've heard it done in a different way in that you're on the trolley and it's headed towards and it's gonna hit like 5 people, but there's a fat person on the trolley with you that if you push them off in front of the trolley, it will stop it. So would you do that?
Yeah, and that's the utilitarian way. Yeah, and yeah.
I mean, because and then that puts the other element in there of you would actually have to be physically pushing the person off instead of just flipping a switch. That's a different level.
You're probably right. There's a lot of different variations of this trolley problem.
Although the utilitarian argument is, since these people are all strangers to you, it really doesn't matter one way or the other. An action takes effort, so screw it. No action.
Close your eyes and run away.
Couldn't I have just like yelled at the people that were standing on the tracks to get out of the way?
Yeah, that would be too
loud, dummy.
Or maybe they were deaf. It was a school of deaf children.
Well, no, see, then the deaf thing is out of the way because I can do sign language, so it's like I'll just I'll throw rocks at them and then get them to move.
Nice. Yeah.
Well, actually, hearing the sort of contrast between having to push a fat man and having to flip a switch.
Yes.
As you can tell by Megan's wrong answer to that moral dilemma, she's an atheist.
The wrong answer? I didn't know there was a wrong answer to that one.
But hey guys, with regards to the fat guy who you have to push from the rails, from the bridge, I have a sort of a middle ground there. What you can do instead of pushing him, on the rails, is just throw a hamburger on the rails.
That's mean. That's not nice.
Well, that's certainly an option, especially if the fat bastard in question is Christy.
My next question would have been if you would consider stopping someone from shooting the heroin an infringement upon liberty.
Is Christy still playing head of Clinton?
I didn't know he was.
He was at one point.
What was your question, Deidre? Is it Deidre, right?
Yeah, Deidre. I think we established she's an atheist, so I think if I remember right. But I was going to say my next question would have been if you would consider um, stopping someone from shooting heroin an infringement upon their liberty.
Given a few, not is it qualified? If I could like ensure that they had a safe place in which to do it, so they were like in their own home or somewhere where they weren't just kind of like out in public, or somewhere where they weren't like where they were around people that they didn't know and trust, and they knew the consequences of shooting up heroin and everything like that, and they, I know that what it'll do to me, I know what it can do to me, that kind of stuff, and they still wanted to do it, then I wouldn't stop them. But if it was just like some 16-year-old kid that was like, yeah, drugs, let's do this, then yeah, no.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even smoked marijuana. Let me start with the hard stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. We're cleaning out the genetic gene pool here. Okay, that made everyone quiet.
I don't know what to say to that.
I got a text message. It just distracted me.
Do you think that prostitution should be legal?
Yes.
That was a quick answer.
I did a whole like.
Out that she's a libertarian. That's what we're finding out.
We like Megan now.
I'm no libertarian, and I think so as well.
Well, I guess in a godless, communist, masochistic philosophy, there's nothing wrong with being a prostitute, is there?
Yeah, you dumb atheists.
I don't think there's anything wrong with being a prostitute anyway.
He should have health benefits, the whole rigmarole.
It's like I did a whole like. Oh, go ahead.
The only thing wrong with prostitution is that it's not unionized.
There we go.
Unions,
Yes.
everything.
It's like I had to do a whole speech on it for a speech class. Like we had to draw like topics out of a hat, and I got prostitution, and had to do a speech on why prostitution is a good thing, and convince everybody that it is a good thing. And it's like basically it's like if we could like if the prostitutes were of age of consent and consenting to the acts, and the men involved were consenting to the acts, I don't have a problem with it. I only have a problem with the way prostitution works now, because a lot of it is women and young girls who aren't necessarily like, yeah, let's go have sex for money. And a lot of it ends up being, hey, here's this pimp that's going to talk to you and be really flattering and, kind of get you to like him or whatever, and then kind of force you to do it. That I'm not okay with, and, young girls and stuff like that. And if we made it legal, we could have, like, some stipulations, kind of like, I'm, like, trying to remember the speech thing, but, it's like, if we had, like,
medical exams, licensing,
yeah, it's like
registered companion, Firefly.
I usually hear is like single mothers who are shot out of like pink collar, very occupations and jobs and such by essentially demands on like flex time from child rearing and so on, child care.
Wonder what effect that would have on marriage rates.
Us good Christians wouldn't be affected.
How about polygamy? Polyamory. Polyamorous.
I'm fine with it, given that all parties are aware of the other parties and consenting again. Not for me, but...
I think polyamory is wrong. You should not mix Greek and Latin roots.
I hear you. I hear you on that. Polyamory. And you're like, what is this word?
I think same-sex marriage is wrong. Every once in a while, you should switch positions.
Come on, man.
I, you have a good, stable barracks full of buff, goofy Cabetta boys.
Did you say
Yeah.
Tibetan boys?
Cabana boys.
Oh,
Oh,
Cabana. I was like, Tibetan boys.
I feel like that's
3:30
the
here.
reason that I'm the only one that laughed at that.
Well, I was like, my brain was like, is that what she said? I was like trying to decide. I had just linked a Tibetan sky funeral with vultures that eat dead bodies and stuff. I was pretty morbid to somebody. And they're like,
Monks
wait,
can get pretty kinky there.
yeah, it's intense. It's not for the faint of heart. It's pretty gross.
Well, I'm no fan of Tibetan religion any more than I am of any other. So
Well, I mean, like, nothing, I mean, who really cares, what happens to a dead body? I mean, we all dust to dust, right? You'd send me into space or explode me and it wouldn't really matter.
I think it matters to your family.
Oh yeah, there's the mourning period and stuff, but to them it's beautiful, this idea that your soul, or I don't know, something about your body or your essence or something's flying in the sky. But to us, we look at it and go, oh my gosh, they're butchering dead bodies and vultures are eating them, and it's like horrific to us. But I guess it's all in your perspective.
Let's see, if your family wants to imagine you flying around in the sky, the space burial is even better, because then they can kind of look up and say, there she is.
Oh, that's awesome. I want to be a satellite.
Look, kids, there's Grandma.
I want a traditional burial. I want to be the biggest pain in the ass I can be. Get the heaviest coffin I can, just whatever.
Solid gold coffin.
Heaviest wood you can get. People are struggling. What the fuck?
See, if you're gonna do that, then go ahead and just let yourself go the last 10 years of your life, so you swell up to 300 pounds or something like that, and then you
Yeah.
just
Get stuck
Weird.
to your chair.
Be
Yep.
buried in the piano.
So they have to peel you off the chair, your dead corpse off the chair.
Like I'm being a creeper, checking out your profile, and we're almost neighbors. I'm in San Diego.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Actually, I always thought a funny thing to do would be, the Lennon route. You get yourself preserved and encased in a clear box of clear lucite, solid, naked, of course. Well, it doesn't have to be lucite, but any clear acrylic material would do. You'll never decompose. And your relatives can stop by and see you at any time. If you don't bury yourself, you have yourself put in your living room.
You gotta remember, it's 4 in the morning for me and Fudd.
There is a Philip K. Dick book that I can't remember the title right now. I just remember it was a Philip K. Dick book I was reading, where in the last moments of your life, if you don't die a natural death, if they know you're going to die, they can basically slow down your metabolism to the point where your brain barely functions, and you get this extra time of life, basically, where when no one's visiting you, your metabolism is slow, and your mind and other people's minds are networked, and you can speak to each other. And every once in a while, your loved ones can come by, and they could speed up the metabolism of your brain or whatever, and they can speak to you and ask you questions, and what you want to do with your stuff. It's kind of what it reminded me of.
Kind of interesting.
Let me see if I can find out what book that was.
Yeah, PKD came out with some rather interesting stories. See, there was one, I forget exactly what it's called, but it was about this space crew had picked up this weird critter on a planet, and the critter could talk, and they were wondering if they should eat it or not. And they finally, and they were having a conversation and all, and they finally decided, what the hell, they're going to eat it. So Captain had it killed, and they ate it, and then it picked up the conversation. They picked up the conversation, except from the creature's point of view. Something of the bub or something.
Tom, why do you look like Tommy?
Effectively, eating the creature transferred your its thoughts into you, and that's how that was basically how it propagated, was by getting eaten by people or whatever. So it would move its intelligence into whoever ate it. You know, Palm's going to do that trick enough times that I'm actually going to think Tommy is here.
I almost said, "Hey, Tommy."
Dude,
I did too.
the first time that he did it, I actually thought it was Tommy.
Holy crap! It's a full room.
Or alternatively, it'll be Tommy, and I'll think it's Palm.
Yeah.
Tommy should totally do that with a little baby with little horns come in.
There's a book he made called Humpty Dumpty in Oakland.
What?
What was that?
Philip K. Dick has a book or a short story called Humpty Dumpty in Oakland.
Who's that?
Philip K. Dick. What a trip.
Do we have a plan on that?
You know what? I will check it out. That's really weird. Plot summary. In 1960, 58-year-old Jim Ferguson decides to sell his Oakland-based auto repair business and retire. This threatens to greatly inconvenience his business tenant, used car salesman Al Miller, who rents the lot from Ferguson to sell his battered but superficially reconditioned old jalopies. Chris Harmon, an entrepreneur, advises Ferguson to invest in a new super garage located in Marin County Gardens. Jim takes a fall in the mud and has a minor heart attack during the visit to the property to personally verify its existence. Miller is convinced that... Geez. Hold on, I'm just going to read this and sum it up for you.
Sounds promising so far.
What?
Twitter.
What is... This is weird. As it turns out, an innocent administrative error. Al's actual assignment now involves mass marketing barbershop music. What?
Alright, that just took a downhill turn.
Wow, okay. That's weird. I'm done reading that. That's just strange.
He's sleepy. I woke him up. He was all nice and cuddled up in bed, and then I got up to come on here.
I adopted
Oh
my
my
cat at
God.
like 3 years old, so she's a little bit wild. She was an indoor-outdoor, so she's a little feisty.
He's 8 months old.
What's his name?
Noodles.
I'm an idiot. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking idiot. That book...
I'm glad you realized it.
God.
book by Philip K. Dick that I was looking for with like the half like frozen dead people is my favorite Philip K. Dick book. It's Ubik. Totally forgot that was in Ubik.
Oh no, how did your nail get long? I swear I clipped these.
What was the premise of it? Like, right before you died, they slow down your brain to do what?
Well, that's not the premise of it. The premise is something
Oh.
different. This is just something else in that universe. Before you die, if you're not totally dead, they could basically keep your brain animated in a state of low metabolic rate where you can interact with other dead brains, quote unquote, and your loved ones can come visit you and they can take you out of this cryogenic state where you're still dead, you can't move, but you can communicate with them in real time. But every time they visit you and all the time you spend in that state basically lessens the time that you have in a kind of half cryo afterlife.
How did the other dead people fit into it?
What other dead people?
Oh, I thought you said there's other dead people you're
Yeah, there are other
communicating
dead people. They're in like this network, kind of an
Oh,
like
they're all half like okay.
That'd be weird, though. I mean, do you really want to live like that? I don't know if I would. That's kind of a
Ray
weird thought.
Kurzweil thinks we will.
Hmm. It's like
Ray
I can
Kurzweil.
just imagine some Vanilla Sky like meltdown or something.
Ray Kurzweil seems to think that he's a futurist working at Google right now. Thinks that we'll be able to basically, in a sense, really simplify, download our brains to a computer and live out our afterlives as kind of a program.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Well,
Aren't they pretty
it was
close to doing that?
That
Yeah.
really depends on how you see personal identity in metaphysics.
William Gibson beat him to that in Neuromancer. The character Flatline was a downloaded personality. If you'll remember, if you've read Neuromancer.
I have not.
It's a worth reading. I haven't read Snow Crash yet, but Neuromancer, that's one of the it is one of the first of the cyberpunk genre. It's a good book.
Check it out.
Personal identity.
Yeah, do you think that, I mean, I guess, geez, I don't know.
Oh, I am forced to ask, has Ray Kurzweil ever been correct in a prediction?
Hasn't he pushed back the singularity a couple of times?
I don't know. I'm trying to think if he's the same Kurzweil that invented the first OCR algorithm. Or if he's any way related to the Kurzweil who created the first electronic synthesizer that is virtually indistinguishable from a real acoustic piano.
Principal inventor of the first CCD flatbed scanner, the first OmniFront optical character recognition, first
that is the guy.
Recipient of a $500,000 MIT Lemonson Prize, the world's largest for innovation. In 1999, he received National Medal of Technology.
He wrote Future Shock too, I think.
Yes, I think he did. I'm pretty sure he did.
He's done some brilliant stuff, but I think ultimately his ability to predict the future has proven to be no better than anyone else's.
I think Richard Heinberg's a lot better predicting the future.
So how's the future look? Bleak?
According to Heinberg, yes.
Depends how much money you have.
At some point in the future, our atoms will be scattered back into the universe. Approximately 5 billion years from now, we'll be swallowed up by the sun. It'll go on for a while longer as a red giant. And then as the core finally collapses, the outer shell will be scattered forth.
Infinity, it's infinite universes, though.
And
The infinite expansion.
some of your atoms will become part of another solar system. Actually, your atoms will probably be scattered among numerous solar systems. So plan ahead. You've only got 20 or 30 billion years before that happens.
Should have bought an acre on the moon when I had a chance. I think they're going for like $5.
Okay, well, I would say probably the pertinent things to us in terms of natural forces might be petroleum depletion, climate change, and antibiotic resistance.
Palm.
I think that's the Mormons, Bob.
What's that?
We'll be able to create our own planets and stars by then.
What does it say? Oh. Okay. Which cousin?
The one that's a tattoo artist in Washington?
You have like 23 or something ridiculous. I don't have them all memorized.
Oh, fuck, I thought G-Man came in for a second. Well, what the fuck?
Please don't tell me G-Man actually was using the banana example.
No, he was probably making the argument that evolution is false because atheists are related to bananas.
Evolution is false because atheists eat bananas. That's actually one of the funniest things he's ever done. Is in the middle of a debate or an argument. I'm not sure if it was an actual debate or not. He pulls out an orange and says, "I'm eating your cousin."
Do you think G-Man is a comedian or like just super stupid?
He's animated for sure.
I don't think
Looney Tunes.
I don't think he's funny enough to be a comedian. He's not that funny. A few things he does are legitimately hilarious, but
Remember, we're all baby Satanists.
Well, I'm. I like he's. Oh, comedian is quite the right word for it. But definitely doing it as entertainment.
What are you up to, Nadia? What are you doing?
QR codes. Friday. Get QR code cooperate.
What are you talking
Right
about?
now, QR encode only seems to be generating. Oh, supposed to be like black and white.
Wait, you found a QR encoding algorithm?
No, it's just a mainline QR encodes.
Ah,
Anti-natalists are out in.
They're what?
Anti-natalists are having their own hangout right now.
Yeah.
Or they were anyway. And Mendham's in there though, so.
couldn't they optimize their? Couldn't they optimize antinatalism by committing mass suicide?
You missed the point.
I'm gonna head out and follow wherever the hell Seth went. I'll text you guys later.
Take care, Meg.
Here, Meg.
All right.
Later. Good luck in your stalking.
Thank you.
See you later.
Are they dating? Does anybody know?
I think so, yeah. Seth mentioned that he has a girlfriend named Meg. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's her.
That's his girlfriend.
I think it is.
No, that's not her.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. I'm gonna trust Nadia's brain
Yes.
filled with facts.
I'm actually very interested in whether or not, well, what the actual QR encoding algorithm is. Just to do a quick, simple utility app to hold me over, because this, I think the nutrition thing is going to be like big.
I turned on it for various reasons.
I mean, as in taking lots of time.
Oh, well, yes. Big for that, yeah.
I mean, I don't mean big as in many, many clocks of code. I'm just talking time-wise. I mean, getting together a coherent database and shit. But I had this idea, and I'm sure it's not original, about use of QR codes.
Yeah, I'm mostly target for the design of my ex-business card.
Yeah, the business card thing.
David Herring's thing was pretty good.
But the idea is like, it would be I mean, like, you can share contacts iPhone to iPhone easily enough, or even through, well, you can do it through text messages too, so maybe the whole thing is pointless. Or maybe it'll have a nifty feature, a nifty factor that'll make people think, oh, cool.
see if I can.
just check the document. I have to check the documentation. I'd have to do that, although to do an Android version, that would be a major uphill battle because it's a shitload of stuff to learn to program for Android. And I've been climbing that hill for iOS.
Did you say it was the VCF format?
Yes, .vcf.
Variant call format for bioinformatics gene sequence variations.
Well, this was a business card format. That is, it would hold your phone number, address, URLs, notes. A V-card is what you want to look up.
Okay, here we go.
The file extension just happens to be VCF. And typically, you would put it as an attachment to an email. It's been around for a while. But quite clearly, it's encodable on a QR code since you've done that on whatever website that was.
QR encode seems to have no idea how to do it.
Yeah, neither do I. I don't even know how to decode them. I mean, I used a built-in library function to do that.
All I'm really doing is trying to get the built-in library things to behave well. So
if there's a built-in library function to...
What is this application, this library function, whatever it is, wanting is its format, etc. All I get is a spec for that. Anyway, maybe something that'll bore everyone else to death less or something. Maybe there's a set of information you could include, like various theological positions and whatnot, in a QR code, or
you could do all sorts of things.
Anywhere on the screen, right? So you have a QR code, it's a custom overlay. And I'll bet I can even figure out how to use GIMP to create one.
Yeah, I think QR codes can be used for. I mean, well, considering the amount of data they can hold, I mean, just shy of 4 kilobytes. I mean, you can squeeze a lot of stuff into that.
Well, what kind of philosophical positions would we line up for, say, great debate discussions and whatnot?
Well, aren't there all sorts of labels for positions that people hold? Transubstantialism and all that crap.
Within metaphysics, are we going to include personal identity, or what are the various kinds of varied epistemology?
If I remember, it's 4,029 characters of textual information if it's ASCII text, or 4,029 bytes. So essentially, anything you can express in 4,029 bytes.
Sure, but in order to decode these in a meaningful way, we would have to have kind of a standardized format, right?
Well, you could use JSON or XML. Obviously, those get a little fat, and I don't know if zipping them would gain you anything, because a zip file obviously has header information in it.
Well, you would have something of a philosophical survey, right, with some kind of, say, positional or similar kind of encoding of the queries, and a question number, and then or numbered replies to each question, because there are only a finite number of positions available, right?
Yeah.
You could even go about it, even compressing that. So
There's a
trick is, of course, getting this QR encode to cooperate.
Yeah, it had, well, that one, let's say you downloaded an application for your phone that just didn't deal with that VCF file that you put in, or vCard that you put in. That was a vCard file, wasn't it?
Yes, but the trouble actually was that they were passing the information they extracted along to the contacts application standard on Android phones. When they passed that information along, they did not add, say, website fields for various website URLs and so on. Rather, they mishandled in quite some different number of ways.
Yeah, okay. So they screwed it up.
Right. I did add contacts from the QR decoding app. Right, it would plug the phone, the name, sometimes the email, sometimes not, into the right fields, and then the website fields would all be handled wrong. The actual contacts application has things like websites as additional fields you can add. You should have gone through each website in the vCard file to add it as another website field. Instead, sometimes it ignored the website fields altogether in the vCard file.
Oh,
Did
it throw it into the notes section?
Sorry, it didn't pass them in any way to the contacts application. In another case, it added the website fields as plain text in the notes field. There's a note field in the vCard, and that was the beginning of the note field in the contact application. But once that particular app was done with the notes field of the vCard file, it then appended all the URLs as plain text additions to the notes field. And I can't remember what the one that was kind of sort of in between did with URLs. I think it might have grabbed the first available one and done something weird with it. It didn't do it as a regular website field in the contacts app. So essentially, just properly interpreting the vCard file with respect to the website links provided in it. When it passes those to the contacts application is the crux of the matter with those.
Right.
Okay.
Well, the vCard file is a standard format. It's been around forever. So
Wasn't that it couldn't interpret the format per se, but rather that when it passed things around to the contacts application, it didn't pass them correctly.
Yeah, but yeah, it sounds like a bug though, rather than a limitation in the QR code.
Could be a limitation of the API for passing the information to the contact.
Well, yeah, on iPhone there is a specific API for accessing contacts, and when a program wishes to do so, at the operating system level, the user is asked whether or not to grant permission to do so.
There's quite a number of other stuff that go in a vCard now, like pronouns. Yeah. Well, mine are obviously she, her, hers, but occasionally you'll get they, them, theirs, and sometimes even exotic ones like G, Jur, and Jurs. I don't know.
Are you talking about foreign character sets?
ZHE, ZIR, and I don't know what the possessive is. So, speaking of like identifying info for people when images pop up on the screen, because a lot of times in the Google Plus info, right, your stuff doesn't really pop up. Right, what good does your actual lower third do? Right. The QR code could be handy basically just for getting on-screen info as some kind of computer interpretable link to your data or description otherwise. Right?
I don't, I also, as far as the vCard format goes, I don't know whether it has an upper size limit or not. I mean, if you were to punch in a whole list of URLs and a crapload of notes, I can see you easily overflowing the capability of a QR code. Now, there's also data matrix. I'd have to look up its storage capabilities. It's a bit different. But the code you showed on your medical band, for whatever reason, my camera didn't recognize it, either due to lack of resolution and steadiness on the video, or simply due to it being a different format than what is actually recognized by iOS 8.
Yeah, vCard doesn't look like a very difficult format to just hang out your own parsers, etc. for inputters likewise, but at the same time, it's really about having.
It has to be parsed properly, which means it has to be structured properly.
Yeah, just like shoving XML in there or something. Right?
Yeah.
Might be a better idea. It's the XML, you can just drop basically any field you want. Really.
Yeah. But I mean, for example, I can on my phone, I can basically text you a V card, which your phone should be able to automatically put into your contacts, and vice versa.
You can
I know
embed
I've tested it with someone else's iPhone, Android phone.
You can embed XML into the V card, right? So if you had a V card for the basic info, right, you can drop like, say metaphysics, naturalism, epistemology, verification, ethics, utilitarianism, and so on to the XML part of the V card.
So extra structured information. That's
key value pair, right?
Yeah, key value pairs.
Or theology, atheist or Christian or whatever. What do you think, Deidre? When you look at people like that were participating in Hangouts, you want to find out who they are, get more dirt on them. QR codes help. That's one way to get it.
QR codes? What is that? I mean, I really don't know. I'm not one of those people that really wants to creep on people. So actually, though, if you told me how people creep on people, maybe I can keep from being creeped on.
Not really about so much as it is about it's like a UPC label, only it's like a two-dimensional, like black and white bunch of squares, right? So each little, it's like 200 squares by 200 squares or something like that, and 200 by 200, something like that.
200, yeah.
Who cares? 183 by 183, something like that. Regardless, however many pixels it is, each one's like a little black square. And then your phone has apps that can decode this thing. And you can import them into your contacts, right? They might have like G+ profile links in there, which might help you find them. Because when you're watching people in a Hangout, right? How do you know who they are? The only person you have any link to is the one who's hosting it. None of the participants you have any idea about. Point your phone at your screen, QR code scan, bada bing, bada boom.
Huh.
You know who's right?
That's interesting.
That's it.
I will.
Too. It might tell you a bit about them too. Like we can have like great debate stuff, like these things I was talking about, stuffing in the XML part of the V card, like like the metaphysics, epistemology, theology, and so on. Oh, cheers, Bob. Let me see. Or FUD.
Yeah.
Okay.
Deidre, look at.
Yep, I see.
That's a QR code.
Yeah, so like that's the stuff that like when I go to Starbucks and you have to scan the thing, like it's that stuff.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Keep it for a little bit. My phone gets in.
Oh, okay, that's what that is.
Now this one only contains a very small amount of information.
Hang on. Yep, basically just has my Patreon URL. Okay.
I could scan it, but I'm too lazy right now.
Oops.
Oh, that's fine. Right, but basically, like, you get one of those and, like, I mean, Think about my screen. Right.
So that kind of solves that idea when we were talking about having some sort of ID where you'd be responsible kind of for your words. We were talking about like how people are really irresponsible because they think that they're hiding behind some sort of profile. At least you'd be it'd sort of be tied to you still.
Right. Absolutely.
I think I broke something. I can't seem to unshare.
Well, let me see if I can.
Tell you what, let me just refresh the room.
All right, let me try getting the big one into something of a QR or custom overlay here, and I need to, I guess, create a large background. Oh, whoops. Here, I'll just give you control room, and then you can unhide yourself. So.
Okay, things look normal now. Thanks.
There. Like, how many pixels is the YouTube display? Do you know what the YouTube displays are like? The sizes of them and so on?
The low res is 320 scan lines.
That's.
And then there's 480, and then 720.
I need a width and a height in pixels.
Those are just the heights. They're I think they're all 16 by 9 frames. So if you do well, let's see. I tried putting a video on my Google Plus. And I shared the sucker globally, or publicly. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is.
It's 40 by 360. Okay. So.
Someone named Remove Kebab said no.
Okay, and Remove Kebab, I'm not sure who they are. And
no idea who they are either. Anyway, it says, let me see if I can pull this to a single. Yeah, there's a single link to it.
Alright, and export.
So you should be able to scan that. Of course, that's precisely the same.
Alright, hang on. I'm trying to get this up on my screen, so. Custom upload. No. QR overlay. Nope.
Whoops.
That was...
What about that lower third banner thing? Is that, I mean, you've got tucks in there.
Not the point of it, right? It's supposed to put this in like one of the corners. It was not.
Well, that's what I mean. If you can get it in the lower left corner.
What? I'm trying to put it up in like the upper right-hand corner so it doesn't get in the way of anything.
Oh, the upper right corner. That's a good place too. Upper right or upper left. Yeah, because that way you don't have the panel in the way. I have no clue how to do that for these.
640 by 360. I don't want it a quarter. Third. All right, let's try this again.
Actually, in Google posts that you make, are you allowed to disable comments to them?
What?
Google Plus.
I think I had that selected. Actually, I'd commented on
disable
Godless
comment.
Engineer, and they said I can't reply to you. So I think it might default to that.
Now, can I delete the comment? Yes, I can.
All right, 640 by 360. Created that. Import open as layer.
Remove kebab.
He's actually been in here before.
Whoops. I try to go over to remove kebab and it... I'll tell you, they really need to do a better job with these user interfaces.
I agree with that 100%.
I can't remove the activity from the post.
Layer, move down. How did I move the layer? Trying to move the layer. Move, move, move. Okay. Well, I'll just undo it. How do I do that? Airbrush. Okay. Where the hell are the windows on this thing? I'm trying to do this. I'm failing.
Can't remove kebab from this damn thing.
GIMP is impossible for me to use.
Oh, yeah. GIMP is horrible, unfortunately.
GIMP is what?
Horrible.
Horrible, are you saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, horrible. Like, Photoshop is way better. Unfortunately, Photoshop is fucking too expensive. So, GIMP is really Well, it's the problem with GIMP is the damn user interface. It's certainly got plenty of capabilities and power. Not to mention the fact that it's scriptable.
How expensive is Photoshop?
Several $100s.
Good grief. Wouldn't pay
Except,
that.
I don't think you can buy it separately anymore. I think you have to buy Adobe's Creative Suite edition, which is Photoshop, Adobe Premiere, whole crap load of stuff, and it's like $750 or some such.
What you can do now is you can rent it for a monthly fee, sort of like a gaming subscription, and you can now do that, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, the subscription model, it's probably Adobe's best shot at continuing to make money off of that product.
Depending on what you want to do too, you might want to check out Pixlr. Pixlr is free, and you can manipulate some things on that. It's pretty easy to use.
Where did it go? I don't see it.
Pixlr is made by Autodesk.
I don't see my picture.
Click, click.
My picture has disappeared. So try it again.
Why can't I remove kebab?
Documents. What the hell is it doing there?
What if I enabled comments?
I found it. Now.
No. Crickets, maybe more activity next time. Disable comments.
Cricket is what?
Now
we've got that.
I can't do anything to hide the activity.
Excuse me. So, me time. That's not quite what I had in mind. Then again, maybe I am seeing a mirror image.
Oh, whoa, that's your full V card.
Is that on the right or left?
Let me see if that, the live thing was covering it though, of course.
It's on the right.
Is that appearing on the right or left to you? On the right? Okay.
It's showing up on the right side of the, hold up your other hand and you'll be, and it's covering it. Okay, now it's covering that hand. So the little live thingy is covering it. Let me see if that fucks, although that's not really an issue for YouTube. Let's see if it's an issue for, yeah, it's making it unreadable for my phone.
Oh, the downsampling of the image made it unreadable.
Let me try pulling up YouTube.
Did the downsampling of the image make it unreadable?
It was covered by that live flag.
What live flag?
The one that says that your hangout is live.
Oh, shit. You're right. It might be a problem. Okay, I'll try sampling the image.
I'm going to see if the downsampling's an issue here. Pulling up YouTube. It worked.
The downsampling of the image make it unbeatable. It did work on YouTube. Okay.
It worked.
Good deal.
I'm sorry for the echo.
No biggie.
Okay, let me try it on YouTube. I'm trying to scan it on the YouTube video stream, and I don't think it's picking up.
Well, it worked for me, but then I have a high resolution display. Maybe if you full screen your YouTube feed.
There is some kind of dimming covering the top edge of it in the full screen.
A sec. Let me mute myself so I don't echo. No.
Also theater mode. Doesn't do much, whatever it is. So, let me try. So it worked on your screen, but it's not working on mine. And maybe it's the angle. Looks like it's analyzing something. Yeah, it's not getting it.
It didn't do anything for me either.
Yeah, I could read it on my end.
You could read it on your end? Okay.
Yeah. So even if it doesn't work for everyone, it'll work for some people, I'm sure.
But it's not quite working for everyone. Okay. So that's a bit aggravating.
But I have to go to the YouTube. I mean, that little live flag is just enough to literally obliterate it. But obviously, that's not on the YouTube feed.
Well, the upper right-hand corner is going to screw it for. Well, basically, we can just do close to the edge, really.
Well, the white border around the Q-code should be sufficient to...
That's the trouble, it's not, so...
I see. So, now... If you could screen share what you see on your YouTube feed, maybe I'd have a better idea of what you're talking about.
Yeah, nothing special is on the YouTube feed. It's just basic resolution or something.
Oh. But yeah, if your screen resolution is too low, then...
It's either a screen or camera, or both, combination of both.
Yeah, it could be a combination of both too. Yeah, that covers all the possibilities. But on my screen, it worked with my camera.
Looks like I have to reopen it. Will that reopen? There we go.
Yeah. Oh, Cool. Now the lifelight's not covering it. Let me try again.
That'll dodge the edges, so.
Mad focus. Yep. Instant eye focus on it. Yep, I read it. Yeah, the V-card format looks pretty damn simple, too. It's not even XML or anything. It's just straight up begin : V-card, version : 3.0, email, type equals, and then it looks like space separated emails. Well, home, : and then an email, and then another email. FN dot your full name. Huh. Yeah, it's got some.
Oh, full screening it.
Telephone type in there correctly, and the URL type is in there.
Full screening it gets trouble with the borders of the screen. This dodges it on full screen. So now, try.
Tell you what. So I'll mute myself and go back to where and look at it on YouTube again.
View product 846757898. That seems wrong. What did it think it is? Shop advisor or something? Couldn't find the item you're looking for. Okay, looks like we got it wrong. Okay, let's try a different app.
I don't know what else to tell you, but I keep having success reading it, even with the windowed.
Okay.
Things. So.
Seems to be a product again. Send email, send message. Okay. Next. QR droid. See if I can get it to scan. Okay, that just died.
Oh wow! I wonder if I can.
This is the bare bone basic.
Scan the codes on your phone.
What again? What about the phone?
I'm unable to scan the codes on your phone because they're going off the screen, and there's too many. iPhone can only scan one code at a time.
What do you mean?
The back of your phone has a bunch of barcodes on it.
Oh. Well, the third app won't scan at all. So there's something wrong here. If my phone pukes, a bunch of other people's will too.
Yep. That's right. Well, they don't all have to do it, but mine's doing it without any difficulty.
Are there other ways to scan QR codes?
They were specifically designed to be photographed with a camera phone.
You like select the region of your screen and pipe it into an app that way, like on a laptop.
Wait, you mean well, I don't know how the algorithm exactly works. I mean, you've got those registration markers that it can pick up, and then it does whatever it does to decode it. But those 3 registration markers identified as a QR code. Like, for example, the other big 2-dimensional code that I can read is called data matrix, and it looks rather different. And the one you showed earlier on your medical band looks different. Still, it has its registration thing in the dead center. And of course, barcodes were designed to be read by a laser scanner, so they're just the 1-dimensional deal. It's just a lucky fact that a lot of phone cameras now have sufficient resolution to read them. But the fact that this code ended up in your video, and if you leave it in the video, anyone who bothers to freeze frame it there should have no difficulty scanning it in. So the existence, oh, now it's really big. Yeah.
Well, that might obscure a bit of the screen, but let's see.
Yeah.
Grab it from YouTube now.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can't grab that.
Okay, let's try doing a bit more of it and see what happens. Oh wow, I didn't advance quite well enough. There it is. Hey, hang on. Okay.
Yeah, you're running on a delay, remember?
I know I'm running on a delay. That's not the question.
Your delay is actually a lot longer than I thought it would be. Is it by accident or is it intentional?
It's intentional. I want as long a delay as possible. Okay. This time it actually worked. So app number 1 read it. See. Let's try. App number 2. Okay. App number 2 succeeded, and let's try app number 3. Okay, app number 3 pukes since it's survived. Yeah, it's trying to add as a contact most of the time, but it's passing bad data to contacts and crashes, so that's the result I get from 3.
Yeah. It's probably just not parsing the string correctly.
Well, not a good way to diagnose it for the time being.
Well,
that's a very big string.
yeah, it's taken up a lot of real estate there, that's for sure.
Yeah. Can I make this work in respect to?
Yeah, there you go.
If I'm off to the side like this, I guess I can get that thing up there.
This is the Nadia show. We've now got Nadia in a Big ass Q code.
Right? Ba ba da da.
Well, will they scan with like transparent backgrounds, or do they have to be absolutely black and white?
I have not tried testing opacity or color. I don't think it has to be black and white. I think it just has to have sufficient contrast. I had marginal success reading a printed data matrix code that was like a printed stamp from a stamp machine on an envelope. And it said it was a data matrix code, but it gave me no data. So I'm not really sure what happened there.
This one appears to need a lot of resolution. And are there ones that don't need as much resolution? I mean, for instance, if it's a shorter bit of data, like maybe just a link.
Yeah, if you just had a URL in there, because the code that you saw it had the Patreon URL. I mean that thing was dead simple, so much easier to read.
Well, can you screen share it again?
What? Oh, screen share?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me. I've still got it pulled up. Okay, I'll present that. And present to everyone.
Okay, here we go. What does that look like? What is that thing's resolution? I'm not seeing you. I didn't see your screen share.
I'm sorry. Do you see my icon at the bottom?
Yeah, we see it now. Okay.
We'll
This
try
one
that. Okay. You present to everyone. All right.
This one should scan at much lower resolution.
It should.
So,
Because it has less information in it, so the pixels are much bigger.
so trying to cram too much info looks like it backfires. Basically, just doesn't scan on half the phones or apps.
Yeah, well, a vCard obviously contains a lot of information, relatively speaking, versus a single URL.
Yeah, so the recommendation might be just use a G+ profile URL.
Yeah, that would probably be a good idea. Also, the nice thing about a single URL is I know of at least one iPhone app, because I've installed it. It's a free app. If it scans in a simple URL, it automatically opens up the website in-app browser. So it's like, boom, takes you right there. So the real question is if the video that I shared since it's the patron URL one, if that's going to be scannable by phones. But of course, in the information field, the URL is there anyway. So that's just simply straight out clickable.
What information field again?
The patron URL.
Yeah, but a
Oh,
URL
the
doesn't.
information field for the video. You know what the video is about. It just says.
Well, my own information will be viewable, but the question is the other participants, right?
Right. I mean, okay. Hopefully we're not at cross purposes here, but remember the video interview you did?
Right.
I edited it by overlaying the QR code to your patron URL, and I shared it on my Google Plus profile publicly. Now you've got zillions of followers, so but the link is still on the screen. The link to it in the group chat.
Or I only have something like 6,700 followers on 6,500, 6,700, something like that followers on G Plus, and less than 1,000 YouTube subscribers.
Well,
And
I have far fewer.
QR encode still pukes. How about?
But the point is, in the group chat, there's a link to the posting. So if your phone can scan that, that would be pretty cool.
QR encode. Doing encoding. QR tools. Nothing. QR cams, branch. And decode and barcode images from files. On QR tools. No obvious. On QR code, no obvious script. See libraries and docs. Okay. The only command line tool I'm finding is this QR encode and okay, is there a display app? Okay, well the display shows it instead of XU. Yeah. Okay. That's a lot easier. And display. One 11 by 111. Okay. So okay, that didn't work. Image magic. That's what it is. Geometry. Why didn't geometry work? I don't get it. Okay. Really tiny images. Trying to get this going. Well, I can just link my Google Plus profile. And I think I've got this. I'll just go to GIMP and kill this layer. File, layer, delete layer. Okay, now open as layers, home directory. Okay. Why not try that way? And okay, now export as. Okay, I'll try this new one. And see what my phone does with it. So over here, I should get basically. Has it been that recent? Shouldn't be. Okay, now it's good. And try a couple of these apps. And this is the one that has the hardest time. All right, open URL. Chrome, Google Plus. Google Plus just once. Yeah, that's me. Okay, let's try more apps. I'm not even zooming in. So, yeah, it's already /app/basic/ must not have chambers. Well, let's see if it is interpreted properly. Okay, it is, and yeah, same deal. Yeah, works on all three. So, much lower resolution ones, like just having the URL. That should work a lot better. So, you choose a link to the profile, we're done. Desert marked off.
Cool.
Okay. So,
Yeah, I just downloaded some code. I'll check it on another occasion, but so that I can encode QR codes and draw the suckers on iPhone. Apparently, it's got functionality for doing that as well, in its core image library.
I see two small problems. Okay, one is, well, what do they do when they don't have video? And this is a custom overlay in the Hangout lower third affair, right?
Yeah.
No video, no lower third.
Let's see. I read this as https plus google.com plus that's your profile URL.
Well, the big kink in this is maybe if they get minicam, I don't know.
Yeah, like I don't have a camera, but I'm like goofing around with this, and if I click the camera thing, it comes up. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah, one thing we can ask them to do is to edit their profile picture and then shove it in that way. So.
See, I don't think I have that code. I can make one of my own, or well, you've got a PNG file now sitting on your.
Yeah.
Let's see. You can just. Let's see. What's the best way? Email it to me, or
Mail what to who?
do you want to?
Oh, the PNG I'm using now? That's just a QR code or a transparent background, right? So.
I could actually just recreate that thing for myself, actually.
Yeah, literally.
That is, there's no reason for me to. Oops. Since I can just QR code generate it.
This is took a little bit of editing to get it to.
HTTPS.
Okay, it's about 4 kilobytes, and so I sent it off in a message to you, email. So, how do we get people who don't have cameras or don't want to?
Such people don't exist.
Well, yeah. I mean, can you get this to cooperate with your cat? Can you?
What's that?
Good question. I mean, if you were going to put a QR code on your profile picture, which corner would you put it in? And, well, you've got to break it in images so it doesn't trip over either the live and, well, basically edge artifacts or whatever with various displays, right? So.
Okay, download QR code.
I guess another one is if people are watching it on their phones, how do they do this? I wonder. They have a second phone pointed at this one? Will the phone have high enough resolution even for that?
Well, anyone with a recent iPhone will have no problems whatsoever. And
You watch on YouTube, an audience, a participant in the Hangout has a QR code somewhere on the screen. Alright, how does the iPhone do it?
oh, the iPhone has no problem reading that.
Well, if you point the camera at it, that's it, right?
Oh.
Now, if you're watching the YouTube video on your phone,
that becomes an entirely different challenge.
Right.
And unfortunately, I'm not aware of any hooks in the Media Player app that allow you to analyze the individual frames. Because if they did that, that would be one big freaking security hole in the DRM. If you were watching, for example, a purchased movie from iTunes, and you could just grab the individual frames or get at the decoded stream data somehow. Basically get around fair play, DRM.
So how much does it really help?
Well, let's see. The question is, do most people watch your Hangouts on phones or on PCs? And how curious will they be about this code thingy there? I mean, only geeks, well, there's only a certain percentage of the population anyway that's going to recognize, hey, that's a QR code. I wonder what it does, and point their camera at it.
Well, let me check my analytics here. Okay, channel still in good standing. Analytics. And then somewhere in my analytics it will say what kind of platform will have actually been playing my stuff in. And oh wow, my earnings are higher than I thought.
Woohoo!
Oops.
Actually earned.
Just bounced away. I wanted to do a side-by-side comparison of the code that I created, the one that you're displaying, and they're different.
Playback locations.
Did I do a typo?
Embedded player, other websites, traffic sources. External website. External app, devices. Okay. Views are 76% computer, 15% mobile phone, 7.6% tablet, 0.6% game console, 0.6% television, and 0.1% unknown. So
this is weird.
Okay,
I
so
have no idea how this happened, but I want to share something so you can see it. Notice your code. I produced a code that, unless there's a typo that I'm just missing, that is the code. That code says the exact same thing when scanned.
And it's different.
And it's different.
Hmm.
I find that kind of freaky. You want to try scanning it? See if it matches what your expectations would be?
Sure, I'll give it a shot.
Because maybe you'll see what I'm making the mistake. Present to everyone.
Yeah, it matches.
Okay, so is that freaky or what?
A little bit. So basically, though, 76% are on basically computer platforms, either laptop or desktop, right?
So they can hold their phone up to it.
Right. So basically, it's well founded from that perspective. Although accommodating mobile platforms somehow would be helpful too. What do you think, Deepa? I have like all my participants like have QR codes floating somewhere in their screen image.
It'd probably take me forever to figure out how to put that up. But
does
it just give up your URL, or exactly how does that work?
It gives up a URL.
It can do more, but
IP address?
Well, no. Our recommendations or whatever are going to be that because of the resolution issues and making sure it reliably scans, all you should put is like your URL to your Google Plus profile, and then it'll have a low resolution thing like that. You can basically just fire up an app that reads QR codes on your phone, snap a pic of it with that, and then gives you a Google Plus profile.
And so that just proves that you're running off of your profile, or I'm just trying to see how that still proves who you are. I guess I'm missing that jump.
Oh, it doesn't prove anything.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't prove who you are. It just gives people a way to. It gives you a way to who you are. Right? Yeah. You can lie, but even so.
Yeah. Basically, what that is a not so subtle watermark on the video, except that it's a QR code. I noticed, although I didn't really examine the code closely, that there are apparently thresholds for error that can be put in when you're encoding, so that I guess it's extra error correction code information that goes in, which presumably reduces the total amount of data that you can store in there, but increases the reliability of reading it. But that's a bit of speculation because I have yet to read the QR code standard itself.
Yeah, I'm looking at the QR code manual now. And, robustness. Error collection level. L to H highest. What is error collection level? what that is. Okay.
Yeah, so the more information you jam in there, presumably the less error correction level you can use.
Well, for the moment, the recommendation will be the minimum base. Google Plus profile link.
Yeah.
Figure out the rest from there. You want people to know things about you. Get it from whatever the link is.
Yeah, technically a single URL, a single link should be sufficient because the app that I mentioned, it's also available for Android. It's called Kwa Reader. I better spell that because I'm probably butchering the pronunciation.
K Reader, right? Reader, with a K before it, right? So, anyway.
It's an interesting idea. I think it kind of takes away from the aesthetics of things, but...
Well, I mean, do you really have that many aesthetics really happening?
Well, if you fix your Venetian blinds...
I know, I keep looking at the blinds like, man, I'm going to fix these for you.
I'm out of here.
You must have a degree of OCD as well.
I'm out of here in less than a week anyway, so...
Well, that was not a serious suggestion.
So, meantime, another trick I can see happening though is when someone who doesn't have like an actual screen image, just a profile picture, gets up on the screen, it doesn't show their whole profile picture, it only shows a circular cutout. Alright, so if you put it in the upper right hand corner is cut out entirely.
Yeah, doesn't that do that with mine?
Yeah, it does it for yours too. Yeah.
Well, if you're on your profile page already, there's no need for the QR code because you're at the destination.
Well, that's the trick, right? It's for the other participants, not me. Right? Who has any idea who the hell the participants are?
Yeah, but the other thing to do with those QR codes is print them up and place them in places where, I don't know.
Well, the point of it, from what I was thinking, is give a way for the audience members to identify themselves to the audience. Sorry, the participants to identify themselves to the audience.
Like in the panel. So you would make the QR code your profile pic.
Well, you could do that, although you'd have trouble again with circular.
I think that's big netted or whatever, yeah.
Another thing you could do is have people somehow make a comment or introduction or something in the comments of the video. That's just an idea.
Yeah, that's a little bit onerous on them, especially if they're popping in or out. Why do people use cameras so seldom?
Actually, the camera application is the most used application on my phone.
No, I mean...
talking about in this?
In the Google Plus.
For me, on the this is my desktop PC, and we do have a laptop that has a camera, but my husband mainly uses it for his job, so I don't even touch it. But I just don't have. I mean, I game mainly, so I've never really had the need for a camera. And
okay. Yeah, I misunderstood the question. I generally am in the Google Hangouts lying in bed with the laptop computer next to my bed on a table.
Yeah, like right now, honestly, I'm kind of bumming it up too, and I don't know if I'd want to be on camera. Like, my hair is kind of a mess.
Yeah, I
I
absolutely
have no
don't want
bra
to.
on. I have a
Yeah.
sweatshirt on. I mean, I'm styling. I think I would want to dress up
I
almost.
know Nadia is thinking we're silly, but yeah, I
My
absolutely don't want to be on camera looking like I am.
Like, I'd
my
have to like be like not in my uglies, basically.
my hair is a wreck, and I'm wearing the same clothes I've been wearing for months.
But you're
Yeah, I
so
know.
brave.
You think we're silly.
But I'm what?
Yeah. You're on the camera, yeah, and you think we're silly. I know. I get it.
And the other thing is, honestly, my place is like, I don't know. It's not like, it's just, it's so icky where I live. Like, it's not like a bad place or anything, but I like to say that I live in a shack. But I mean, I guess I shouldn't, I mean, I see people's closets in their background. I guess I shouldn't be embarrassed, right? I don't know. I mean, chalk it up to being Californian in vain. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, let's just say we all have our peccadillos.
My place is a dump.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yes, I'm agreeing with you. You should be proud that I'm agreeing with you.
Well,
Jeez, bud. Anything else you want to share?
Or should we debate the point? Actually, no, your place is not a dump. My room is actually messier than that.
well, I consider it a dump because at least when I was weller and well, had
Yeah,
more
I'm sure you had a.
I had more income and so on, I was actually able to organize and maintain things.
Yeah,
But not anymore.
I'm sure when you were living in New York, you had a nice apartment looking over the park and
Yeah, I did.
big, big, high ceilings, beautiful chandeliers, the works.
No chandeliers. Not that high ceilings. And after I took in roommates, whatever, yeah, then it got a little bit messy, a little bit less organized. I still had a chest of drawers and so on, and a closet, and everything else.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And a wardrobe, and a steady enough supply of, well, products and so on to have my hair done. And I still had a
Brand.
chest of drawers and so on.
Greetings, Rand?
Who is Rat Camp Billy?
I have no idea.
Well, let's take a look at their profile. Their profile is not visible.
Well, it's there's no picture for it either. It's just that anonymous man.
Restricted profile, no track record, and no picture, nothing.
Doesn't look
Who?
good for you.
Yeah, that's somebody who will flash porn or something the minute you get them on screen.
Oh, now we've got a picture. Oh, no, wait a minute. That was a screen share.
Turkey.
I didn't know you could screen share while hidden from broadcast.
You can show any broadcast, but
Oh, yes?
doesn't see it. Yeah, I actually had hair dryer with diffuser and so on, so I could actually do my hair. And yeah, what is it? I had hairspray, some kind of leave-in conditioner, kind of squirt gel stuff, and so on, so I could actually...
The standard cosmetic and beauty products.
Yeah, I had makeup too. And I could keep my nails done. And I wasn't getting eaten alive by bed bugs.
That's...
Yeah, can you see that?
Yes, I do. You need to put some ointment on that.
Okay, yeah.
You remember that dude?
Yeah, I know who they are. I always wanted his too. Alright, Yokusukavan, or whatever your name was. It basically made disruptive noises. Why can't this show on broadcast? Now he's showing. Yeah, that's the trouble.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah,
So,
disruptive noise is my trigger to kill.
well, why are you not showing a Google Plus profile? You don't know.
I remember the, yeah, it was very disruptive.
Well, you don't have a mic anyway, so why broadcast you? So anyway, it's a bit odd that, you know, something that is kind of very specifically video calls, you know, ends up with all these people who can't actually, or don't actually use the video aspect of it.
Yeah. The let's see. The use case for the QR code basically is, in terms of scanning it, is to take a picture of it with a camera phone, a smartphone, that will then process the data in some way. Usually it's a URL. So it would just open up the browser application in the camera and take you there.
Right.
Art is back. Which is what that Kawa thing does.
Right. So
Damn.
the of course with the
What is with the bling?
yeah, the trick of course is that, I mean, it thwarts a whole bunch of, I don't know, in some ways like the whole point of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically a video calling service, right? And in others, well, I mean, we throw out this QR code idea for identifying the participants at Hangout, right? They can say, hey, this is me, I'm in the Hangout. You can go to my G Plus profile. And, well, then you can't do that either, right? Welcome back, Art. Welcome back, Sweetie.
Yeah, if you had it on, what do you call it? business cards, which obviously are not exactly your highest priority to get. Simply having the QR code, on a business card, someone could just scan it and bang, rather than having to manually type in a URL or what have you.
Well, email, phone, address, various URLs,
Yeah.
notes about me.
If you didn't have too much data in your V card, you would have a somewhat less complicated Q code than the one you currently have for your V card. So it's a question of balance.
Well, the only real problem I see with the V card is that the actual apps to scan it don't deliver it properly to the actual contact adding application. Right? Basically, trips over bugs or limitations in the implementations of I guess a combination of several things like perhaps a QR code scanning app, perhaps the API for passing information to the contact app, or maybe the contact app itself, right? So,
yeah, there could be a platform issue too. I mean, let's see, scanning in the code, that's pretty trivial, since there's built-in libraries for doing that. So it's not like you have to rewrite them. Now, if it's vCard information, you may have a library for interpreting the data in the vCard correctly, or you may not, and you'd have to write your own, which would be a little bit of a pain. And then, of course, you need the API hooks to the contacts application, which have to be properly documented and what have you, so that you can populate the contact information and enter it into your contacts.
yeah, well, we've already gotten this far, right?
Right. So
There are pretty severe limits on what the vCard apps can do, right? So it's only basically as far as like the vCard and URLs, or URL handling. Like 2 out of 3 apps don't handle the URL at all, and the third only handles 1. Or if I remember right, which I may not, the third only handles 1. So in the one case that works at all, if even one works at all, it only handles 1. So I have to point them at a website. It's got all the garbage I need on it, and that I can do with say web hosting on nadia.chambers.lgbt. So
well,
it's at my personal website, whatever. Give out all the links that otherwise give out.
yeah, it's clear that there is, since you've already gone and tested 3 different apps that are supposed to try and read the vCard, and they all fail in one way or another. It strikes me that there is a need for a reliable app that actually does it. The question is, of course, why are they failing on your device? I mean, are you running, which version of Android are you running, by the way?
I'll check, although I'm not sure how to check. I think it's somewhere in my settings. And about phone. System updates. Android version 4.4.2.
Oh, well, that's a fairly recent version. That's newer than KitKat.
A fairly recently replaced phone.
So you're running, essentially, I mean, you're essentially running a reasonably current version.
Oh yeah. Updates.
Do you happen to know the camera resolution off the top of your head, whether it's like a 5 megapixel or less or more?
Sure. Alright, what we're going on about was using QR code to identify participants besides the actual host in a G Plus hangout. So basically like a G Plus profile link, stuff in a QR code, stick it corner screen, using a custom overlay. Of course, there's one big nasty that dwarfs this right off the bat, which is almost no one ever uses their camera, so the custom overlays are useless.
Oh. Okay, wait. Can you repeat? What is it? What is the Q code for? What is it gonna help us identify?
It's a QR code.
Right.
Yeah, the other people besides the host in the hangout.
Oh, wait, some information or?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my profile.
Oh, cool.
It encodes a string of text up to about 4,000 bytes.
4,000. Oh wow.
Well,
Okay.
you don't need to worry about that. Basically, you can just stuff the link to their Google Plus profile in the QR code, and that way you have some way to actually figure out who the hell showed up in the hangout.
That's interesting. Yeah, I wish people actually use the QR codes more. It's really cool thing.
Well,
the trick, though, like I said, the custom overlay I'm using to get this on my screen, and the full screen display that actually goes out to the corners, only works if you're using your camera.
Right. Well, you can always add a picture on your computer, which you can add the QR code to it.
You mean screen sharing?
Not screen sharing. I mean, like, my account has a picture on it, right? So what we can do is basically just add the QR code to the picture and then just load it up.
Maybe. But there's a big hang up with that. And that is, it crops the picture.
Right.
Only a small circle is cut out of it.
Right. So it has to be in the middle almost. Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, that QR code, as I have it right now, is about as small as you can shrink it. Right? So that's about the size of the circle in your profile picture, or the circle is cut out of your profile picture, right? Only it's a square picture, and it's cutting out a circle, so the corners keep going up.
Oh, no. I mean, like, if we could, okay. So basically, go to simple, have a simple editing software, right, that you can edit pictures with, like, Photoshop. Well, it's not a simple software, but basically pick any picture you like to have on your Google Plus profile, take the QR code image, and imprint it on the image itself somewhere, in a corner, and shrink it, right, so that it would fit. That's what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking like loading the whole QR picture as your profile pic.
It can't be shrunk any smaller.
Okay. Never mind.
Camera and screen resolutions aren't good enough, right? We've already tried with QR codes with more data in them, and they require like higher resolution display and capture, right? And when you do that, it actually fails.
Oh, okay.
So you actually can't shrink it. You can't play games shrinking it. This is about as good as it gets. So you might be able to suggest that someone could screen share and be able to get the whole QR code in that way, but probably not using their profile picture.
Right. Well, it's an interesting concept. Yeah. I have already tested your QR code, and yeah, my app on my HTC with a Windows reads it quite well. Yeah. I see a link to the Google Plus profile page.
Excellent. Excellent.
So
Yeah.
I'm curious, how much data can the okay, how much text, how much okay, because I'm not
Well,
exactly an expert in computer.
well, it's tricky, right? You can cram 4 kilobytes into it, but the more you cram into it, the higher resolution of a picture it needs.
Okay, right.
So you actually can't get away with shoving more than about a URL into it before it needs more resolution than screens can reliably display and cameras can reliably capture from screens.
Oh, I see. Huh.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
if you want to
basically,
put a
bounce everything through a web page. Just stuff a short URL on there, have it point to a web page that somehow gives people the info you want about you, and then everything's on that web page. The link is short, QR code's easy to read.
Right. Oh, okay.
yeah,
Cool.
and you could have a link to a proper VCF file if you need a bigger VCF file than
VCF
what
file?
you want to
Sorry.
stuff in the code.
What's a VCF file?
A vCard file.
What's a VCard file?
It's like a business card, electronic business card. It contains your name, phone number, URL, address, a notes section.
Oh, I see. Oh, cool.
Basically, the information that you would put on a normal business card.
Right. Yeah, I like the QR codes. They're really cool. It's like imprinting digital information that you can like put in your mobile phone, but just having it watch the picture itself. It's really cool.
Yeah. Now, what you do is you take this code and put it on really big buildings blown up, really huge. And people are like, whoa. And they take a picture of it and they find out what it points to. It sends them to Nadia's Patreon page, and they think, what the hell? Give her some money for the chutzpah.
Yeah, I've actually seen these huge QR codes on some buildings or some big.
Yeah, if it's on a billboard and it's
Right.
big enough, your camera will be able to scan it and.
And it's a mystery, isn't it? Also, it's a huge kind of what's the attraction to people, right? It's like, oh, look, it's a QR code. It has something in it. I better take a picture of it. Who knows? Maybe something cool is gonna be there. Maybe boobs, right? Maybe I see boobs there.
Yes, you'll get to see all the boobs you want. It'll bounce you to a porn site full of boobs. Boobs upon boobs upon boobs.
Someone should invent a QR code that would use boob images as encoding method.
Well, there's another two-dimensional code called data
matrix.
Data matrix, which I think holds even more information, but it has the same issue with QR code in terms of stuffing information in it. It requires a lot more resolution from the camera.
Well, I mean, back when I actually started, early 2012, like January 2012. I mean, people who got on G Plus were, kind of actually interested in G Plus per se, or like G Plus for the sake of G Plus, and they did Hangouts, but almost always it appeared on video. When I started, I don't remember anyone like using the profile picture, period. And I think it was really that sort of, there was a mass influx of like G Plus people from YouTube. And it really seemed to be in line. When the YouTube people came in, almost none of them used their video cameras or web cameras or whatever. And that's kind of when like it got a lot lonelier. I mean, seeing people's faces and such was a big deal.
Yeah. The only reason I'm on Google Plus, I was using YouTube, and at some point Google said, "Okay, guess what? Because you have a YouTube account, you now have a Google Plus account as well." They basically just forced you to have a Google Plus account. And it was only this year, or very late December of last year, where I even started to even do anything whatsoever with Google Plus.
Well, but the thing is, like, it used to kind of sort of be a way to feel less lonely, because you could, kind of interact with people face to face a bit, and it kind of obliterated that entire aspect of Google Plus when that mass invasion from YouTube happened. Nobody was on their webcams anymore.
I see the complaint. So in the good old days, air quotes, everyone was using their webcam to talk on the Hangouts rather than a profile pic. Is that basically it?
No, that's part of it. There's a follow-up.
And now it's just their profile pic usually.
Right. Like, I'm almost always the only one on camera.
Yeah. I mean, Tommy regularly is on camera.
They sat there, Tommy, or maybe Christian Hilberley might show up.
Right, but Brett never uses it. Roy never uses it.
YouTubers.
YouTube people in general are not using it. And they probably inflated the number of Hangout users dramatically. So.
I'm almost always the only one with the camera on.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking in the mode from when I first started, when it would actually mean something to use a Hangout custom overlay with the QR code in it. Well, the entire idea is actually useless because no one uses their cameras. Except for me, basically. And I'm the host. No one needs to know who I am. It's right there, linked in the video.
Yeah, well, the QR code, that you're showing is effectively in the Hangout totally redundant because one simply just goes to your thingy and goes to profile.
Exactly.
With the chevron menu.
Yeah, and I'm the only one with the video stream.
And of course you can do that with all the people who have Google Plus accounts. Now, on YouTube, on the other hand, since you're live, this is a
No,
live hangout.
Well, it's not really so much a distinction between the services. Not there really is one anymore. Rather, a distinction between the cultures.
Yeah.
From the services' historical separation.
Right. But they haven't really blended yet.
Well, they aren't really blending. I mean, do I blend in? I'm the only one on camera.
Yeah, well, I mean, the cultures haven't blended. I mean, it's like, okay, in the so-called Great Debate thing, on YouTube, there's that group of people that formed the Magic Sandwich Show using an entirely different venue to host it.
The cultures aren't going to blend. The Google Plus culture will go extinct. It's overrun.
Yeah. So YouTube is basically going to wipe out Google Plus culture, is what you're saying, or has already done so.
Pretty much already done so. I mean, how can anyone actually exercise that Google Plus culture in the midst of, well, being surrounded by several hundred YouTube users? I mean, I will literally go more than 24 hours at a time. 100 plus more people coming in and out of the Hangouts. Not one on camera. Right.
I see. Yeah, so you're just hearing voices.
Those three don't show up. Nobody's on camera all day. And there are a lot of days where none of those three show up. Right? That's 24 hours around the clock. Literally the only one on camera.
Yeah, okay. I can see that as there used to be a website called Live Video, and they started out being more or less a YouTube imitation, but they did add a Hangout-like feature so that people could actually do, excuse me, on-camera chats. And really the only way to go without camera was to either physically block the camera or to, or turn it off or use Manicam. Otherwise, you are on camera. Either way, you are broadcasting video of some kind. But they were strictly thumbnails, kind of like, what was that other place? Stickam?
I've never seen Stickam.
Yeah, it's just as well. It sucked. Google Hangouts is the best video conferencing I've seen implemented in a web browser, period.
But as good as the video conferencing is, nobody uses the video.
Yeah. Ironic, isn't it? Well, I've been in chats on Skype, but in order to do video conferencing, you needed to pay. So everyone did it audio only. For multi-participant phone calls. So, Skype calls.
Yeah, even now, a fair number of the people who use Skype basically pass things around well, behind the back of Google Plus. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I think accidentally shared or who knows what. I don't know what the real motives are.
Yeah.
Might just be that it pops
Yeah.
up or something.
Texting behind, sort of what I would call whispering. Last Cube farm I worked in, AOL's Instant Messenger was getting big, and people would literally, from in adjacent cubes, use AOL's Instant Messenger program to talk to each other.
People just use IRC.
Yeah.
And when I started on G Plus, we passed
Yeah,
around like
IRC has been around. I've used IRC, but only freenode.net.
when we started IRC, or when I started Google Plus, the links were being passed around on IRC.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, IRC's popularity has gone way down from what I can tell.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people don't even know what it is.
Well, the trouble with this cultural disconnect. And Deidre, you are actually showing the video, so you've got that much going. If you can screen share a still image like that, you can prop up a QR code somewhere. But yeah, that cultural problem, so to speak, creates the technical problem of how do you get the QR code up on your screen when almost none of them actually show full screen display because their profile is a circular cutout.
Yeah. If you can inscribe a 200 pixel image in the circular cutout, you should be golden.
Well, does this come full screen when I do Manicam with this, with my image?
Yeah, it comes up full screen. Yeah. So if you did Minicam, used I don't know, an image viewer for an image you had edited and stuck the QR code in like the top right hand corner or whatever, then you get the full screen display and QR code pop up, point to your profile.
Yeah, so that probably would work.
It's a still shot from the Runaways, I think.
That's from Saved.
Oh.
Backsliding into the gates of hell.
Odd.
Would be called
Why
Saved?
would I make that mistake? I've seen the movie The Runaways.
Oh, it's a satire. It kind of makes fun of the culture in a Christian school.
It's called Saved, you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's an interesting thought. Stick a QR code in my cat's eye.
Well, again, the trouble is the size, right? And resolutions and so on.
Yeah.
But are you like sharing your entire desktop, or are you sharing like a particular window?
I was sharing a particular window.
Well, I meant actually Deidre.
I was playing with Manicam and I threw it in one of those windows.
So it's a particular window you're sharing? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have the option to share your entire desktop.
I have the option to do what?
You have the option to share your entire desktop?
Yes, I could do that as well.
So if you had like
screen sharing, I probably could.
So if you had like an image viewer in like the upper right hand corner somewhere, you kind of automatically get it without having to actually edit images. Okay. Oh, you can't broadcast yourself? Okay.
Hey,
Hey.
what's up?
So like that looks like it's like the whole desktop, I think. If I share screen share, right?
Yeah, and then I guess the image might get in the way of what you're actually trying to do on your desktop, so yeah, it might not be so practical.
Real fast,
Kinda
is rent camp open?
What? Oh, Rad
Is this
Camp is Yokusikovan, and I don't know why they're using the sock account. I don't think they're actually blocked. I think they were just ejected. But anyway, the important part is, yeah, just because it gets in the way of doing things on your desktop, try and keep the QR code image viewer in the foreground. You might want to just edit an image anyway. So. I don't think I banned you. Show me your profile link. What's your profile link? Well, drop your profile link in the sidebar text chat, and then we can actually look at it. I'm pretty sure you're not blocked by me.
If you do an eject, does that put somebody on your ban list, your block list?
No, the only sort of blocking it does is only within the Hangout itself, right?
Okay.
They won't be able to re-enter that particular Hangout they got ejected from, but otherwise they're
So it's not permanent.
yeah, it's not permanent.
Okay.
Well, as far as the Hangout's concerned, they can never get back into it. But
Well, just that one hangout, though. I mean, next time you start up another hangout,
right.
should be in. It's possible, Camp, that someone else has you blocked. Because if anyone in the panel has you blocked, then it'll say someone has you blocked or you're blocked or something like that. I don't remember. Because I know I had that problem when I was trying to come in when Jesus was in here. Although it may not have been him that had me blocked. It may have been someone else.
I haven't blocked anybody. It would have to be a very, very extreme reason.
Yeah, I cleared my block list to make sure that it wasn't me blocking someone in the all three items. Didn't do me any good.
I don't really want to look at that. Yeah, I'll look anyway. So got a Twilight Eclipse trailer. Who knows what Zion is up to? Yeah, I'll just read it anyway.
Right now, I mean, okay, on YouTube, the QR code, gee, I don't know why I keep dropping the R. On YouTube, the QR code will send you is useful because it sends someone to your Google Plus page. but it is superfluous on Google Plus because there's already a link.
Not entirely accurate. Okay, so in a on-air hangout, right? I mean, the owner of the video is the hangout host, right? But none of the participants have any kind of identifying information about them or links or anything like that. But all you see is like the first word of their profile first name. That's all you see.
Yeah, on the YouTube video, yeah, you don't see much.
Right.
So you have no idea who they are.
It's not about finding the host, it's about finding the other participants.
I gotcha. Okay, I understand now. So when they talk and their picture pops up big, that's when your code can be grabbable and, oh, so that's who that is.
Right. And this entire idea is useless because I'm always the host and almost none of my participants ever are on video.
Would you like us to be?
Yeah,
Well-
Desert, take one for the team. Get on video.
Well, to the extent that these QR codes would help point people to you, you know, you would basically have to you'd have to stream some kind of video, either screen sharing or minicam or, you know, an actual video feed. So one of those three, then get the QR code up on your screen.
Oh, so screen sharing alone or using Manicam would help?
Yeah, they could do it too.
Oh, sweet. No problem.
I think XSplit and there's a third one somewhere. Or they're on Windows 2.
Okay, I'll help.
Okay, so
This is cool. I like this.
So in principle, if I wanted to, I could take advantage of that capability and have a QR code that points to either my YouTube channel or my Google Plus, depending on what I wanted people to see.
Well, you can find one from the other, so. And it's not really so much for, I mean, it's not just for the audience's benefit, it's also kind of for the participants' benefit too. So, I mean, to the extent they want to reach out and sort of publicize their presence, right? Get some way to find them from seeing them appear in my video, right? They could do that by dropping the QR code in there. It could be a link to their personal website that's got nothing to do, Google Plus or YouTube. It could be a link to their Tumblr or Twitter or Facebook. It could be a link to YouTube or Google Plus. Just as long as it's a short enough piece of information, it doesn't even have to be a link, just be their name. But as long as it's a short enough piece of information, the QR code doesn't need too much resolution to be scanned, then they win, right?
Manicam is activated.
Okay, now all you have to do is drop a QR code somewhere in the image you're screen sharing. That would be a link to, well, any website you want that has to do with you, or maybe not necessarily to do with you. You can have it be CNN.com.
Well, I don't care about promoting myself.
But that's kind of why it's being proposed, right? So the participants have.
I thought it was to help you.
Well, in a way it does, right? Because when the people appear in my Hangout, right, they, you know, the viewers will be able to have kind of richer resource to draw on. Or if you're curious about the participants, they're showing up in my video and they've got the QR code showing. You just jump right through that and reach out and touch the participants. So.
I wonder how complicated it would be. And this is not something I could do, but as browser standards continue to evolve and HTML5 is improved, I mean, whether the browser itself could recognize features like QR codes in the videos that they're playing.
Actually, I found a way.
Is effectively... Oh, go ahead.
Okay, there is a screenshot app. Takes screenshots, right? And you can actually select rectangles, just like around the QR codes. At least on Linux. Probably Windows.
Yeah,
same.
You can do it on the Mac too.
Different apps, different names, whatever. Okay, so you can screenshot, collecting an arbitrary rectangle off your screen. All right, pause the video, screenshot, collect the rectangle. There's a there are a couple of apps. One of them is called ZBar Image, and that'll take a image of a QR code and decode it, and that'll pretty much work. So it means when people are watching on a desktop, they see a QR code they're interested in, you can grab it and do that with it. A 100 pixels lower and to the left. Why? What is blocking it? The green. What green?
Yeah, what green?
I think he's screen sharing right now, as I can see. So the green bar comes across if you're screen sharing. Up on the top.
Oh, okay. Well, a 100 pixels lower and to the left. Well, on the left, the left-hand side toolbar, etc., shows up at various points. Right, so that's not so easy, not so obvious. 100 pixels lower can be done, but kind of sort of gets in the way.
Yeah. Right now, I'm seeing it in its entirety, unobscured.
50 pixels to the left and 100 lower. That may not be quite pertinent to the display. I think in the image that I'd be editing, it would be a different number of pixels. What display resolution are you using for the Hangout window? 1920p. Well, that's a different story entirely.
Yeah,
So,
that's a fairly low resolution.
Well, hang on. 1920p? What is that in...
Well, for a desktop.
Excuse me.
Oh, wait, that's the width.
What is that in...
So he's probably 1080 lines.
Height by width? What?
1920 by 1080. That's standard high definition.
100 lower. 1080 height. 2%.
Yeah. That's a 16 by 9 high definition. Uh,
So 33 pixels. Is there a normal screen? I don't think you can really
there's a
assume your sizes for screens. So for a 640 by 360 image likes is used in a custom overlay, that would correspond to 33 pixels lower. And that I can indeed do.
The concept of pixels is rapidly becoming a very useless measure.
Why is that?
Because you have varying screen densities, that is pixel densities on different screen sizes and different size screens. You have different resolutions. For example, I'm watching you on a 2880 by 1800 pixel display.
Okay, sure.
2880 by 1800, not 2080.
Okay, and I don't see the problem here.
2880. Yeah, there you go. And my iPhone, though, it's only 1136 by 640. My iPad is 1024 by 768. My iMac is 1920 by 1200. I see. I think all of the Mac laptops now, the new ones, are all Retina display, but I don't recall the resolutions. But pre-Retina, they were like 1440 by 800
Okay.
for the small displays. So that's just to give you an idea of just the variety of displays and aspect ratios in question.
Sure. I think those are, well, necessary information.
Yeah. So it's so it affects the real size that's actually seen.
Okay, on 640 by 360 custom overlay image, that's 33 pixels, or 30 pixels down and 15 to the left. And it's a bit awkward in terms of
the
image being or in and too far down. So
yeah, VGA would be 640 by 480. But the 16 by 9 is 720 by 480. And there's also the lowest resolution that YouTube broadcasts is 360 lines. Don't remember the width that goes with that.
The custom overlay image size is 640 by 360.
Okay. So that sounds like 16 by 9. So that'll get scaled accordingly. And that's another feature of the QR code, since it's kind of block-based lines. It's scalable within reason.
Okay, where are the tools on the garbage?
Didn't realize that there was more than one encoding that would give you the same decoding. That kind of surprised me. I honestly thought I had a typo. But then again, I'm not clear how the QR standard code standard is supposed to work.
Okay. I am not seeing most of the GIMP tools, which means if I try to drop text in here, I don't know what font I will get.
Yeah, there's another thing.
What thing?
Font sizes. They used to be measured in pixels, but now pixels and points are more or less interchangeable, and you assume 72 points per inch, except in reality, well, that would be a logical inch, but in reality, the retina displays are roughly in the neighborhood of 326 pixels per inch. In fact, the 27-inch iMacs have 5-megapixel displays on them. That's another thing. They're higher resolution than 4K, which is what digital theater uses.
Well, I don't see an issue. Just keep track of it.
Yeah, that's why one goes with the logical units, because the pixel sizes have become useless. If you want display independent typography or anything else, your sizes have to be in display independent units.
I'm just trying to figure out how to get, well, control over the fonts in GIMP.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to have a set of TrueType fonts loaded that GIMP knows where to look for them, and it should have a drop-down menu for it.
Yeah, the toolboxes.
Oh, the toolboxes disappeared on you?
It usually has a whole bunch of windows besides just the one the image itself is displayed in for various kinds of tools.
Oh, yeah. I thought the later versions of GIMP have gotten rid of those tool palettes and basically moved it to a single window system.
Okay. Well, I think I got one opened. So now where am I? I don't know. Toolbox. Doesn't tell me what any of these things are. Text creator layers T. Tells me nothing about the text. Okay, so the toolbox is useless. Colors, text. Create or edit text layer. If one from our help. One.
Wow. For one of the higher profile free software programs, GIMP is definitely lacking in ways.
I think you can do what you guys are trying to do in Pixlr. I'm not kidding.
Okay. You do what we're trying to do in what?
In Autodesk Pixlr, it's free, and you can get an app for the desktop, or you can get an app for your phone. And Autodesk Pixlr, I think, allows you to cut, resize, and superimpose images.
Ah, does it work on Linux?
That I do not know.
Yes.
Change font of selected text. What fonts are available? What's a good script font?
Any of the Zap Chancery, ZAPF. If you see anything under ZAPF, look at those. They tend to be nice script.
I have nothing under Z.
Damn. Yeah, that guy is freaking famous for his scripts. I mean, Zapf is a guy's name. He's the guy who actually designed the fonts. Let's see. Let me think. Let's see. I guess I want font book.
Well, I'm searching for them.
Yeah, it's a possibility that they're non-free, but which means I wouldn't know exactly what would be a good replacement for them.
Can copyright tricks be played with fonts?
You mean like DRM? No, I don't think TrueType font files are encrypted. So as long as you have the TrueType font installed in the appropriate place, and
if you display things in such a font, can you get in trouble, like demonetize videos?
I have no idea. That would require that Google be analyzing the videos frame by frame for fonts that are copyrighted, first of all. And second of all, there tend to be many, many, many imitators. Oh, Zap Dingbats. Yay, who wants Dingbats? They're no good. That's odd. I don't have Zap Chancery. I've got Apple Chancery. Not that that would do you any good. Just look for Chancery in general. CHA, let's see, can I copy? Because there's probably a free Chancery style font. Ew. Why is that doing it in a foreign language? That's Gothic. Anyway, Chancery is probably a nice script.
Okay, I'm not seeing such a thing.
Palatino, that's too Roman.
Libertine display initials. Let's see.
Nanum is no good.
Bold. Clear style. What is that? Strike through. Underline.
Those are just styles.
That's not working.
Let's see. It's PT Serif.
Okay, well, that's wrong. Okay, well, it didn't work, did it?
Okay, I'm not presenting, but I'm screen sharing my font thing. Maybe there's something.
It's not working. Well, the availability of font links is apparently far fewer.
Yeah, I've only got 214 fonts installed.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, Chancery is one of my favorites. Is Georgia, but that's more like the Times Roman.
Undo text layer. Undo text layer. Undo text layer. I have no idea what's happening when I try to do these things, but it's going awry.
Brush script. That's only available in italic on my machine, but there is something called Brush Script MT Italic. To type one.
Tools, text, okay. And now. Okay.
Let's see, Baskerville. I think that was Baskerville is a Times Roman style, or a Roman style, I should say. Sure, I'm doing English.
IPA Gothic? I don't know.
Gothic is usually kind of like Helvetica. Baskerville Italic. Do you have that?
No, I don't.
I don't even know what a Nazi font is. Someone's like, do you have Nazi fonts? I'm like, I don't know.
We have what?
Nazi fonts?
I have no idea what you mean.
I don't know. I'm just reading the sidebar.
Oh, I can't see it.
Gill Sans. Okay, that's a sans serif, obviously. Sans. Let me see. I just want serif fonts, right?
Hey, Deidre, you look nice.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Oh, that's Microsoft sans serif. Blah. That's not very attractive at all.
This is working.
Ooh. Do you have something called Tratatello?
What? How do you
Yeah.
spell it?
Trattattello.
T-R-A what?
Ttattello.
No hits with TR.
Nothing begins with TR. Bummer. It's got some interesting stuff in it.
Yeah, the fonts here.
Surprised you don't have more fonts. I mean, you've got. Do you have T-Tech, or what tech package do you have installed?
Tech Live.
Okay. So, although it uses MetaFont, although it should be able to use TrueType fonts as well. That's a Roman sans serif font. That's a new one on me. About Bodini. Well, I bet you have Comic Sans, but I also am equally confident that you don't want to use it.
Okay, well, Tamil fonts don't seem quite the right thing. I think,
I am really surprised I don't have more Zap fonts. I'm actually stunned, in fact. Let's see, is there a way for me to grab more fonts? No, I want these to be on the computer. Resolve duplicates by moving files to trash. Yeah, I did a backup recently. That's safe.
yeah, this is a disaster.
Okay, so where the fuck do I get more fonts?
Got a whole bunch of 386 fonts, which don't really help much. Type 1, GS fonts. Who knows how to interpret that?
Right now, I'm clearly wondering if this thing is even showing me all the fonts I have installed. Papyrus? You have anything like that?
I'll search for it. No.
Okay. How about Herculaneum?
Herculaneum? No.
Or Herculanum. Sorry.
Nothing
It
starts with
appears
H.
to be all caps, but it's
Nothing
kind of
starts with H.
spooky.
Nothing starts with H.
American typewriter. Well, that's going to be obvious. Okay, what about the modern ones? Sure.
GIF is really a pain in the ass.
Yeah, what about PDF? That's available. Okay, zap time, symbol, Helvetica core, net, traditional. Copperplate regular, that's too boring. That's not like me. Oh, die dot. I remember die dot. I think I liked that.
Okay. Handwriting fonts for Linux. A nice handwriting font. Ubuntu something. Roof script. Okay.
Ah, there's good old Georgia.
Okay, here we go. Now got it.
Comics.
Tag image.
I can't believe
base
Comic Sans
still.
got popular.
Roof script seems to. Roof script is, I guess, one that's explicitly handwriting based. Oops. Undo move layer. Okay, well I haven't done anything yet. So,
I'm giving up looking. I'm getting tired.
undo move layer. Okay, tool, text, and okay. So 24-point font,
Well, that looks
pixel
like
or whatever.
one that you're using.
What?
Yeah, I liked the one on top. Or maybe it was one below that. That one right there.
Availability is vastly different. I don't have anywhere. The selection of fonts is nothing like on Windows. Okay, I may have to, well, kill GIMP. Discard changes.
Well, the one that I'm seeing on your share, that one looks nice.
I'm not sharing it.
Oh, wait. Who is? Rant Camp. Oh, okay. That's a nice font that Ramp Camp is sharing. I don't know the name of it.
It doesn't matter. I don't have it.
Mm.
I am on a different operating system.
True type fonts are the same on all of them.
It doesn't matter. I don't have the availability is different.
Oh, Black Chancery font. Okay. I've only got one of the Chanceries, so it's a Chancery. There should be a font package that you can, assuming you haven't already downloaded it. You're using an apt-based.
Yeah, it's Ubuntu.
Okay. Yeah, there should be. There really should be a font package that's really, just fonts. And then the question, of course, is, do they automatically get registered with GIMP?
What the hell? How do I change the color of this stuff? Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I got some text over things now. And so I have basically this. That's roof script. So I don't know how decent that looks, but even so.
It kind of looks Comic Sansy.
Don't do Comic Sans. Comic Sans is bad.
Roof script.
Yeah,
I would use my own handwriting, but actually the ligatures are not possible to represent in any typesetting system that exists now.
Tech does ligatures.
Actually, tech does not do the kinds of ligatures I do. They don't just
Okay,
cross.
if you're talking during actual Spencerian type stuff or whatnot, yes, that's beyond computer capabilities.
No, it's. I'll have to show you.
Although, if you're dealing with character sets, sometimes the standard ligatures are in there in Unicode character sets.
It's a lot more than standard ligatures. It's a hell of a lot more.
Oh, I'm aware. It's just that.
You may not be aware unless you're aware of my particular handwriting.
I'm primarily aware of the English language ones. When you start getting into other languages, then I do not know anything about the ligatures for those. In fact, it's kind of surprising to me that so many printed books and web pages and stuff don't even, in English texts, don't even use ligatures at all. It's shocking, really.
Okay, well, let me give you a little quick idea. Does that clear it up for you, or we're talking about ligatures across words or over letters not specifically connected by ligature?
Right. Well, that's like actual handwriting.
Right. And
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
I'm trying to.
I am not aware of a typesetting system that even.
Is that your handwriting?
Yes, that's my handwriting.
That's cool. It's
You have
very
beautiful
swishy.
handwriting.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Unfortunately, the only way for you to use that kind of a font would be for you to, well, write it as you have done, scan it as you have done at, the highest possible resolution that your scanner handles, and
There is actually a regular set of rules behind it. Can you see what some of them are? For instance, the understroke with the S, right? It just covers the word it was doing. The T, all right, let's see. Estevans and Terrius, the first two lines beneath my name, right? I basically cover between. I cross words and I connect ones in different words, but when a letter with an upstroke that blocks it, that would otherwise not be crossed, occurs, I terminate it, and I
now
guess
you,
there's a little bit rule
yeah.
when there are. I guess there's a word that wouldn't have a letter to be crossed in it. Right, so.
Okay, yeah, I see where you crossed the T and went up to the F or whatever.
Oh no, there's ESTUANS, then INTERIUS, right?
Now, this is done by hand, right?
The T in Estevans and the T in Interius both have, the crossing stroke through them, and then the crossing stroke ends at the end of the word Interius,
Right. But
so,
this is done by hand, right?
well, yeah, so by hand, but still the rules are regular, right? You can.
Okay, so, fonts are typically defined using splines and fills and what have you.
Well, that could be done.
So,
but
if you could mathematically describe this,
right,
and express the rules algorithmically,
it can be, but
then
they are beyond what can be expressed in extant typesetting systems. Right?
Well, I'm kind of. What's interesting,
Okay.
Tech and Metafont are both supposed to be Turing complete. So the question is are they sufficiently expressive that you could use Metafont to describe your fonts and the appropriate rules in tech to do what you're doing? Because, you know, you've got the descenders and the ascenders and all that other stuff. And the joins, you'd need to describe macros or what. It's been a while since I've read the tech manual. But you'd have to create tech code to set up those rules. I mean, LaTeX is built on top of tech, so. And Metafont was made to go with tech. But you could well be right. It may be impossible for, or at least exceedingly difficult to write tech code that would output script like that. But tech is the most sophisticated typesetting system I know of. Short of, well, humans.
Why am I not be able to get back into the box here? Tools, text. Okay. Now I'm back in it. Okay.
I wonder if comp.lang, or is it complang tech? Or no, it wasn't complang tech. It was, where was the tech Usenet group located? Comp Sci Tech?
I don't know if I know.
Trying to remember, because I know I've looked at it before. Jeez, should be a simple enough thing to remember. I don't know. Whatever it has.
Okay, well. Let's try this.
Comp text tech.
Okay, I got maybe a new custom overlay. Let's try this. Got QR code, got all my usual silliness, and ta-da, there you go. Maybe I should take it in a little bit to the right because it's kind of getting cut off on the right. And go down a little bit further too. So I'll try that.
Your resolution was low for a moment, and I was going to try and see if it was still readable, but it's bounced back up.
So it's got trouble reading it when the resolution drops. Okay.
Actually, on your end, you're able to control how much bandwidth you're using for your video stream, right? With the control up at the top.
I maxed it out at all times.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could lower it briefly for an experiment. Or can I lower it at my end?
I'll do it on my end. Bear with me while I load the fresh version of it. And so I move it in down and to the right. And okay, that's a little bit better. And taking my bandwidth down a bit. There's one notch. So how's that doing?
You're not in HD mode anymore. That still looks quite readable.
Okay, how about
Knock
now?
it down to the mid. Oh, ooh, okay, that's low. Let's see how if that's readable.
Okay.
Yep, that's still readable.
The QR code's readable. Okay.
Damn, those things are robust. I'm holding the phone further and further back. Okay, I am at.
Okay, very low.
And I still read it.
This is gonna break it. You can't read the rest of my stuff anymore. But
Okay, it breaks at 16 inches.
yeah. Well, that's actually working right now.
Just trying to. Okay, it's taking its time now. Now I'm getting vignetting lines. Oh, there, I just got it, and my lens was 6 inches from the screen.
Well, I bumped my.
Oh, but you've bumped back up the higher quality.
Try it again now.
Ooh, okay. No, that's definitely too low.
So you really think that because Metafont is turning complete that I can actually pull off my own handwriting in Metafont? It's an interesting
Bump
idea.
up one. Okay.
Oh, you want bump up?
Got it there.
There?
Yeah, when you were at
Okay.
the lowest, it was not working. Oh, okay, it works there. Are you one from the bottom?
That's one from the lowest you can do without turning video off entirely.
Wow. It still works.
Here's another step up.
Cool.
Is okay, basically audio only, very low, low.
Whoa, got it there. Oh, you overshot. Okay.
And audio HD. So.
Yeah, HD it definitely does work.
So okay, there you go.
Yeah.
And how does that look as far as like style? Is it stylistic or crude or something?
It's style. I'm not super wild about the font, but I mean it just.
Well.
I mean, I guess it's not as bad as Comic Sans, but
Yeah, I don't entirely like it, but at least kind of does something. If I could actually do like a genuine cursive in Metafont, like what I showed you in my own handwriting, that would be pretty interesting. I should
Yeah, if you
more.
yeah, if you scanned in that writing and put an alpha channel in there.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, the QR code works beautifully. Of course, it points to your Google Plus, not to Patreon, but Patreon.
well, the Patreon can be arranged. In
Nice
fact,
little
the
play on words there.
Patreon is the link available in the YouTube About section.
Right.
It'll be visible to my people in my circles, so there's that. But again, because my Google Plus information is already visible from, I guess, the YouTube video, it might be more meaningful to point it at Patreon. But still, ideally, I would actually just point it at my personal website.
Yeah. Yeah.
Point everybody pretty directly.
And typing in Nadia Yvette should bring you high up on a Google search. Let me try that.
The combination of those two names is rare. And then rare, actually unique, is the combination of all three.
Guess what? Nadia Yvette all by itself. You're the #1 hit. Nadia Yvette Chambers YouTube. And then
Right.
Nadia Yvette at Nadia Y Chambers Twitter. That's #2. Your Google Plus is #3. And
I am only
images.
Nadia Chambers in the world. So.
Whoa.
Here, I'll show you. I'll show you what I'll show you what I got.
If I care to make appearances in others' hangouts, this would be a pretty reasonable sort of thing to actually have.
Did I do that right? Yeah, I did that right.
Yeah, that's pretty much me.
Yeah. So you don't even need the chambers. Your Nadia Yvette is already hitting the top searches.
I might as well actually stuff my personal website into it too.
Actually, just suddenly thought of something. Godless, masochistic.
Godless, communist, transsexual, masochist, Linux kernel programmer. So,
Let's see, godless, communist. Masochistic Linux.
Not masochistic, masochist.
Masochist. Linux kernel programmer. Because that's a search term that anyone would type in.
You could actually...
Oh, it wanted to correct my spelling of communist.
You could actually just read from what I have up on the screen. That'll do it.
Well, I was running a different browser because it uses Google search. For some reason, Chrome is using Yahoo. I gotta fix that. But at any rate, you'll get a kick out of this. Naturally, that's the thing anyone would type in into a search engine if they were looking for a Linux kernel program. You don't want any old Linux kernel programmer. You want a godless, communist, transsexual, masochist Linux kernel programmer.
There you go.
And you're number one on the hit list.
Well, of course. Probably you can knock out, regarding Linux kernel programmers, a single search term. Any one, maybe even two of those search terms, still, I'll come up.
I'm going to try that. I'll just go with Linux kernel programmer first of all.
No, that won't turn me up.
You don't think?
Try godless, communist, transsexual.
Okay. Yeah, you were correct. Let's go with transsexual. Oh, you're number 3.
Interesting. Well,
You've got someone named Andrew Morton ahead of you,
I know them both personally.
and a Theodore So.
Granted, I haven't talked to them in years, but even so, I do know them both personally.
So you're number 3. And then, okay, so is 1, Morton is 2, Yvette is 3, So's resume is 4th, So's Google Plus is 5th. Okay, so let's go with godless. One more word, and bang, you're up to the top. Godless, transsexual, Linux kernel programmer. Oh, and guess what's number 2? Support Nadia Yvette Chambers creating videos. Patreon.
Yeah, I'll do it.
So,
Well, I would point to my personal website, but I don't have any hosting yet, so
okay, who the hell is this Johnny KXYZ YouTube?
That's the koala boy, anti-Muslim koala boy.
Yep.
Oh, and James Paul Von Helton is showing up on this search. Oh, that is hilarious. And Theodore So is down there, but this time he's below you. Medford, Massachusetts. Okay. That's interesting. All right. Stop sharing. Well, that was an interesting experiment.
I might as well just put like 2 on my screen. One for Patreon, one for Christmas site, so.
Of course, since the demand for godless, communist, transsexual, masochistic Linux kernel programmers is not super high, you might want to also mention that you're also a godless, communist, transsexual, masochistic Haskell programmer.
Sure.
Yeah, that's not a super popular language, although it's growing in visibility. I mean, I don't know why, but functional programming is gaining mind share. Don't know why it took so long, since Lisp has always been a functional programming language and has been around a damn long time in one flavor or another.
How do I work with other layers besides the one that seems to be in the foreground? Select selection editor. Okay. Just happened there. This would be helpful. Layer, stack, mask.
How much time have you got left on this? Should be less than an hour.
I don't know. I think it started at 10:30. It's 4:23 now. So I think we're about 6 hours in.
Oh, okay.
So about 2 hours.
For some reason it felt, I don't know. Well, I'm on Eastern time, and I thought you went on around midnight Eastern.
There we go. Now we can layer, new layer from file, open as layers. Now we have
Crap, these things stay so.
one for Patreon, one for Patreon on the left, and okay, and tools, transform tools, move, and something like 50-50. Boxes me in a bit, but well, let's try 40-40. Okay, now 38.
The QR codes are actually most useful when they're printed on paper.
True, but still 40-40. Now,
Or secreted into a web page. Just sitting there for no apparent reason.
Hey Nadia, Rant Camp is asking if you can unmute him.
you know how that is, right?
I think so.
It's your acoustic phone.
Oh, okay.
That's your acoustic. So. Oh, they don't have a mic. All they do is make weird noises.
Oh yeah, with the music and stuff.
Yeah. Okay, there's 40 down.
I can reliably scan in codes.
Okay, so now export as recording.
Well,
Most of the documents, especially mobile scenes. QR overlay, .png. And now, okay. How about that? 2 QR codes. One
Do
for personal website. Patreon on the left. And personal on the right.
okay. Just keep in mind.
Yeah, I could cram them both into one.
Well, here's the thing. A camera phone is almost certainly limited to one at a time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I could nuke my personal website because it's not actually there yet.
Which one is? Why did I have to go and put my phone aside?
Trick is when I'm hosting.
Oh,
Does it
okay. Nadia Vet Chambers LBGT. Or LGBT, sorry.
Yeah.
It's the one on the right.
But if I ever appear in someone else's Hangout, they'll want to find my Google Plus profile.
Patreon, okay. So when someone's looking at the screen, at the left side is the Patreon one, and the right side is the LGBT one.
Right. It'll pretty much correspond to the URLs below. But I could actually do something like put the text beneath the QR codes if there's and so on.
Yep. Doesn't look at all like you're trying to promote yourself.
Yeah, well. I wonder who could.
So for your remaining Hangout days.
But can you invert QR codes? Like, make them white on black or something? Or white on transparent?
That's an interesting test idea. How difficult would it be for you? How trivial would it be for you to just make one of them? Actually, how about black on transparent?
That's a good question. I don't have a way offhand to really do it right. Is this boring the shit out of everyone?
Probably.
I'm just like playing with this new thing while I'm listening.
No, it's not. It's awesome.
You're playing with Mini. You said you're playing with Minicam?
Yeah.
I've been following it off and on. I wish I had a phone scanner.
Can you take screenshots of rectangles?
Nope. My battery had the Nadia explosion months ago. Not as bad as yours.
Can you take screenshots at all?
No, from what? Like a camera phone?
Are you using a phone or a computer?
Computer.
No, screenshots are applications on the same computer that's displaying the screen that capture what's being displayed on the screen on that same computer.
You mean the sniping tool? Snipping tool?
Like what?
With the snipping tool, like a screen capture?
Yeah, are you on a PC?
Yeah.
Hit the print screen key next time you see the full screen of Nadia.
Well, here, I'll do it. I'll just put it up. And
All right. Yeah. Now hit the print screen key, and it will take a screen capture and put it on your clipboard. And you pull up the clipboard viewer and paste it into a document, an MS Paint document. Save it.
Well, hold on. Let me find the print key then.
It's on the right side. It should say print.
Yeah, it should, shouldn't it?
yeah, how do I edit layer?
Yeah, somehow you have to assign white to be alpha 0.
Okay, from, I guess, FFFF to alpha. Okay, there we go. Okay, we did it for this one too. Layer, transparency, color to alpha. Okay. Why didn't it work?
It might have a white background, although it should show up as checkered if it's got nothing under it. But PNG does support alpha.
Transparency, color.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yo, Bob.
Hey, Flip, if I just heard you say about the print screen. I know on my laptop that's running Windows, you got to hit the print screen and the window icon, or the FN icon on it at the same time for it to.
Oh, is that the problem?
Oh, okay.
The print screen and the what icon? The window icon?
I think it's the window icon or the alt icon. One of them down there in the bottom corner. Pretty sure it's the window icon though.
Oh.
Or there's another icon. Is it FN? The other key is an FN key or something.
Oh, FN print screen?
Yeah.
Okay,
I've only done it a couple times, but I know you got to push both of them at the same time.
It's been a while since I've even touched a Windows machine.
Yeah, it usually takes me a couple times to push them down. You got to push one before the other, get them at the same time for it to...
Well, with the FN key, you can hold it down and then press the other key because it just activates the other function of the key.
And that's supposed to take a screen capture?
Yeah, my screen will go. My screen will get like it'll darken out a little bit when it takes a screen capture.
Yeah.
Can I just use a snipping tool or sniping tool, whatever you call it?
Well, once you've done that, you've got a picture of the whole screen. You can open up an MS Paint document from clipboard, and it should put the image in there. And then you can fiddle with it from there.
Okay, undo. And why can't I change what layer I'm on? Merge down, delete layer, stack, select next layer, lower layer, select next layer. Okay. Now try again. Transparency. Alpha. Spamming me. Okay, now let's try doing export, overwrite. Okay, back into custom voice selection, keyword overlay. Alright, give it a shot now.
Ooh, you did it to them both.
Nice.
All right, it worked on the one on the LGBT one. And let's try. Oh, your head is in the way.
Sorry.
No problem. Oh, and the Patreon one worked. So your wall provides adequate contrast.
Alright, now let's try them white.
Oh, make them white. Oh, okay.
Hey, Bonto.
Layer, transform.
Hello, Ish.
Transparency. Okay, color. Invert. Value invert.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, you should invert the black, not the transparency.
Layer. Tools, selection tools. Shit, where was it? Select. Layer. Merge down. Transparency, transform. Where was it? Edit. View. Select. Image. Layer. Merge down. Layer. Tools, selection tools. Transform tools, paint tools. Zoom, measure, text filter. Colors layer. Transform. Edit. Select. Color. Invert. Image. Layer. Stack. Okay. Select. Previous layer. Okay, now. Layer. Transform. Transparency. Colors. Value invert. Got it. Okay, overwrite. And bear with me. Nope, welcome back, Hard. Okay. Yeah. Oops.
Brought up the wrong one. Other version.
Reload it. So. Okay, now try.
Ah. That looks like it should work. Let's see if I... Uh-oh. That one's not working. What about this one?
Let me try it on mine.
Neither of them are working.
So it does have to be black.
Can you try another color, like a dark blue or purple? Maybe it has.
Oh.
Sounds like works.
It worked for me.
Interesting. Why isn't it working for me?
What just freaking happened here?
Good question.
You got an error.
Oh, it said error.
No.
I thought when it made that beep, it was a successful read.
Wait, this is actually accurate as far as. Oh, that's fine. It's the display of the P15. That's all.
My phone's just not recognizing the code.
Well, I got the LGBT one, so let's try the Patreon one. And work for Patreon, so. Do you have alternative QR code scanners?
I'm just using my iPhone.
What does that mean?
I'll switch out of my little test program and try that Kawa one.
Let's try. Get back up from here.
Web page under construction. Oh, the Kawa one worked for some reason. What am I doing wrong?
Looks like it might depend on the app.
And the Patreon worked. Okay, so my app for some reason was failing, but the Kawa app worked. Why isn't my app working?
Yeah, I see a different one not working actually.
Bless you.
Yeah, second one doesn't work. First one does, second one doesn't. Okay, let's try the third.
Weird.
No, it's not weird. It's kind of obvious, right?
I mean, I would have expected both apps on my phone to be using the same APIs to do what I'm doing.
Okay, the third one works, so.
Can you hold something dark up behind the code? Might be a contrast issue. Maybe even, yeah, that should do.
Try the Patreon one.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the issue. It got the Patreon.
Try this one.
Yeah, got the LBGT. Okay, so obviously if I want to increase the reliability, I have to add an additional filter to increase contrast.
That's a Roger.
The one that failed here doesn't actually work with the contrast here. Yeah, it doesn't help here. Or it doesn't help on the app that failed. So, you say it was your homebrew?
Yeah, the one I wrote as a test app for basically scanning all the codes that the iPhone recognizes and displaying the information.
Good morning.
Okay. Stack.
But the Kawa app didn't require the additional contrast, so I'm guessing they increased. They probably applied a contrast increasing filter. I'll have to see how to do that.
So. Okay. Something like this.
You were definitely more reliable, though, with the black, and most reliable, of course, with the black on white.
Hold on, Nadia, it picked
Correct.
both of those up for me really fast.
You're. What happened again?
Yeah, I scanned both of them just now, and they came through.
Okay, so.
Like in within a second.
Sounds good. Alright.
Yeah, like I said, the Kawa app had absolutely no difficulty whatsoever. But my app required the additional contrast. So I'm guessing the Kawa app was applying a contrast filter. There might be other things I can do as well. Maybe reduce the frame rate, shit like that. I have to play with the AV Foundation.
Well, it's kind of distracting. I mean, you know, once in a while, but I mean, on the whole, it's too cluttered.
Oh, maybe if you put them on the same side, one under the other.
Well,
that
more.
might make it impossible for phones to scan. You can't have like two of them there and scan. Well, at least not with the stock library, built-in library functions.
Could you put like the left more to the left and the right more to the right?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, just artistically speaking, cluttered.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, if you have the one over, let's see, over the left, vertically aligned with the writing.
Vertically aligned with what?
You have the left edge vertically aligned with the Nadia Godless HTTP line.
Oh, well, I'm moving the URLs to right next to the.
Okay.
I'm wondering if Google's gonna have a problem covering up their logo.
I don't see it on my end. The Google logo.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that will be on the YouTube video. The Google watermark.
Huh, I got it.
The bug.
That's weird.
Okay.
So they call this like a chroma key or something?
Well, okay, I'll show you this tip. I'm not sure if it's worthwhile, but.
What's up, Bunto?
Sup, guys? Happy April Fools.
Hey, your name.
It's not April Fool's, it's National Atheist Day.
National Atheist Day. Fitting.
Who came up with that? That wasn't Shock of God, was it?
I don't know. I heard, who did it? Somebody said it as a joke. Oh, it was Brett.
All right.
I heard Brett say it, but.
One suggestion, since you moved those URLs, have the Patreon logo left aligned with the Patreon URL.
Justified.
The QR code for the LGBT, have it right aligned with over the T.
They call it right justified.
Or you leave them off and leave it a mystery so people scan it.
And plus, the one on the right's a little bigger than the one on the left.
Yeah, I know. I don't have any way to fix that.
It's just, I don't know, it's like so cluttered.
Yeah, it is.
You know what you could do, honey? If you really want to do that, why don't you make a still and then just like a card that you could put up once in a while with the Patreon on it, and then Nadia, because the bugs are neat, right? But we'd rather just like look at you rather than bugs.
Wouldn't people tend to scan it more if you didn't have the links underneath the website? Because they'd be like, what the fuck does this lead to? What is this for? And they'll scan it.
Tells them which QR code is for which link.
Yeah, just play with it and see what happens. This is all like cyberpunk stuff.
I could move the text above the actual QR codes. I think they're too far inset too.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
I don't have a good way of telling. I don't have a good way of telling what layer I'm actually on inside of me. Is there any way to view what layers switch and what layer I'm on? All that garbage.
Okay.
Hello?
I actually have no idea what it is you're actually doing to get those images there.
Are you talking about in GIMP?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you looking for the layers box?
I don't know. Is that what would show me that?
Well, go hit the Windows tab.
Windows tab. Okay.
And then go to Dockable Dialogues.
Layers. Okay. And then.
Does that show you the layers box?
I can't really see the contents. Okay.
God, that's early.
Now, move tool. Transform. Move. Okay.
Did that open it for you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I can't see what's happening. Tools, move tool, transform, move. Okay.
You think if you move them boxes down towards the bottom, it look less cluttered?
Sorry? What?
If you move the barcodes towards the bottom of the screen, it'd probably look less cluttered.
Okay, then where do I put the text at the bottom of the screen?
On my phone screen, your little box, you got probably 3/8 of an inch on each side before it's at the edge of my phone screen, and almost the same on the larger box too.
Yeah, I know. It's... Why can't I select it? Layer, transform, move, offset. What is offset? No. Why can't I move this? Tools, transform, move. Okay, I've got it. Might be it. Okay. Now, shouldn't have to do this by hand. I should be able to just punch in numbers.
For me, it's the other way around.
What?
For me, it's the other way around, honey. I mean, I love using what I can see instead of numbers.
Yeah, what I can see doesn't help. I need numbers.
Wonder how long it'll be before people start being able to read QR codes by just looking at them.
Probably a while.
Yeah, I can't sleep at night.
Oh, shit.
Man, I think you guys are the only guys up. Nobody else is up, and it's only 6:58 here.
It's 7:58 where I am. I'm about ready to pass out.
You've been up all night? Wow. I went to sleep about 10 and woke up at 5.
Yeah, I've been up way too long.
Okay, I think I kind of sort of hand did this, but it's going to be a disaster that they don't actually align.
Yeah, that's better. Totally better.
This down a little bit, and the left one needs to go into the left a little bit. So.
Honey, wow.
What are you saying?
Well, okay, in advertising, what we do is, we arrive at something and then you let it sit for a while. You look at it and then you come back. You know what I mean? You got to let it settle for a bit so you can get your ideas.
Well, yeah, but this is also how, perfectionism kind of works. You mess with something, mess with it. Finally, you get sick of messing with it. That's when you let it
settle
sit and cook for a while before you come back. But
does it have to be that exact size, the box?
Oh, to the pixel.
Oh, really? Okay.
Now, actually, the codes are scalable, but they are 200 pixels square.
You sort of look Japanese today, honey. Did you know that?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You do. You look like sort of Japanese today.
What the hell are you talking about?
The look, your face, you look sort of Japanese today. To me.
You're... What? Stop just repeating yourself.
Japan is a country located in... It's an island
You're
country.
not helping.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're not helping.
Honey, take a break. You've been piddling with that for like over 5 minutes.
What makes you think 5 minutes is a good amount of time?
In advertising.
Advertising.
Yeah, like, in a shop, if you see somebody just like staring into a screen for more than an hour, you want them to like take a break.
What are you talking about?
No, I used to work in advertising.
I don't work in advertising.
Did you, Banto?
Yeah, I was in 800, 900 advertising for 10 years.
See, wouldn't it be better
And what
not
did you
to
do?
have...
Well, I joined Dell because I wanted to get into tech. I wanted to learn about computers, believe it or not. I really had a bad drug habit that I had to kick. It pretty much sank my advertising career. And then after that, I joined Dell, and then I joined American Airlines. And then I came back here and just freelanced.
when you get into advertising, do you sell your soul to Satan before or after you get the job?
No, it's just like you get caught up in people. Advertising's a lot about people who you meet,
That
and then
has
if they have intense drug habits, you tend to catch them too.
that has nothing to do with what we're going on about here. And in the meantime, here we go. How about that?
Very good, honey. I love it. Looks good. How long you been working on that?
Keep them up there
Yeah.
a bit. I'll try and scan them again.
You look like Clint Eastwood, a stogie.
I guess one of my toolbars is blocking off the websites.
I was going to say that I am not a graphic artist.
Hey, you're pretty damn good facsimile. It looks good to me.
Excuse me. I am not a graphic artist. This is
Ooh!
not. Excuse me.
I finally got it. Wow.
Excuse me.
Okay. Whoops.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I am not a graphic artist.
Right.
This is not. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I am not a graphic artist. This is not that complex a task relative to what actual graphic artists do. And
Okay.
my excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I am not a graphic artist. This was not that complex a task relative to what actual graphic artists do. And my speed at carrying out the task was far below what actual graphic artists who have skill are capable of doing the same task, or in fact, much more complex tasks.
Okay.
Mind. Let me finish a sentence.
Nadia, do you know what performance art is?
You know what a non sequitur is?
Okay, I'm sorry, honey. I just say what jumps into my head.
It shows.
Forgive me.
Ah, fuck.
No, I mean, it looks nice. Pretty good. Good job.
Yeah, I think it's a bit uneven, but even so.
It looks technical. It looks really high tech.
I'm going to have to improve my scanner.
Yeah, I did another quick scan audio. They show up within a second.
Wow.
It was making noise. Could you repeat that about the quick scan?
Yeah, I did another quick scan real fast, and it's picking them up within a second.
Good job.
Okay. We have some compatibility reports. I saw two, I guess, point people to a couple of different sites, but I desperately looking for documentation to do. Rice, you are a little noise.
So sorry.
Yeah. My website design could probably use work, but especially since, well, it's nothing but a sort of under construction page from the actual domain provider.
Stuff on the back burner.
What do you mean stuff on the back burner?
Well, I mean, you know, the stuff that accumulates to do. Like, I have plenty of stuff to do, and like you were talking about your website, it's just another thing to do.
Well, the website would actually help generate revenue. And the trouble is, of course, the hosting. Your screen is about to explode. Why? And who just left? Rice? Okay.
April Fools. Oh, dude. I was thinking about eating, but I gave it up.
Yeah, in reality, I think that the Patreon link is probably not appropriate for appearances in other people's hangouts, and nor would broken links be, but a Google Plus profile link would be appropriate for other people's hangouts. So
Okay.
I should maybe make a second custom overlay that just has the Google Plus profile link.
That's a good idea. Why don't you see how this one works out first? Can I ask you just a quick question that came across my thinking right now? Nadia, in all your experience, who was your best teacher? Was it in high school or college or even earlier?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Like the best teacher that ever impressed you? Your favorite teacher?
Bunto, you're gonna lose a limb.
I don't think I really have one.
Well, I mean, you listen to Nadia's delivery, and then you wonder, where it was derived from.
My delivery was not derived from anyone.
Oh, really?
My speech patterns are not from imitation.
Because it sounds like a teacher to me.
Even so.
Yep. I have to
I could
do
give
that
you
sometime.
a computer programming lecture.
So what are we at? Are we over 100?
I don't know yet. No, I'm 83.
Oh, too low, honey.
That's not too low. That's within the normal range. Granted,
To me,
it is the low end of the normal range, but it is still normal.
it's kind of low. You feel a lot better.
Range is 80 to 120.
Right, honey. If you're over 100, you'll have a good one.
No. If I'm between 80 and 120, I'll have a good one.
No, because you're too close to under 80.
No.
I have to tell you, I have such a fondness for you. It's not funny.
Can you all see the links clearly above the codes?
Yeah, all that shit's fine. I love it.
Really?
Move on.
Alright.
Let it settle.
My
Is
address
anyone-
bar is covering it up.
Is anyone not able to see the links above the QR codes?
I see the very bottoms of it, like the P lines.
The
My
descenders.
address bars seems to be blocking it.
Okay, I can.
But Bunto,
You
you're an
probably-
advertiser.
Oh, go ahead, Flip. I missed it.
You're in advertising. Wouldn't it be better to leave them off so people will be like, "Hey, what are those scanners for?" So they scan it.
Yeah, it could be an idea. The thing is, like,
Well,
you have to let the idea settle for a while, and then you'll get a whole bunch of ideas and do them at once instead of just one idea after another.
Or like making the LGBT one rainbow color.
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of things you can do. The only thing bad about this with the bugs is that it's kind of cluttered, kinda.
I don't know. It looks good. It looks good. The writing above it. The labels above the boxes. It looks good. I mean, it's on my cell phone right now. My cell phone landscape. It doesn't look cluttered.
Yeah. Just just let it settle for a while, and then tomorrow take a look at it, and then you'll fix it up a bit.
The white definitely looks good though.
Yeah, it's not that hard to figure out.
It does look definitely commercially techy.
I don't think I ever saw that on a website before.
Me neither.
You never saw what on a website before?
Those codes. What's the exact name of the box codes?
QR codes.
QR.
Yeah, the steal what idea? Palm Jam?
Yeah, BJ.
I am not entirely sure. It really makes sense to claim some kind of intellectual property right over using QR codes as labels on videos.
Oh, you know he's kidding.
Yeah. It's already been done anyway. Websites have already had QR codes on them, as have printed coupons.
And video.
Yeah.
I've seen them on, real estate signs. Like when you pass a house, they got the thing painted on the sign.
I personally haven't actually seen a video directly that has such on it, but it's such an obvious idea. It has to have been done.
Yeah, that video I mentioned hours and hours ago, from your interview that I put up on my Google Plus has your Patreon and a QR code in the lower left corner of the video.
So, is...
For the whole video.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Now, of course, one of the questions here is whether my .lgbt domain site can have some hosting arrangements.
Yeah. Once you've got sorry, I'm getting punchy. Once you've got web hosting sorted out, I would think you could put anything you want on it.
Well, I'll work with you on that, Nadia. What's the site? I can't actually see it. Like, what's the actual? Can you read the address?
Nadia Eva Chambers.lgbt. First, middle, last name, all run together, no spaces, no dots. .lgbt. That should be it right there. The sidebar text to it. One of the tricks, of course, is reverse DNS.
Okay.
Solutions.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you about that another time. When you've had some
Yeah,
rest.
other ways it could be arranged would be, I guess, payments to network solutions for hosting. What's so funny?
I think Palm Jam is the bomb. Anyway, you guys ever watch like Japanese cinema? Like really studied it? I used to way back in the day.
So, I should remark at least, for appearances in other people's hangouts, Patreon link directly is a bit too mercenary. So, and the LGBT link is not up yet. So, from that point of view, the way I should probably approach that is to use my Google Plus. And that's not difficult to arrange. I can.
Good.
While I'm hosting the Google Plus profile link, would be redundant, as you can always directly from hovering over my name in the YouTube event description or video description, and there a pop-up appears, has a plus icon within it, on which you can click and get directly to my Google Plus profile. Right. So, in that respect, these are meaningful, at least while in the Hangouts I host myself.
Mm-hmm. Blabber, have you ever thought about getting a cigarette holder? It'd be easier to light those stogies.
They are stogies. Number one. Number two. What's the point? Number three.
Well, I mean, they look easier to light.
Number three. I'm usually able to get whole cigarettes, so.
Just an idea, honey.
Mento, you're not going to make it out of here alive.
I know. You've been working hard, and it's paying off.
Yeah. But look at the video, well, what I posted on the group chat. See what you think of that.
Let me open that. Hold on.
Just
Please
click
help
on
Nadia.
it.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's just, okay, that's not an actual video. That's just a little clip, right?
No, if you hit the play button, it should be a full video.
I see. Okay, how does this work? Some stuff is YouTube and some stuff is just G+.
I downloaded the YouTube video. I edited by overlaying the QR code, and I uploaded it to Google+.
Okay.
Pretty sweet. Yeah.
What you should be able to do is take a screenshot or screen capture of the video, your desktop, or the screen, or a screen selection, a rectangle you select using screen capture or screenshot tool.
Right.
And then have that process by an application that decodes QR codes. And that should be able to make it useful for those desktop applications. 76% of my views are done from desktop or laptop computers. So, good 3/4 of my audience will be able to digest them.
Okay, this just might be on my end, FUD, but I went ahead and clicked on it, and it's just like, what did you say, twirling, the...
It's an interview.
Oh, I see. How long is it? Because maybe it's just a long download.
It should be like 53 minutes about.
Yeah. Because my thing is just twirling, twirling, twirling. It's probably on my end. I don't know.
Let me try.
The video came up for me right away.
Let me redo it. Maybe it'll just come back.
help people tag you in
Hello
videos.
guys, this
Fuck
is Sean, and I am here with Nadia. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the Google Plus Hangouts. I've seen her around, and I just wanted to sit down with her today to, get to know her better, get everybody else to get to know her better as well too, and I guess.
Yeah, that link is. Try this one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more direct.
All right, hold on. All right. It's just because I got a puny computer. I only got a 2-core.
I didn't realize it was just a simple landing page.
Like there's phones, cell phones more powerful than my computer now.
Let's see, I'm gonna click it, see what it does. Huh. Oh wait, yeah, the second one. Wow.
Hello guys, this is Sean, and
Takes
I
it
am
long
here
enough.
with Nadia. I'm sure
Yeah.
you guys are familiar with the Google Plus Hangouts. I've seen her around, and I just wanted to sit down with her today to, get to know her better, get everybody else to get to know her better as well too, and I guess.
So when did this interview come off?
I'm planning on not having this be longer than an hour because I don't want to, bore people.
Make
Might be
sure
really
it
short.
scans.
An hour at the absolute longest, but I guess the first question I had that I was just curious about is, do you have any kind of like a Christian background?
Sorry about that. I forgot to mute myself.
Oh, I was listening to it. So when did that interview come off? Oh well.
Okay, let me see. When did what interview come out?
That one that the FUD was playing, I think. He didn't warm up, did he? He just dived in. Do you guys drink a lot of caffeine in the mornings? I only have 1 cup usually.
I have 1 cup of coffee. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't know how that even started.
I was thinking about eating, but I'm not hungry, you know?
Yeah. I don't take caffeine. There was an opening Google Hangout banner, and which I clipped, and basically let them go straight into the introduction, and I clipped a tiny bit off the tail end. It's like 8 seconds in total.
The guy didn't warm up, he just dived in.
Basically. But anyway, essentially it's the interview, except that it's got that QR code overlaid on it.
Nice.
Picture-in-picture style.
A bug. They call that a bug. You know when you do an overlay?
Whatever.
Well, the terminology. You used to call it chroma key.
Well, in web pages, a bug is generally a 1-pixel transparent GIF image.
Mm-hmm.
So the browser fetches that, and it's able to be easily sifted out of the log files.
I have no idea why the web addresses are hidden from it.
Well, it is very hard to make, a one size fits all in this medium.
Yeah, I guess so.
Anyway, the video is embeddable, so.
Is it a good interview?
Actually, I thought it was. I mean, that's when I first found out that Nadia was a Linux kernel. I mean, I first saw Nadia in Hangout with Nephilim Frey. And, they were doing the evolution thing, whatever, but she had a picture of Tux, the Linux mascot.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Linux chick. She looked like a goth chick. And,
right.
And then I stumbled across this interview thingy with her, where it was revealed that, well, she did some major code contributions to the Linux kernel. I was like, wow, that is impressive. I mean, that's some serious.
It was like a programming interview. It was like a programming interview. It really wasn't like,
No, it was
background.
a regular personal. You can watch the damn thing.
I know, but the thing is, it doesn't come up on my end because I have a puny computer.
Oh. Well,
what are you doing? Come on, moron.
Right.
Pedal
You're kind of
fast.
tired, bud. Maybe get some rest.
I am tired. But no, it's guy interviewing her. I don't know exact. They're in different locations. It looked like it was done with using a Hangout. And yeah, so he asks her questions, she answers them. Shit.
Maybe in the future someone can do a shorter interview with Nadia. You can put up.
I could probably edit it down in size. That is, cut out the boring bits. It's hard to do that right now.
Yeah, you guys done a lot of work.
I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch this video. See how you do.
I got to improve. Sorry.
Go ahead, Fudd.
Yeah, I got to improve my QR reader. It's not. It's got an app. There's an app on my phone that has no problem with those white QRs, and the program I wrote has serious difficulty with them. So I'm thinking I need to slow down the frame rate considerably, and also increase the contrast. That is, apply some filters so that it can.
That sucks.
So it can grab them easy. I'm going to do a little toy app for the App Store to be basically a QR business card thingy.
That one kind of sucks, Nadia.
Yeah. I want to put up the left. So.
Oh, man. So, Flip, you've been up all night doing this?
I can't say I really slept, but I was off and on.
Wow,
So no, I really don't know exactly what Nadia and Fudd were doing. So I'm not sure what the hell I was doing, but so I want to go back and rewatch and see how they did it.
Yeah, stand up and stretch on occasion.
I'm nuts. I have no idea what happened.
So you looking forward to April? Blink.
Me?
Yeah.
April?
Yeah.
What's in April?
Tax month and just another month.
No, not really. When it starts getting warm, I start wanting it to be fall again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, even before summer starts.
Oh, yeah, I love the weather. Go down to the park.
Yeah.
Okay. Jay.
Too long.
I never could stand the heat.
The type is on your forehead.
I know. I don't have a good solution.
Well, I can see much more of it now.
Well, you could knock down that plus Nadia Yvette Chambers to the next line. But the reason you have that QR, Nadia, is for it to do a lot of work for you. So you don't have to type everything on there. Maybe you could just type in, plus Google. Just leave it there.
Leave off the link completely.
Well,
Have it be a mystery.
There is a point to it, which is
You could completely dump the / plus Nadia Yvette Chambers.
there is a point to it, which is excuse me. There is a point to it. Is that this is supposed to be, I guess, a substitute in a way for, or not a substitute, a guide to what's in the actual affair. So when I arranged this, it is not really an optional matter, but rather one of guidance.
Okay. How many times on that page does it say Nadia Yvette Chambers?
What?
How many times on that page you got does it say Nadia Yvette Chambers?
It doesn't matter.
It says twice.
The URL.
That's one too many.
Excuse me. It doesn't actually matter. Matters is that the URL is actually included, and
you are so
stubborn. Excuse me. Once the URL is actually made visible for others to see, they will know what the QR code is pointing to, so that they can get it from their phones and so on. Okay, I think that clarified it all, and, well, is that legible, or is not everyone getting enough bandwidth to read it?
Most of the link is cut off from it. The web address.
Most of the link is cut off for you?
The web address, yeah.
The web address is cut off for you?
Yep.
How is it cut off? What side is it cut off from?
My address bar is cutting off the top 2/3 of the whatever Patreon link.
Okay. I will move it down some and maybe boost up the font.
Hey Flip, double click the main screen.
Oh, okay.
Does it fit now?
I'll have to wait till it comes back. Nope.
Man,
oh wait, yes. Okay. Yeah, it reduced. Hey, I never knew that feature.
Yeah, it fits it to screen or something like that.
Now it's way too low.
I know it's like that one size fits all is just like it's really hard in this medium.
The default point font is slightly too small, so I will boost it to 14 points.
Can you move it to the left at all, the whole thing, or no? Back into the left. Do you have the ability to move the whole thing more to the left, like the link and the code?
I
Or you
can
better
move
just
it more. The important part is actually making sure it is legible for.
Yes, it is. If I'm not in whatever mode I
Not
was
be
in.
that small. It cannot be that small while enabling people to read. So
The font makes it a little bit less readable, but
well, that's why I'm increasing the size of the font to 14 points.
and move it back into the left.
What? Is this a JFK conspiracy now? Okay, well. I might be able to go up to 16 points, but it's already kind of reaching.
It's much better now.
Yeah, I don't know. I suspect if my bandwidth goes down, I guess it might depend on.
The ERS is just covering your head, your left, well, your right side.
Yeah, I know where it's going.
Okay.
I'll
Oh, you
have
can
to
see.
basically. I'll have to basically maneuver to kind of avoid it, like basically do the screen like that, do the camera like that, to dodge the dodge that covering my face any, but still. This is what I can use to appear in other people's videos, right? Simple link to my G+ profile and general kind of description and so on. One thing I worry about though is when the description down there might be cut off from, I guess, cut off from the bottom normally.
Awesome job.
I didn't do quite that much, but still. I take it the actual link scans, the QR code scans the link, right?
Do you remember what time you and Fudd started working on this? Like how many hours ago?
No. But it's been a long time.
5 hours, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it's been quite that long, but maybe 3 or 4.
Have you been watching Desert the whole time?
For the most
A lot of what we ended up trying to do at first wasn't so much to get it and do the image editing for the custom overlay, but rather to figure out how to generate QR codes at all. QR encode. I spent a lot of time trying to get QR encode to properly write out QR code images when in fact it was the display program I was using, XView, that was faulty and showing an all black image instead of the actual image magic display displayed the images properly. So in other people's Hangouts, this makes sense. Because they won't know my Google Plus profile link unless I actually show them it, right? But in my own Hangouts, yeah, other people's Hangouts. In my own Hangouts, getting them direct to Patreon and my personal site makes more sense for that. Because my Google Plus link is always easily found from the YouTube video description. So while I'm hosting, this makes sense. Well, I'm not likely to appear in other people's Hangouts very often, because my relationships with the community, the atheist community, are so strained that
That's your decision.
well, my decision entirely. Essentially, I implicitly endorse the disparagement others do of me by, well, appearing to, I guess, quote unquote, be confronted by them. So, when I go about
right
those Hangouts, I don't care to give them a platform to carry out their disparagement.
You think about this beforehand?
Yeah, I did.
You ever just done an impulsive hangout appearance? Impulse hangout appearance?
I don't really do things by impulse.
Like impulse buying, you just buy it. You see something next to the counter, so you buy it. Impulse hangout appearance, you just show up, somebody's hangout. You see it, you show up.
I don't really do things by impulse.
I never would have guessed.
Yeah, in this case, I should probably shrink these down to 14 points as well. So, over here, what I can do is...
You like graphic cards?
No, I don't.
No.
Okay, input methods. Why can't I see this?
Surprise. People are starting to wake up now.
Okay.
Like when I get up in the morning, I send a bunch of people a bunch of messages, and then they trickle in.
That must be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Undo reshape text layer. Okay.
You know, the hunt for the red October, honey.
Yeah, it's routine that I can't actually numerically control the positions of all these things. Okay, so I took these down to 14 point as well. Now, now I should have a bit more headroom. So,
I think you like graphic arts.
what are you smoking?
What am I smoking? I don't smoke.
Well, and you say that. What basis do you have for saying it?
Because you just fiddle over it for like hours and hours and hours on end. It's like what I used to do. And believe me, I was smoking back then.
Stack.
Hope about. Uh-oh. I hope y'all doing all hope about. Hope is good. Ain't it? Have you guys seen Jim lately, Christian? Hillbilly?
Yes. He's been in my hangouts.
Okay, good.
His wife's recovering, albeit somewhat slow.
Yep.
Sorry.
I knew it.
Hey,
Good
Irving.
morning. Good morning.
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 It's great to hear you guys.
Happy Atheist Day.
Happy Atheist Day. That worked. I thought an atheist would say Happy Christian Day, right? Like on April Fool's. Right. Happy Religion Day. It was all a joke. Hey, Palm Jam. Oh my gosh.
Well, I guess you can see the products of tonight's work.
This is Fud Muttons?
Well, I guess we've been working on.
Oh, great, you guys.
We've been working on a bit of it together.
Good.
I'm going to have another cup of caffeine. I'll be back.
That sounds like a great idea.
I've learned a little bit how to use GIMP. So when it comes to, I don't know, various kinds of watermarking or other video affairs, I can at least get that this much in there. And this is useful for appearances where Patreon prominent and my personal website prominent. They're both meaningful. And for others' hangouts, I have another one with just my Google Plus profile on the left.
Okay.
It actually looks really good.
I agree.
Google Plus breakthrough.
It's a little bit cluttered. I had the idea for, I guess, other participants in my hangouts that QR codes could be a useful way to give the link to their profile or other identifying information. But at some point I realized that, well, almost no one but me appears on camera. So about the only person this so far is myself. I mean, I wasn't good at myself.
Okay.
How you feeling, Armin, this morning? All right.
Yeah, I'm a little bit tired, but I've been sleeping really well because I haven't been taking my computer to bed.
You've been having cyber sex all night?
No,
Is that what you said?
No.
no. My computer stays in the office or out of my room. That's the whole deal.
You know, I have my computer in my room. Well, my room has to be to my office, too. Oh, you know, I don't drink coffee anymore. I drink tea. It's so stronger than the instant coffee.
I'm thinking of making a big pot of tea today.
If I could get proper medication for the hormonal fatigue, I would not drink caffeine.
Right?
There is no proper medication for that. I've been dealing with that junk for years, and it's just life sucks, son.
Right.
What medication have you tried?
Oh, I was going with thyroid stuff.
That's not quite enough. Generally, Adderall and Provigil are the two options.
I have Adderall. Yeah, you're right.
In addition to the hormone replacement. Go ahead.
I have Adderall as well.
Wowee. Does that stuff work?
Like
Yes.
a mug.
That will probably not work for your fatigue if you're using it for ADHD.
Do women wake up tired?
Well, no, I don't take mine until I take my thyroid medicine, and then I have to wait an hour, and then I can take my Adderall.
Oh, I see. Yeah, timing.
Yeah, it's everything.
When you're using the Adderall for ADHD, it'll probably not counteract fatigue.
It does during the day, and then what happens is at night you just crash.
Well, that's fine.
So exhausted. So it's as long as it gives me my 8 hours, I'm fine.
Okay, when you woke up this morning, Armin, were you tired?
Yes.
In the meantime, I'm practically shafted with narcolepsy, so
Right.
it's a problem here.
I believe that, Nadia. I totally believe that.
You see me on camera.
Okay, but you get more energized as the day go on, right, Armin?
No. I wouldn't say more. Like, once I take my Adderall, I'm focused, and yeah, I can get stuff done and energized. But then I bonk at like 4 or 5 in the afternoon.
Okay. Because I get up like, totally virile, and then it just trails off during the day,
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's hormones.
I am the first person like myself to have hormonal fatigue. The various people who have had that issue, like myself, or rather, various other people who are like myself, who have also had hormonal fatigue issues, have had enough insurance, doctor access, and ability to pay cash out of pocket to get effective medications to counteract their hormonal fatigue. In some cases, they used Adderall, in others, they used Provigil.
No, Medicaid covers both, don't they?
What are you eating?
I may not be being told accurate information
Yeah, I don't think you're
by
being...
using to prescribe. They may just be making up. They may just be making up excuses to, I don't know, make excuses for not prescribing it.
Okay. Hey, Ermine, if we were like together and I got up in the morning and I was like really noisy and energetic, would that bother you?
No, because I just go back to sleep once you left.
You would be like, man, calm down, dude.
Oh no, I wouldn't care. That doesn't bother me. I think more what bothers me is you not letting me be me.
Oh yeah,
And
I'll let you lay
you.
there, whatever you want, but I'd have to go do something. I'd be like, okay, exercise. Let me start the coffee.
Yeah, that's fine. Somebody has to, and it's not going to be me.
I'd be like such a busybody.
I don't believe I ever behaved in a hyperactive way. But I did have much greater endurance in the past. I was one of those people who... Excuse me.
I'm
I
laughing
was
at the
one...
comments.
Excuse me.
People send me comments all the time, right?
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Okay.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Okay, honey.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. One of those people who could be up 20 hours a day and even carry out substantial physical activity during those 20-hour days, such as hitting the gym for 4 hours at a time or the dance floor for similar, and again, only need about 4 hours of sleep or less. So, when I had a heart attack and my operating waking hours and so on cut down by probably a good 4 hours a night or worse. It was pretty devastating. And it's a lot worse now, too. Because all the hormonal issues have been added to it.
Wow.
Nice, Blunto.
Okay. Do you guys eat breakfast? Because that's supposed to be the most important meal of the day.
I have a
Yes.
nutritional shake.
Yeah, shakes are good. Anything that's not solid is pretty good on your digestion.
Anything that's what?
Not solid.
Really? Because I'm about to have some chicken.
Some
Don't
what?
you think, honey, that's too hard in the morning?
Chipped beef?
Chicken.
Oh.
That is not entirely accurate. Oh boy.
I don't know, everybody says something different. Big breakfast, no breakfast. Some breakfast.
I used to, I guess, go for big breakfasts.
Okay, when people ask you if you're sexually active, they always mean with like another person, right?
I guess so.
Oh, you are
Yes.
busy.
Hi, Jim.
Just that shit.
Hey, Jim. Yeah, usually, Blunto, that's what they mean.
Good morning, all. How's everybody doing today?
Hi, Jim.
You could ask Jim, he might know.
Oh, gosh.
Jim, in the Bible, does it say to be sexually active it has to be with another person?
It says to go forth and subdue and actually populate the land. Yes, that would be with another person.
Okay,
that would
so
actually being to go out and subdue the earth means to actually repopulate the earth, or to populate the earth, rather.
What did Adam do before Eve was made, then?
He just named the
Well,
animals.
it was only one day. Or it wasn't even one day. It was just a few hours.
Yeah, but you know, guys.
Jim, they tell me that God's day is like 1,000 years, man.
And what does the rest of that verse say?
I don't know. I forgot.
And 1,000 years is as a day. So it kind of wipes that theory out right there.
Well, no, it does. This is like a God's day is 1,000 years, man years.
And 1,000 years is as a day. Basically, that verse is trying to explain to you that God does not view time the way that we do. God views time in its entirety. He is not subject to it. He is not limited by it. It is His creation, and as such, He holds it in the palm of His hand.
But like when you say God made one day for God, it could be like 1,000 years. So the Earth could have been made in like 1,000 years.
No, that's not what it says at all. Again, read the scripture. It says, "To God, a day is as 1,000. 1 year, 1 day is as 1,000 years." And there's that little joiner right there. And 1,000 years is as a day. You leave that out, and then the scripture makes no sense.
Let's say you did a comedy show with God, and then you want to get paid for it, and He says, "I'll pay you the next day." Is that like 24 hours later or 1,000 years later?
Well, it would be 24 hours later, especially if the word yom is used, and evening and morning, or a number. I will pay you in 1 day. I will pay you tomorrow. I will pay you in an age. Yom by itself can be an age. It could be a long period of time. It could be a short period of time. It could be a number of different things. But the word yom. In Genesis, Yom, Y-O-M, it's I believe it's a Hebrew word.
Yeah.
Anyway, you look that up, and it can be a number of different things, but when it's combined with evening and morning and a number, it is always, without fail, a 24-hour period.
Okay, when it's combined with an evening, a morning, and a number, it's an actual human day.
Correct.
Okay. I just have to, when next time I talk to God, I got to make sure that He indicates a morning, an evening, and a number. I'm still waiting for my check.
Well, Bunto, I didn't even know you was talking to God. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, you are? Thank you. April Fools. Okay.
Happy Atheist Day.
Happy
For
Atheist
only the fool says in his heart that there is no God. So happy Atheist Day.
That's what God says.
That's what I said. It's National Atheist Day. I'm proud to be an atheist. I'm proud to be a fool.
That's quite clear.
Yeah.
Okay, look.
Actually, that's quite obvious. Yeah, thank you very much for playing.
To be sexually active, it has to be relative to another person. That's what we're saying, right?
To be sexually active, you have to be with a person of the opposite sex that you are married to. Marriage is the only place where sex is to be engaged.
No, Billy, that's only unsinful sex. Sexual activity can happen outside of that, but it's sinful.
Yeah, Ms. Herm, I understand that, yes. Sexual activity can happen all kinds of different ways. You can have homosexual acts,
right?
You can have pedophilia, you can have bestiality, but guess what? That is not the way God designed it. If you want to know how it's supposed to work, then it's supposed to work inside only the institution of marriage. One man, one woman, loving and committed to each other, and loving and committed to the next generation.
I totally agree, Christian.
When I go to a club and I get gangbanged, am I being sexually active or passive?
You're being
perverted.
Hey, Billy, I'd like to hear you throw adulterous sex in there too when you start throwing bestiality and pedophilia.
Fornication, adultery, anything outside of marriage name. Did you not hear? Were you not taking notes? Any sexual activity outside of the institution of marriage is wrong. It is a sin. Right? It is not the way we were designed.
Scientifically,
I know, and if you were married and divorced, the second marriage really isn't supposed to be legal and right, because that's the way it was supposed to be, one man and one woman forever. So, and it says,
Yes,
it
it
says
is supposed to
if
be
you
one man with one woman forever.
it says
And
there if you get
Jesus said himself, you know what? Except for sexual immorality. Except for sexual immorality. That kind of blows your conversation out of the water, don't it?
Okay, look. Scientifically. Okay, look.
Billy, I wasn't quite talking. Why are you so disrespectful? You do that constantly. You always talk over people. Are you afraid to hear what they have to say? That's what I would like to know.
Not at all, Nate. We've had this discussion before, and I slam danced on you then, and I just figured I'd get right to the slam dancing and tell you, sir, that when you have sinned, you can be forgiven of homosexuality, of adultery, of any sin. You can be forgiven if you repent of that sin and ask for that forgiveness.
That we understand. Okay, let's move on. Okay, Hillbilly, this is scientifically based fact that you're telling us about
absolutely
sexual activeness. Oh, okay. Tell us, how is it scientifically based?
Well, just go look at the statistics. Statistically speaking, when people stay together in a single relationship. Hang on a second. You asked me a question. Let me answer. Statistically speaking, when you look at all the numbers from the AMA, from any source you like, when people are married and they stay together through thick and thin, then those are the happiest people. Now, even those who have gone through a divorce from a bad marriage or a bad situation and then come into a good marriage, like I was lucky enough to do, when you look at that and they are doing it doing it the God way, then they have the happiest marriages, they live the longest, they have the least amount of divorce or immorality or any other type of sexual perversion to go inside their household. But you've got to preface it with you can't do the same thing over and over and over again and expect a different response.
Now, Christian, I was just asking, not necessarily about the quality of sexual activeness, but just the very fact of it. Right?
Well,
I mean, you gave me your opinion about the quality of sexual activeness when you're married.
So, Bunto, are you trying to tell me that sex shouldn't have any quality? That sex should be like shaking hands? Hey, how you doing? Bang, bang, bang. No, that's not what it's about at all. Sex is about the union of a man and a woman. Sex is about a union to join them together as one flesh so they can become the people God wants them to be. That will give you some great sex right there. Now, I understand you don't understand that, but hey, that's a problem you got.
Okay, look, everybody.
About 28, 30 men, one trans woman.
Okay. Nadia brings up a salient fact that sometimes the quality of sex exceeds that of the marital union.
Nope, never does.
Anyone have the...
Why can't I have 20 or 30 husbands?
Right.
Well, Nadia, number one, because you're a man, so you can't have a husband by definition. Now, number two, if you go outside of the biblical design of marriage, that again, just like homosexuality, is a perversion of the way we were designed.
According to the Bible.
No, according to God, who is the creator, designer. So, I mean, if you don't like that, that's okay. It don't matter.
Or Baha'i. Or Mormon.
And if you're doing it right, you shouldn't get bored.
Religion that would draw upon the Bible. Why does the Bible's notion of marriage matter to me?
Because God is the one who came up with it. There is only one God. There is only one. And God is the one who came up.
Okay, you say there's only one God, right? So how the hell did this guy know about sex? Who did he have sex with?
He didn't.
Himself?
He did not. He was in perfect union with the Trinity. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. But he gave us sex. He gave us sex so we could understand that oneness, that coming together as one. The two become one flesh.
Okay, in a three-way, three become one flesh.
No, they're not flesh, so it doesn't correlate.
Okay.
That does make sense, because you know, like, you feel like you want to, like, get inside each other and you can't. It's like, you gotta get in there. It's almost like you want to merge.
One on top, one in the middle, one on the bottom.
You guys get inside me at once, and, well, I get a little bit of surgery, and pretty well, too. Main thing is, I'm not of your religion. I'm not of any religion.
Nadia, it doesn't matter if you're of the religion or not. It doesn't matter if you believe in gravity or not. It's still going to have its way with you. The fact is, Nadia, that a perversion is a perversion of the way you were designed to be. And that's what you are doing. That's what you are engaging in. You are engaging in a perversion of the way you were designed to be.
Again, Hillbilly, you've been shown lots of times that's not true, and you completely ignore it because you're.
Didn't you get like a letter in the mail, registered mail from God saying, hey, you're doing perversion, cut it out? You know, I got mine. I got thrown out of the men's club that way.
Yourself.
I got a letter saying, well, since you begged for anal sex and paid for it, you're out of the men's club.
Yeah, in the meantime.
Is Von's done? Or...
Yeah, it's heartfelt to hear this.
All right.
Coffee. I'll be back. I need coffee.
This sexual activity thing is quite confusing to the non-believer.
Oh, it can be confusing to the believer.
And it's very simplified for the believer.
It can be confusing to young people that have been molested. I happened to have a conversation this morning with a young lady who had been molested, and she was asking me about, some tough questions about why God does things, why God allows things, this, that, and the other. And yes, it can be very confusing to everyone. But once you get a grip on that God is the one that designed it, and since He knows what's best because He is the designer. I mean, if you were going to want to know how to work something on your car, you'd go to the owner's manual.
Right.
So again, the Bible is the owner's manual for our bodies. Excuse me while I get some coffee.
I did not know that.
So God knew it was best for that girl to get molested. That's good to know.
Okay. How come there's so many types of owner's manual?
Chapter. I think it's chapter 47, verse 9, is it?
Okay. Nadia, have you been thrown out of the males club yet, the men's club?
Not pretty much, yeah.
I mean, you got a letter in the mail? Hey, you're out.
They don't send a letter in the mail.
I got a letter in the mail.
They send it fast.
They said it, they can make sure you sign off on it and say, buddy, you're out.
Make sure.
I wonder if we can get back into the males club.
45, verse 7. Sorry.
What do you have to do to get thrown out of a males club?
Well, something that is perceived less manly, like Christian's saying. The Bible is like a manual for how to be manly. If you do something that, is a disgrace to the males club, you can, more or less get kicked out.
Like you get kicked out of the gym for doing pirouettes on the steroid
No, that,
machine?
not even. I mean, they're really tolerant. You have to do something that is so unmanly.
Because I want to be a macho man. There we
Begging
go.
for anal sex. Paying for anal sex.
I neither beg nor pay for anal sex.
There's well, you're probably still in. That's why you haven't got the letter.
All right, now I need coffee.
Well, I show up at the right club, like Eden Underground, and they line up, not quite 20, 30, 10, 15.
20, 30 guys.
Well, more like 10, 15 in Underground.
2 guys sucking on your toes, one on top, one on bottom, 3 in the back, 1 in the mouth.
No, they wait in line. Single file line.
Oh, single file. You don't like it all at once. Weird.
Hey, they're militaristic macho men. They
Okay, you don't like
they're marching.
feedback overload, right? You don't like a total feedback overload. You want it one at a time so you can judge each man. Weird.
They probably want it one at a time too.
Well, I mean, it's not so much about them, but
Actually,
gang banged. It has to be like all at once, man. Boom.
yeah, their thoughts and feelings on this are a part of it too. I mean, if I had my druthers, I'd be taking them on 4 or 5 at a time.
Hell yeah. So I could just go tell Borden, hey bitch, I did 10 at the same time. Top it.
Mm. Well, it starts getting a bit awkward. Actually, even 4 or 5 is kind of tough.
Well, you get 4 or 5, and then you can double them.
2 times the practical limit right now, and Marcy Bowers ever gets around to me. 3 at a time. Be a little bit tough to pull off, but at least could be handled.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's what college is for. We had this thing in college called the Pansy Dorm. Did you have that in college? The Pansy Dorm?
No.
Okay. You like Willie Nelson? You like country music?
No. I really can't stand them.
Oh, we had this thing because, I went to an ag college in the Southwest. Like, whenever a Willie Nelson song would come on, we'd have to do something called a Butthole Willie.
What on earth?
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, in college, you have things like Pansy Dorm.
I mean, I was the only queer person on campus, but I mean, it was not exactly.
Okay, people knew you were queer, right? See, nobody really.
Well, everybody could freaking clock me as queer, I guess. And there is this brother Max guy who used to invade campus. Actual campus crusade for Christ people thought he was a piece of shit. And he'd actually like scream out all the Leviticus and Hellfire and Brimstone and stuff.
Right.
And he'd point at me.
Okay, he'd pick you out of the crowd and say, abomination, right?
Yeah.
Okay. My college experience was like, of course, if you went to a frat house, you'd get hit on, right? I mean, that's so fucking painfully obvious.
Actually, I didn't. The frat boys were pretty much.
Any frat party I went on, I got hit on. And since I went to the, art part of the school, there was queers over there.
Well, that must have been nice.
And then also, we used to drive all the way to El Paso because there was a gay club over there because there was no gay club in my town.
I didn't, and I still don't. I actually looked like a woman, so no, didn't hit on me.
We had no transgendered in my college experience.
I did not meet any personally, but I knew of them existing.
Oh yeah, when we went to El Paso, we saw tons of them.
Well, you're all over the place. Following parts of your thought and speech is
I know. That's why I interviewed
a bit
you.
much for someone who's relatively discerning.
Well, you've been up all night programming. Well,
No,
okay, let's. Well,
Bunto, you aren't fishing, are you?
Do I fish?
No, I'm asking, are you fishing?
Not currently.
Not currently. All right. You know what I mean by fishing, right?
No, tell me, Vaughn.
Asking questions in an effort to divulge information that might not normally be made public.
Asking information that might not normally be made public. No, I don't fish. I just ask questions. I don't see any utility to like.
All right. Hey, hey, it's an open forum. I'm just asking. right?
Well, like, it's interesting coming from you because the mindset that, oh, it suspects somebody's trying to cause another person harm, you know?
See it every day. I see
I
it
know,
every
but I
day.
mean, it fits the profile.
I see it every day.
I had
I
a
see it.
great hangout with Frank, and we talked about this profiling people on G+.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Analyze what these creatures are. No, I mean, I ask questions because the people are so interesting to me. Singularly interesting. I get very fond of them because they're just unusual. They come up with things that are just so interesting to me. That's why I ask questions totally. And then sometimes it's like, if I ask questions about their delusion, about God and stuff, I asked Frank, is that trolling? Even if I don't believe in it. And he said in a way it is, but I think it's more like subconscious trolling. It's like, I want to see how they see reality. They see the truth. I see absolutely nothing.
Well, Bunto, the problem is that you're starting off with a false premise because it's not a delusion.
It's not a delusion.
No, it's not a delusion. No, it's not a delusion.
Okay.
No, it's not a delusion. Why would you think the supernatural, which is something that has been here since time immemorial, would be a delusion?
Because science has never proved it.
Fuck science.
Established. Well.
Fuck science. Fuck science.
Okay, so you realize that
is science? Wait a minute. Think about this critically. Is science going to pay my bills tomorrow? No.
Yes.
Is science going to start my car for me tomorrow? No.
Yes.
Is science going to buy me groceries tomorrow? No.
Yes.
No, it's not. No,
science
it's not.
and technology affords you that.
I'm not talking about affords. I'm not talking about sets up. I'm talking about, is science going to do anything for me? No, because science is a concept. It's not going to do shit for me.
Science, the concept.
Science is not going to get in the driver's seat of my car and drive me to work. Okay, it's not going to happen. Science is a concept.
The supernatural ain't going to get in your car and drive you to work either.
That's irregardless. That's irregardless. The point is that the point is. See, here's the point. The point is that supernatural is a concept. Science is a concept. Okay, they're not going to do anything for us. We do those things for ourselves.
Yeah.
Right, Nadia? Isn't that right, Nadia? We do those things for ourselves.
Yeah, but when you do science, when you do science, you get results. You can look at, feel, taste, and touch. When you do supernatural, you get thoughts in your head. That's it.
No, that's not it. When you engage the supernatural, the real supernatural, you get a changed heart. You get a changed heart and a changed mind. Anybody can hear voices in my head. My wife right now is in a mental institution hearing voices in her head telling her to kill her husband and children. Is that of God? No,
I didn't think.
No, it's not. No, it's not of God. How do I know it's not of God? Because there is a plethora of historical written documentation that says it's not of God. That's why. Okay, so you sit there and you say, "Give me facts."
Yeah, but I didn't say voices in your head. I said thoughts.
You keep harping on the same thing. Give me proof. Give me proof. Give me proof. When there's millions of written documentation out there that you can utilize, but you just don't want to. You just don't want to.
No,
it's that simple. You don't want to acknowledge the supernatural realm, because if you acknowledge the supernatural realm, then you'll have to acknowledge that God might exist. And
let me
you don't
go ahead and shoot in here real quick.
You don't want that, right?
Okay, wait a second. Let me referee this real quick.
No.
For the sake of our listeners.
Hang on a second. I used to think there was a supernatural realm once. We used to think there was a ghost in our house at one time, and I realized that was all just thoughts in the head and it's not real.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and referee this for the listeners. The validity of science versus the supernatural. Some people insist that the supernatural exists within our reality. Correct, Vaughn? And these people can come forward with scientific evidence for it?
Fuck science.
Okay, when one cannot provide evidence scientifically, one must blame.
I just told you. There is a plethora. There is a gaggle of written documentation out there for you to utilize.
I'm sure. Written documentation.
Well, now, wait a minute. If you can put your hands on it, is it proof or not?
If I can put my hands... Well, science affords us the method to deduce things.
Now, wait a minute. Can you go to the Middle East? Can you go to the Middle East and say, hey, I want to see the tomb of Yeshua HaMashiach. Take me there. And the guy will look at you, he'll smile, he'll take your money, and he'll put you in the buggy, and away you go, and bam, you are right there at where he died. No ifs, no ands, no buts, no conjecture, no theories, no thinking, no sitting here pontificating. He will put you in a buggy and physically take you to the place
now, let me ask you something, Vaughn.
Was buried. He'll do it for you.
Okay, Vaughn, I'll give you that, but let me ask you something, Vaughn.
Where are you getting that this shit is all made up? Where are you getting that fabricated? He can take you to the place where the man was buried.
You asked many questions, Vaughn. Let me ask you this.
See, the problem is that you keep thinking that this is some kind of fabrication that we all made up in our heads or we pulled out of our ass one day. No, it's not.
Right.
You can actually get in a buggy and go and see where the man was buried. You can actually do that. It is a fact. It's not a theory. It's a fact. Okay?
Right. Okay, I'll give you that.
We're trying to play this shit out like it's some kind of fantasy that people made up somewhere. No, it's not. The man lived. He died. He did great things for people. At the very minimum, he helped people. There's nobody not even the Jews themselves are disputing that one. He helped people. He was a good man.
Okay, Vaughn, let me shoot in here real quick. Let me talk for a minute here, Vaughn. Vaughn, things that are real are very important to you, right?
Well, I would think so, sure.
Okay, things that are real. Okay? The materialist... Hello, everybody. Okay, the materialist comes by and says, your belief in God isn't real and it bothers you, right?
Your belief in science isn't real and it bothers you.
Right, right. So do you ever take their position, or at least examine their position of why they don't think what you think is real?
I fool around with science all the time, and I'll tell you to your face it ain't real. Ain't a damn bit of it real. Ain't a damn bit of it real. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not.
How do you think
here's what science is. Here's what science is. Science is a group of people sitting at a table agreeing on a thing and saying that thing now has substance, that thing now has legitimacy, that thing now has a purpose.
Not quite.
That's all science is.